Iran's response to the US-Israeli attacks has been strong on rhetoric promising to defeat the enemy. But what is its capability and its options? Here's our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes.
Iran has vowed to punish the US and Israel for killing its supreme leader and starting a war. So far, the retaliation has left a small number of American troops dead and seriously wounded, and this will put pressure on Donald Trump. But Tehran has yet to land a decisive blow, in contrast to waves of deadly American and Israeli strikes against the regime. So what's going on? Iranian forces have launched hundreds of drones and missiles against targets in Israel, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan and Iraq. But most of the munitions appear to have been intercepted, including by a British counter-drone unit, though falling debris can also be deadly.
This regime is lashing out. It's lashing out in an increasingly indiscriminate and widespread way. And people will be really concerned that it's not just military targets, but civilian airports like Kuwait, hotels in Dubai and Bahrain are being hit.
The Iranians are likely trying to hit US military sites, such as Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, Al Salam Base in Kuwait, Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, and the US Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, which is also home to around 300 British personnel. With so much metal flying around, civilian and tourist locations have also been caught in the crossfire, including one of the world's busiest airports in Dubai, where all flights have been halted, and the entrance to the luxury Fairmont The Palm Hotel. As terrifying as that must have been for those affected, this kind of action does nothing to degrade the ability of the US and Israel to keep hitting Iran. A high-value target for the regime must surely be two American aircraft carrier strike groups led by the USS Gerald R. Ford and the USS Abraham Lincoln. They're thought to be south of Cyprus. An attempt to hit these warships might explain why the UK says two Iranian missiles were fired in the direction of the Mediterranean island. Britain has bases on Cyprus, but they're not thought to have been the focus of the attack. Now, while Iran is outmatched militarily, it does have a track record for inflicting harm in other ways, such as by closing the Strait of Hormuz, a vital transit point for global oil and gas exports. Any disruption to this shipping lane will have impact to the economies around the world, and it also already appears to be starting, with tankers being targeted, including off the coast of Oman. President Trump is gambling that Iran lacks the capability to resist his overwhelming firepower, and that may well be the case. But it only takes one Iranian missile penetrating American air defences to alter that calculation, or at least dramatically increase the cost to Washington of its war.
Now, Yauda Hakim has spoken to Iran's ambassador to the UK, Saeed Ali Mousavi, and asked him for his reaction to the military action against his country.
We're very in the middle of the negotiation. We are looking for one diplomatic solution. And so there is no need to go into the military action, military confrontation between us. But unfortunately now, in the middle of the military action, they are killing our people, they are killing our innocent children in the schools. But unfortunately, inside of this, and they are claiming to have a diplomatic solution. There is no doubt that the Iranian government and the Iranian people always reiterates on diplomacy and diplomatic solution, so that that we have this kind of peaceful settlement of mechanism.
Mr. Ambassador, just to be clear, have Iranian leaders reached out to President Trump and asked to talk?
No, regarding for the details of this kind of communication, I don't know exactly, but now we are in the war. We are in the middle of the war, and so he's claiming he's said something. You can ask the President Trump in this connection, in this matter.
Mr. Ambassador, did you and the Iranian government anticipate an attack like this? Because for weeks we were hearing that perhaps they would attack. And what we saw in the end was the supreme leader, many senior leaders in very close proximity to each other in their compounds, in their offices, in their homes. Yesterday morning when they were attacked, why was there not more preparation for something like this? And why were all of these senior leaders in very close proximity to each other, in their residential buildings and offices?
You see that regarding to find some solution, regarding for this matter, that the Iranian side always reiterate to find the one, diplomatic solution in this matter. And so we have submitted our proposals. But now we are defending ourselves because the one act of aggression imposed us. And so there is no doubt that we are doing our rights of our inherent right of self-defense. Now we are defending ourselves. That's it. But they are coming to attack us in our region and using all of the military troops and facilities against the Iranian people. And so there is no any room to defense. We should defend ourselves. But we do believe that if they if they are genuine and decisive and determined to find one diplomatic solution, there is no doubt that the Iranian side will come.
You talk about defending yourself. Gulf countries, some of them your partners and allies, are furious because you've launched a series of missile attacks on their states as well as we've seen drones slam into luxury hotels in places like Dubai. Are you going to continue that as well?
You see, first of all, let me reiterate that we have a very friendly and brotherly relations with our neighbors in the Persian Gulf, all of them, with the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, all of them. And so we had a very good relations with them. And before this imposed war, we have declared to the American side and as well as our neighbors that if they want to impose any war and military aggression against Iran, there is no doubt that Iran will consider to have some reaction according to our self-defense right. And so any military bases, any properties, any assets that which are very supporting of the American troops to have some intelligence or military activities against the Iranian people, there is no doubt that there are legitimate targets.
Mr. Ambassador, could you tell us a little bit more about the civilian casualties inside Iran? Because we understand a school was hit as well in the last 24 hours. What is the situation inside the country?
Unfortunately, we have several victims and martyrs inside of Iran and many casualties. To be honest, I have no any exact figure regarding how many people has been martyred and killed. But I do believe in the one example that the Israeli regime and American regime attacked us in one school in the Minab city. By now, 153 people has been killed over there, and so a lot of people has been injured. And so, in one, civilian place, more than 150 people martyred.
Mr. Ambassador, we've seen footage of people mourning the killing of the supreme leader, but we've also seen many people in Tehran and in the diaspora celebrating his killing as well. There are many people tonight, Iranians, who are happy about that.
You see that you can ask this question from them regarding for this happiness. But I do believe that if you go inside of Iran, you can realize that the many people spontaneously gathered in the different cities, in the different escorts, in different gathering places for mourning of the supreme leader. And so we do believe that, according to the majority of the Iranian people, believes that the supreme leader has been martyred by American regime and Israeli regime, and they are mourning for their supreme leader. Regarding for the rest of the people that you mentioned, you can ask them.
Mr. Ambassador, just finally, how do you believe this will end?
You see that I do believe, Yalda, that for every international problems, any international issues, there are a lot of peaceful mechanism to be settled. One of them is, making some concerns regarding for the Iranian nuclear program, that although that we have shown our intention and desire that the Iranian side do not have any desire to produce the nuclear bomb, but for the eradication and the removing any misunderstanding, any concern, and any worries about this, that the Iranian side was very ready to have this, peaceful settlement. But unfortunately, now in the war, there is no doubt, first of all, that the Iranian people now is defending and will defend for his dignity, for his territorial integrity, and as well as for national sovereignty. But we do believe that wherever that the other side is genuine, is decisive, is intended to have one mutually compromise, mutually agreed compromise, there is no doubt that the Iranian side is ready to have this, to exhaust again the diplomatic solution.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock and welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
Sophie and Wilf today. Good morning from you as well. Let's get to it.
Conflict in the Middle East spreads to Lebanon. Israel exchanges fire with Hezbollah and tells people to evacuate.
3 US servicemen are killed in Kuwait. Donald Trump says the attacks will continue at full force and more US troops are likely to die.
The UK says the US can use British military bases. Hours later, a UK base in Cyprus is hit by a drone.
The government works to get tens of thousands of Brits out of the Middle East. We're going to hear from the Foreign Secretary.
And oil prices are up by 8% to $78 a barrel.
Hello, good morning. Well, we've heard the words unprecedented a lot over the last 48 hours, ever since Israel and the US launched a joint strike against Iran. Well, the Middle East is in crisis and people across the region are living in fear of where is going to be struck next.
Military bases and civilian sites have been targeted in retaliation in the UAE, Israel and Kuwait, amongst other places. The inevitable casualties on all sides have begun to rise. Our whole programme this morning will be devoted to the crisis. This is a fast-moving story and we'll bring you everything as it happens. We'll be stepping back as well and asking what might happen next.
Well, look, we've got our Middle East correspondent Alan Parsons in Jerusalem, we've got Sally Lockwood in Dubai for us, we've got David Blevins in DC, and we're also going to be hearing from our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes, so full coverage from us today.
But first, let's get you up to speed with the very latest as the conflict spilled into Lebanon, as we said, with Israel exchanging fire with Hezbollah.
So people in Beirut jolted awake by a series of loud explosions that shook buildings. Sky News understands there was no warning that the attacks were going to happen before the IDF launched 10 strikes on the capital's southern suburbs. Well, the military then issued evacuation orders for dozens of towns across Lebanon.
And as the strikes began, thousands of people were seen fleeing Beirut in their cars and on foot. A resident described the moment the attack began.
At first, there were 3 explosions. They were a bit far. We went up to the roof and saw that the explosions were behind us. We could only see the smoke. After about 10 minutes, there was another strike, right behind us. We all fled, and after another 10 minutes, there was the last strike. It was 3 consecutive strikes. We came here, and thank God we are OK now.
Well, those attacks in Lebanon follow Israel launching a fresh round of strikes on Tehran as well. We can bring you a roundup of the latest that's happened, because after those strikes, the US claimed to have sunk an Iranian Navy ship in Chabahar.
Iran's retaliation continued throughout the day. In central Israel, at least 9 people were killed and 28 injured in Beit Shemesh after a synagogue was hit.
Well, elsewhere, deaths were also reported in Kuwait, Abu Dhabi in the UAE, and Dubai was targeted once again. Meanwhile, the port of Dakwan was struck in Oman, and vessels also were hit in the Strait of Hormuz. Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan and Saudi Arabia were also hit. So far, though, no reports of significant damage.
Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons has this first report.
The bombardments go on. In Tehran, the boom of destruction. American and Israeli forces renewing their assault. And it follows this. The Israeli military has now released fresh footage of the attack that blew up the compound of Ayatollah Khamenei, killing Iran's supreme leader. America continues to flex its formidable military might, even as news of US deaths emerge. But Iran has responded with both missiles and by declaring its determination to avenge its dead leader.
America and Israel should be aware that this attack will bring them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, Khamenei, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
And this is what Iran's rage looks like. The town of Beit Shemesh, just a short drive from Jerusalem, was hit by a missile. The explosion flattened a school, a synagogue, homes and a bomb shelter where dozens had sought refuge. At least 9 are confirmed dead. Visiting the scene, one of the most prominent members of the Israeli cabinet.
What do these people ever do to them? What do these babies do to harm them? They've never done anything bad to Iran. We don't even share a border with Iran. It was for no reason at all, except pure hatred for the sake of hatred. So I'm asking all those who defend them in the world, who are you defending? Monsters.
The people we spoke to insisted this is simply a residential community with no targets of any military value.
For many Israelis, the first day of this war was all about images of missiles being intercepted and bombing raids on Iran. But this is a very different scene. A school, a synagogue, homes demolished and people killed. This attack makes the war very real for every Israeli.
This is what it is. This is what it looks like. And just for reference, this is one missile that hits and affects so many buildings and so many lives. So think about the amount of missiles that were on the way from Iran towards Israel in the last 2 days. So the damage can be immense.
Iran has continued its attack on Gulf nations. Smoke rising in Sharjah and Dubai. This high-rise building in Bahrain struck by a suspected drone. Iran's plan is to embroil as many nations as possible. In Oman, smoke billowing from a port. Shipping seen as vulnerable here. And that means Iranian attacks on shipping passing the Strait of Hormuz. This whole region has been rendered unpredictable. In Iraq, not typically Iran's friend, a huge rally to honour Khamenei's memory, broken up as it closed in on the American embassy. The Middle East is rippling, changing and fighting before our eyes. A region etched by past conflict is now writing its future again. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Jerusalem.
We can go to Jerusalem and talk to Adam now. Adam, I was just really struck with how you ended that report when you were saying that this is a region writing its future again. As people kind of wake up here this Monday morning, what situation does the Middle East find itself in?
Well, the elements that have happened overnight is certainly yesterday evening a big barrage of missiles came over here. I think Jerusalem sort of rumbled to the most intense way that it has so far. So the Iranian assault then seemed like it was going to carry on through the night. Actually, it didn't. There were no sirens here in Jerusalem. What did happen overnight was this exchange of fire between Hezbollah and the Israeli military up on the northern border here in southern Lebanon. Now, that will surprise nobody, probably in either Israel or Lebanon. Hezbollah is a group that has been supported by Iran and said it was firing these rockets effectively to avenge the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. But what has then happened is that those rockets, to be absolutely frank, have not even caused a graze on Israeli society. But Israel has responded by firing missiles at a series of sites in Lebanon, including Beirut, killing a significant number of people. Israel had put a division, 91st Division, right up there on the border and had said very clearly, do not attack us, we will attack you back. Hezbollah did, and so this was wholly predictable. I think now it will be a question of Israel will also probably fortify its defences even more up in Lebanon. I think that they will continue attacking Lebanon and Hezbollah sites for the next couple of days. They've fortified the border up with Syria. Clearly, they are wary of any resurgence by Hamas, despite 2 years of bombarding Gaza and degrading Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So far, we haven't seen anything there at all. But as you've seen, Iran has also been attacking the Gulf. So the whole dynamic of the Middle East right now is effectively changing, and loyalties are being tested. Certain nations, the Saudi Arabians, for instance, haven't been involved in this at all. Jordanians. if they were to be attacked, what would be the response? And I suspect that, as I said, right now we are looking at a region that is changing itself right before our eyes. The people here in Jerusalem will be looking up to the skies as they have for the first 2 days. There will be more alerts. There have been 2 already over the course of this morning since I got up. Interceptions, really quite big ones over in the sky there. And of course, what we don't know is the appetite for Israel and the United States for a prolonged conflict. They made it clear that what they wanted was regime change. Well, Khamenei has gone. So has a huge amount of the Iranian leadership. The question is, what comes next? Who will replace Khamenei at the top of Iran? Will it be something that is more pro-Western, something that the Americans would consider tolerable? Or is there another world where it becomes yet more authoritarian, yet more repressive? And nobody knows. And until that becomes clear, or if Iran asks for some kind of ceasefire, reopening of negotiations, however they couch that, you would have to imagine that A, this military onslaught will continue, and B, that the Iranians will try to embroil more and more countries into it.
Adam, great stuff. Thanks so much for that. As we mentioned, we'll be talking to Deborah Haynes for a perspective from here. We'll be talking to David Blevins in just a moment for the US perspective. But let's go next to Dubai, where Sally Lockwood stands by for us. Sally, have we continued to see explosions above Dubai, perhaps some breaking through and hitting targets there? And what does that say as well about Iran's response? Dubai, I guess, seemingly seen in the past as a more neutral place, and the fact that they are being targeted, what does that say about Iran's response, and how is it leading to changing opinion across the region towards Iran?
Yeah, good morning to you, Sophie. Certainly, it's been absolutely shocking for people living here, and it appears to be causing a lot of damage when it comes to diplomatic relations between Gulf states and Tehran. Countries like the UAE, Qatar, Saudi, they have fairly decent relations diplomatically with Tehran in normal times. But certainly the UAE came out yesterday and said that Tehran has crossed a red line in the last 48 hours of attacks that have been carried out on Gulf states, including here in the UAE. It felt like we had a quieter night last night. I think many of us got a little more sleep than we had the night before, which was fraught with worry and full of loud explosions. Although I should say that we have had some activity here this morning already, lots of fast jet sightings in the sky above me, and also the sound of loud explosions. We've had a succession of around 6 loud bangs this morning, and a video is now circulating showing what looks like a hit, some sort of explosion in the northern Emirates. To a luxury hotel.
Sally, I think we just lost you a little bit, so just going to jump in to see if we can re-establish the connection to Sally. Just a little problem on the line there for us.
Sally is back. Sally, finish your thought.
Sophie.
OK, let's move on.
Hi to you both. I should say the internet.
Working.
Oh, no.
You're back. Go for it. Finish the report, Sally.
Well, I should say this also speaks to what we're experiencing here in the UAE. The internet isn't as reliable as normal. It's in and out in some areas. Some people reporting that they've lost internet altogether. I was saying when we broke up that it appeared to be a quieter night, but there has been a lot of activity already this morning. The sound of explosions in the sky again, sightings of fast jets flying overhead, and a video now circulating of an explosion.
Yeah, well, as Sally was saying there, internet not as reliable as usual there in Dubai, but I think we've got the gist of what she was saying there, and I guess the anxiety for so many people in the region. Now, Donald Trump has promised to keep striking Iran until all objectives, in his words, have been achieved, despite offers of talks from Tehran itself. In a video posted on his social media site, he also acknowledged the first American lives lost.
3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there.
Well, let's talk now to our US correspondent, David Blevins, in Washington for us. David, so much rests on the president, right, and what he does in the coming days and weeks. He said that the US military will continue their attacks for several weeks. But do we have any more, I guess, clues about what he may have planned?
Well, that was the president's second address to the nation in the space of 48 hours. And I think he was really preparing the American people for two things. A, the possibility that this is going to take a while. You heard him say that combat operations would continue until they had achieved their objectives. Earlier, in a conversation with a reporter on the phone, he was predicting 4 weeks. And then B, for the possibility that more American lives will be lost. We know that 3 US personnel were killed and 5 others seriously injured in a strike on a base in Kuwait. And make no mistake about it, the arrival home of the first American flag-draped coffin is going to land with greater force than any Iranian missile, because it effectively redraws the political battlefield at home for Donald Trump. Remember, he was the president who mocked foreign wars, who was scathing of his predecessors for engaging in them, who vowed that no more American blood would be spilt in distant deserts. Now, he's clearly done a U-turn, and however it is justified strategically, he must know that that decision is going to be tested when the American people go to the polls in the midterm elections later this year. But if a long war was one fear for the White House, the loss of American lives another fear, the third was the risk of this spreading, and we're already beginning to see that from Hezbollah, a proxy of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard in Iran, in Lebanon. We could very likely see the same thing from Hamas, another proxy in Gaza. We're hearing of attacks all weekend in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, from the United Arab Emirates. So clearly the whole geopolitical landscape of the Middle East is changing, and it has been changed by a decision made at the very last minute, we understand. Sources close to the CIA are now confirming that this joint combat operation was scheduled to begin in darkness. But because American and Israeli intelligence became aware that the Ayatollah and many of his closest advisors, 48 of them according to Donald Trump, were going to be in the same place at the same time, they made the decision to strike early during daylight. That's very, very unusual. But it is a last-minute decision that is going to have far-reaching and long-running ramifications.
David Blevins there for us from Washington. Well, we're now joined by the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper. Great to have you here with us this morning.
Good morning, Sophie.
Thank you for being with us. People are going to be going into this week feeling pretty anxious, particularly, of course, if you're one of the 94,000 Brits currently in the Gulf who's contacted the Foreign Office. So I thought that would be a good place to start. Are we drawing up plans to evacuate people?
Well, we are setting up the support systems because, as well as the 94,000 people who have been in touch when we set up the Register Your Presence system, there's an estimated 300,000 British citizens in Gulf countries that have now been targeted by Iran, including countries where now airspace is closed as a result of those attacks. That is, of course, extremely stressful for people who include holidaymakers and transit passengers at airports, people who have gone there for business trips, as well as those who live in the region as well. So we're saying to people the most important thing at the moment is to follow the local advice, which in most places is around sheltering in place. And we are sending out rapid deployment teams to the region to work with the travel industry, to work with local governments as well, to make sure that citizens can get support. Of course, we want people to get safely home as swiftly as possible.
Are we working on evacuation plans in the background? Is that something that is a contingency
We're
if needed?
We're working on every possible option. What we want, obviously, is for a resolution and for airspace to be reopened so people can get normal flights back again. But, of course, we are looking at a wide range of options, but working crucially with the travel industry and with governments in the region.
Including the evacuation if necessary?
We have to recognise the scale of this as well, and also the fact that there are strikes still underway, Iranian strikes on those Gulf countries, and Gulf countries who, frankly, were not involved in any strikes on Iran and who are now being targeted. And the most important thing, of course, is to follow safety advice in those countries. It is a fast-moving situation, and we are doing everything that we can.
I don't mean to hurry. There's just so much to information that people will want to know this morning. A British RAF base in Cyprus reportedly hit by a drone strike from Iran. Can you give us any more information on that? What happened?
You're right that this is an unmanned drone strike, specifically on the airport runway, and we're not able to provide further information and detail at this point. But obviously, all of the precautionary measures are being taken around the base.
Is the UK now a target for Iran?
So we've got 300,000 British citizens in countries that are already being targeted. We have seen strikes come extremely close to British personnel and to locations where British citizens are.
It's an important question to ask, though. Do you believe that the UK is now a target for Iran?
Well, we don't know the full details of this particular drone incident on Cyprus or the timings of it either. So I don't want to speculate specifically on that one. What I would say is we're already seeing our partners in the Gulf and locations where we have large numbers of British citizens and holidaymakers, tourists who are in the region, and they are facing now. Over the weekend, they've seen Iranians, we've seen hundreds of ballistic missiles and thousands of drones fired from Iran on those countries, and that's why this is significant.
Can I ask now about the UK government response? Because it's changed, right? So initially, Keir Starmer said that we are not involved in this at all. We refuse to request for the Americans to use our military bases to launch strikes on Iran. That's now changed because he says that he has now agreed to a US request to use military bases to strike Iran. Why has that position changed?
Well, this is about the defence of our partners in the Gulf and defence of countries where we have so many British citizens and interests in those countries. We continue to believe that we want to seek a negotiated solution, a diplomatic process. That's always been our view, and it's one of the reasons why we made a deliberate decision not to be involved or provide support for the US strikes that took place over the weekend.
So it's now defensive. That's what you're saying. I just want to try and unpick what defensive means.
Yeah.
So is any strike on Iran or its bases now seen as defensive because of what's happening, or is it only on specific intelligence that could impact the UK? What does defensive mean?
It's a specific limited agreement about the defence of Gulf countries, and many of those Gulf countries were not involved in any of the strikes on Iran. And so, for example, it doesn't mean political and economic and infrastructure targets, but there is a significant issue about ballistic missiles and launchers that are effectively pointed at the Gulf, pointed at our partner countries and countries where we have so many British citizens. So to not provide support, the support that the US have specifically asked for that defensive operation, I think would not be the right thing to do when we have so many British citizens there.
I'm just going to read you Zach Plansky's response to this, the leader of the Green Party. It took just one phone call from Donald Trump for Starmer to jump into yet another Middle East illegal war, failing to learn the lessons of the tragedies of Iraq, Libya and Syria. So just one phone call from Trump, and now the UK is just falling in with whatever America wants.
Well, that's simply not true. And there have been a series of discussions that we always have with the US, with other allies as well.
So it's been a couple of phone calls then, not just one?
We took a very specific decision not to provide support for strikes that were taking place over this weekend. We have been clear that we believe that there should be a diplomatic process, negotiations process. There is a major threat from Iran, not just to the region, but internationally.
But this
Their
is the
attempts to provide to get nuclear operations and also ballistic missile threats,
this is kind of the
and
point,
also
right?
the brutal attack in the region.
If it was so important to not be involved in the strike that we decided to not use the bases, and now Iran has done what would be utterly predictable that it was going to do, and we've just changed our mind. I guess a lot of people will be worried about, the West getting involved in another Middle East conflict, right? Particularly when there doesn't seem to be any plan for what happens when it comes to regime change, any long-term plan. You can understand people's concern, right?
And I think there'll be a lot of concern, including from those who are there in the region at the moment. So many of our partner countries, and I have spoken to foreign ministers across the Gulf, who were frankly shocked and horrified at the way their countries have been targeted by Iran over the weekend. And they have been appalled by the attacks that they have faced from Iran, and they are seeking support and defensive support as well. And that is why I think it's so important that we recognise the responsibilities that we have around defensive support for areas where we have our
Some in the would say that this is
citizens.
not just defences, it will be seen as escalation, and it is us getting involved in another crisis in the Middle East where we don't know when it's going to end or what's going to happen afterwards.
So we continue to take the view that actually we need to pursue diplomatic processes, we need to pursue negotiated agreements. Of course, we do face an Iranian regime which has brutally killed tens of thousands of its own people simply for protesting on the streets, who have posed a persistent threat to us in the UK, backing attacks here on UK streets as well. So this is a deeply malign regime and has now posing direct threats in the region to our partners and to areas where British citizens are currently sheltering in place and sheltering in hotels. And that is why we are supporting this defensive action. And it is limited. It is not involved. Simply involves the bases to be used by the US forces for those limited defensive action.
I know you've got a busy day today, but I've just got one question to squeeze in on domestic policy, if I may, because people granted asylum in the UK from today will have their refugee status reviewed every 30 months. Shabana Mahmood saying Labour MPs need to get behind the changes or risk a Nigel Farage government. I'm interested, I guess, in your view on it, because you, of course, were Home Secretary. You stopped short of doing this. Do you think it is the right policy?
Well, I think people want to see a system that is controlled and managed and is fair. The UK has always done its bit to provide sanctuary for those who have fled persecution alongside
But on
other
this
countries.
specific policy...
But this is specifically about saying it needs to be reviewed because there are situations where things change in different countries and we provide sanctuary, but then may not be needed because situations change. And it's about making sure that there are proper reviews and that we have a system that is fair.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Yvette Cooper, their Foreign Secretary, with an update on the UK government's response to what we've seen.
We do have some live pictures there of Beit Shemesh, as we mentioned earlier, a site that has been hit in retaliation over the course of the last 24 hours. And we are able to now bring in Deborah Haynes, who's been standing by for us. Deborah, I guess worth picking up on some of the comments there from the Foreign Secretary. And I'm interested in your take on how it has all unfolded, that the UK has changed its position as to whether its bases can or can't be used, and the extent to which that may have damaged the relationship with the United States.
Yes, well, I've heard that from sources that there has been frustration on the US side about the British position in the run-up to the operation that Donald Trump launched over the weekend, that the UK was saying that they couldn't use British bases, including Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, for American jets to launch strikes. Clearly, it hasn't been an instrumental setback in terms of the American ability to project weapons onto Iran. However, like you say, it's it's definitely, I think, strained relations a bit. And now, of course, the UK position has evolved and it is allowing American planes to launch these strikes. And, you know, you heard the Foreign Secretary there trying to sort of make clear the definition between defensive strikes and offensive strikes, which does all sound pretty confusing to a layperson. Clearly, the distinction they're making is that they've told the Americans that they could use British bases to launch strikes into Iran that degrade Iran's ability to launch missiles and bombs against targets in the region. That's where this defensive side of things comes along. And clearly for the UK, it's becoming a really alarming problem. You've got, of course, 300,000 British citizens living or holidaying or working in the region that is currently under fire. And that's a nightmare for the Foreign Office in terms of its very, very limited capability now to be able to do anything meaningful to rescue those people, should that be the step that needs to be taken. And then, probably more alarmingly in terms of the immediate term, is the risk to British military assets in the region. We've seen that very vividly overnight. I understand that drone strike that we've been reporting about against RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, it happened at about 10 o'clock last night. You heard from the Foreign Secretary there revealing new details about the strike, that it hit the runway, which is going to potentially be a problem given that the runway is used to launch the fighter jets that are based in Akrotiri. And we've also learnt this morning from the Ministry of Defence that RAF families that are based at this site. It's a large military base. You have service personnel there and their families, because it's a Mediterranean island. It's a nice place to live. There are schools on that site. Those families now have been moved as a precautionary measure from RAF Akrotiri to alternative accommodation on Cyprus. And that underlines the real effect that this is having on British military personnel in the region. Yes, the Prime Minister has made it very clear and has gone to great lengths to talk about the upping of our defensive capabilities in Cyprus, also in Qatar. We've deployed F-35 jets to Cyprus, Typhoon jets to Qatar in the run-up to anticipated American military action against Iran. Those warplanes are flying in the skies and providing defensive capabilities, but they don't have the ability to shoot down ballistic missiles, and they are the biggest risk that Iran poses right now. Yes, we have ground-based counter-drone units also in operation, but our capability is very limited, and we really will be relying on the Americans when it comes to defending Cyprus, for example.
Deborah, great stuff as always. Thanks very much for that. Deborah Haynes, of course, and all of the rest of the live team you've heard from will be with us throughout the day here on Sky News. Sophie, also just wanted to give a snapshot of some of the financial market fallout, in particular, of course, oil prices, which are front and centre when we talk all about this. One might say, in fact, the initial reaction could have been more pronounced. So oil prices are up at about 9% higher this morning. We're missing a decimal place there, 8.44%. I think that's meant to say not 8,000%. We're up about 9%. When futures markets for oil opened yesterday, it was about 12%. So we pared back some of that, and then in the last hour or two, it's picked up again. Of course, 8-9% on a single-day move for oil prices is massive, but we are talking about a major Middle East conflict. Just a snapshot how things could have been perhaps a little bit more pronounced. If we look at other asset classes, gold prices up about 3%. Safe haven trade, but again, could have been bigger, and equity prices down, but again, perhaps could have been down more. Japan down 1.5% or so. The FTSE 100 hasn't opened yet, but the future's pointing to about 1% or so decline. Again, you might have expected a bigger reaction. But that doesn't really tell the full story. If we look at a chart of oil prices so far this year, you'll see that year to date since January, we're up about 26%. And a big part of that has been in anticipation of potential conflict in the Middle East. So today's 8-9% move in context to quite a big increase we've seen already so far this year. And so if you just point to as well, last summer when we saw the bombing of Iran the first time round, we saw a big spike. And I think this is the big question now. We then saw a big fall. The question this time round is not just where oil prices get to, but how long they stay higher And that persistence of higher commodity prices is what's key for domestic inflation that so many people will care about. If it's a brief spike, it won't really filter through so much. Why are prices moving like this? Let's just look at a chart of Iran's overall oil output. On the left-hand side, relating to the blue bars, you see how many million barrels a day of oil they produce. 3.5 million barrels or so a day. And then the yellow line and the right-hand side, you see what percentage of global supply that is. Only 3 or 4%. Not that much in the grand scheme of things. By the way, of that, 95% goes east to Asia. But of course, oil prices, global commodity, if the price changes one place, it changes everywhere, so it still affects us. So why then are we seeing such a significant impact in oil prices if it's only 4% of global supply? For that, we come to the Strait of Hormuz. Everyone's heard that mentioned over the course of the last few days. Here, clearly, a map of the south of Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, a very narrow strait, and only 4% of global oil supply for Iran, but about 15 to 20% of global oil supply has to pass through this Strait of Hormuz every single day. And if you cut that off, of course, and commercial ships have a much lower threshold for paying to continue to travel than military ships. If you cut that off for weeks as opposed to days, then we'll see the oil price go a lot higher. And I think that's the key question now, Sophie. It's not so much the scale of response, which is significant, it's how long it all lasts and how long the Strait of Hormuz is cutting off, 20% of the world's oil supply from getting where it needs to go.
Yeah, so that's the key thing, actually, isn't it? As you say, what happens with that strait and how far Iran decides to go with it. Let's look to the US next, because, of course, whatever Donald Trump does is absolutely critical to the months and even years ahead. He said last night that 48 leaders have been killed in the strikes on Iran. So we can have a look now at some of the key figures in the country.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the supreme leader and its most powerful figure since 1989. Masoud Pezeshkian is the president. Ali Larijani was a senior advisor to Khamenei.
So let's look at the military now, because there's a lot of really important figures in the military, always incredibly important at these moments. The head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, General Mohammad Pakpour, Defence Minister General Aziz Nasirzadeh, and also the Army's Chief of Staff, Abdul Rahim Mousavi. Now, 4 of those 6 were killed in the strikes on Iran yesterday. So the Supreme Leader, the head of the Revolutionary Guard, the Defence Minister, and the Army Chief of Staff.
Well, with the Supreme Leader gone, a leadership council will temporarily run the country. It's made up of senior cleric Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi, who's the head of Iran's Islamic seminaries, and the hardline Chief Justice Ayatollah Gholam Hossein Ajay, the reformist President Masoud Pezeshkian as well. So lots of questions about the ongoing leadership and, of course, lots of questions about exactly the state of the infrastructure beneath that. Let's talk about the significance of all of this and how it's going down in Iran. We're joined now by Sahar Sand, who you might remember has joined us throughout the last couple of months a few times. She's a British-Iranian investigative reporter and filmmaker. Very good morning to you. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm actually feeling much better than the previous times I was here because, like many other Iranians around the world, I too celebrated the death of a man that is responsible for so many decades of repression, killings, death. It was very emotional, very complex for myself and many Iranians. So I'm actually here smiling today.
Well, it's amazing to hear you say that so clearly. And do you think the majority of Iranians feel the same way? How is the nation divided on this particular issue?
Well, I mean, Iran is a huge country, 90 million people, but we can see how they feel by the way they reacted. Iran is currently being attacked. There are airstrikes by the world's biggest military, the US, the Israel. There is a full-on war going on. But when the report of Khamenei's killing came out, despite being advised and warned not to leave their houses, they went outside. They went outside dancing, celebrating. There were videos of mothers, parents, fathers holding the picture of their children who were killed in protests just last month, or many other protests that have been going on over the past few years, holding their pictures proudly, crying and dancing. There was a video of a mother saying, I had promised myself I would never dance again. I would never celebrate until this day came. The death of a dictator, the death of somebody many people blame for what's been going on in the country. There were DJs brought out on the streets of Karaj. There were women without headscarves dancing, which, by the way, is still illegal in Iran. So by this reaction, you can see what this means to so many Iranians. But let's make no mistake, even though we're all celebrating the death of Khamenei, a dictator, an authoritarian cleric who did so many bad things, his hands are covered in blood. This is not the end, because the Islamic Republic didn't start with him and it's not going to end with him.
Can I just say, it's really quite something to see you here and your kind of visceral, emotional reaction to what happened. It just comes across so much with what you're saying and how you're expressing that feeling. So it's so important to us to have you here in the studio today because of that. You talked there about what next. How concerned are you about what the next months and years have in store for Iran?
Look, like many other Iranians, I know what's in store, right? The bombs dropping on the streets of Iran, in Tehran, the capital in particular. My own family's there. The internet's been cut out. I don't know if my grandmother, if my aunts, if my uncles are alive. I don't know if they've been caught in the fire. I have no way of contacting them, to speaking with them. You know, there are so many people right now in Iran fearing exactly this, but on their own lives. We also know about the longer-term consequences. You know, look at the Gulf Wars. America going to countries, getting rid of the regimes and then abandoning them. Trump said, we've paved the way, now it's up to you. Yeah, the regime is still there. There would be no boots on the ground, and this war could go on for weeks. He has said so himself. And we know that drains the country of its financial resources. It drains the country of its many other resources. Yes, Iranians are celebrating. Most of them, I'm confident to say, because they believe it's a hit on the Iranian regime, not the Iranian people, and the targeted attacks have shown it. But the dangers of them dying, the dangers of the economy getting even worse is very much there. But, you know, as I said last time I was here, Iranians feel like they're drowning, and any hand is going to help them up. And this, for many people I've spoken to, inside the country in particular, has been many, many steps forward. But where it leads to, it's an anxiety that I share with my other fellow Iranians, and only time can tell.
I guess the follow-up question to that, I think you used that phrase, you know, extending a hand to help the people who are drowning. I mean, who knows where it goes and who knows what happens next? But do you think the Iranian people are grateful to President Trump this morning?
Yes, they are. I mean, make no mistake, no one thinks that Trump's priority is human rights in Iran. No one for a second thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu or Trump wants to save the people of Iran. But two things can be true at once. Whatever we know what Trump's priorities are. He wants to get rid of Iran's nuclear deal. He wants to leave a nice legacy. And this is very momentous, by the way. This could either make or break him within the presidential elections. It could really destroy his legacy or make it. But Iranians, most of them are immensely grateful. There are videos of Iranians saying thank you. They're chanting his names on the streets of Iran. I was talking to this protester inside Iran who has managed to get in touch with me through VPNs, through Starlink. It's really difficult to speak to them. I've been interviewing this young woman. She's in her early 20s. She's a university student. She's been going to a lot of protests. She's one of the people I've been talking to for years. And I asked her, I was like, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about what Trump has said in particular? Because I know that from previous wars, particularly the 12-day war last June, she was so against the war. She was so against Trump. I was like, has your opinion changed? Has anything changed for you? She said, well, I disagree with many things that Trump stands for. I disagree with many of his policies, with how he's with women, with the Epstein files. She mentioned this. This is like a young woman inside Iran. But she said, we are so grateful because he went somewhere that no other leader in the world would have. And he has come and given us the helping hand that we need. Because otherwise, we're not going to stop. We're not going to ever not want this regime because they're killing us. They are They've stolen our lives and futures away. But what Trump has done, at least for now, is to give Iranian people some hope. Where that leads, we're going to have to wait and see.
Sahazan, thanks as always for joining us. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Well, look, our next guest knows the reality of the current Iranian regime all too well.
Ali Safavi is a member of Iran's parliament in exile and has been involved with the country's politics for 5 decades and saw his older brother executed in 1981 for his opposition. He joins us now. Thanks so much for joining us on this. Can you just clarify for us what Iran's parliament in exile is?
First of all, thank you very much for having me on the show. Yes, indeed, the National Council of Resistance of Iran is a coalition of 460 Iranian opposition groups and personalities that was formed in 1981. Its president-elect is a woman, Mrs. Mariam Rajavi, who, by the way, lost one sister at the hands of the Shah's regime, one sister, one sister-in-law, and one brother-in-law at the hands of the current regime. And she has outlined a 10-point plan for the future of Iran, which basically guarantees gender equality, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, the abolition of the death penalty, autonomy for Iranian ethnic minorities, a non-nuclear Iran, an end to torture, and independent judiciary, a plan that many observers have called the Jeffersonian plan for the future of Iran. And on Saturday, the NCRI announced the formation of a provisional government, which will take over, and within 6 months, it will hold free and fair elections to elect a national legislative constituent assembly, which will draft the future constitution of the country. The NCRI, of course, has had tremendous support internationally, including bipartisan majorities in the House of Lords and, of course, in the Commons, as well as a majority in the United States House of Representatives, 4,000 parliamentarians, 137 former world leaders, and 80 Nobel laureates. So it's a well-recognized opposition that has been active for some 45 years. And of course, it has a major constituent, the Mujahideen Khalq, that has been active in Iran for 60 years, first in opposition to the Shah, and then in opposition to the current regime. And 100,000 of its members and sympathizers have been executed by this regime, including 30,000 in 1988, based on a fatwa by Khomeini.
I mean,
and interestingly,
it really just shows, I think, as you say, you know, the bravery, I guess, of people who have taken positions in opposing the regime over many, many years. I guess the question that so many people will be wanting to answer this morning is that there is obviously the celebration that we were talking about before, that the oppressive dictator, the leader of the regime, has gone. But is there, do you think, genuinely a hope that there could be a form of government coming through that could be good for the people of Iran, or is it just going to be more of the same?
Very good question. I believe after 120 years since the turn of the 20th century, the Iranian people have fought and died under 4 dictatorships. Reza Shah, who was installed, unfortunately, by the British. Mohammad Reza Shah, who, after being ousted, was restored to the throne by a coup d'etat engineered by the CIA and MI6. And of course, then you had Khomeini, who hijacked a popular revolution in 1979 and turned it on its head. And then you had Khamenei. So I think after these experiences, the Iranian people are more than ever ready to bring about democratic change, have a democratic republic, and they paid a heavy price. I think what guarantees that Iran will not return to the dark days of the mullahs or the dark days of the Pahlavi dynasty is the presence of a very potent, structured, nationwide organization within Iran itself, the Mujahideen Khalq, who, as I said, have paid dearly in this struggle. They were very active during the January protests, as well as in 2022, 2019, and 2017. Mm-hmm. And of course, just this past Saturday, they targeted Khamenei's compound with 250 fighters. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it, and forgive me for moving along. We have an action-packed show this morning, Ali Safafi there. Now, a little bit of updating news coming out. We just had some updates coming from Kuwaiti foreign... sorry, let's bring this up. The Kuwaitis saying that an aircraft has been hit, but those on board had survived. And we'll bring you more on that when we have it. As you can see, Michael Clark is here with me, our defence and security analyst, to break down some of the latest assessments of this. Michael, just stepping back from it all, the action we saw 48 hours ago, what stands out to you as you've analysed it more, and the ability to take out the Ayatollah with no boots on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, we were speculating at the time when these attacks began on Saturday morning that the timing seems curious. And Sean Bell, our other analyst, he and I were talking about this and saying that it was so late in the day, given that Tehran is 3.5 hours ahead of London, and we heard about it at 6 in the morning, so 9:30, 10 o'clock in Tehran. And we said that was not the ideal time to launch attacks of this sort. So they must have had eyes on a target and have gone for the target early. And that now seems to be, in the last 12 hours, seems to have been confirmed in the US, that Israeli intelligence got an idea that the Ayatollah and a lot of his staff were back in the compound, which is extraordinarily foolish of them, although the compound goes very deep. And they went back into the compound, I assume on the assumption that as the Americans hadn't attacked overnight, they were safe for at least another 24 hours. And the Israelis got wind of the target, said to the Americans, it seems, we want to go early. And the Americans said, OK, go. So the whole attack went in, it looks, maybe 24 hours earlier than they had planned, maybe even 48 hours earlier than they planned. But it shows the value of Israeli intelligence is very, very good. And they had 3 sites, it seems, that they had good information where people were, and they went for them. And as we saw from the pictures, they completely devastated the compound in which the Ayatollah was there, and they killed a lot of people in there.
What do you make of the breadth of the Iranian response, perhaps not the successful depth of it?
Breadth is clear. I mean, the Iranians have no choice in one sense. From a military point of view, they've got, I mean, some said they had about 2,000 missiles. I've seen some reports they have maybe up to 4,000 ballistic missiles. That might be a bit over the top, but they've certainly got some thousands of ballistic missiles. The military logic for them is to use them or lose them, because they know Israeli intelligence is very good and American intelligence is very good at watching what's going on. If they hold those missiles back for another 2 or 3 weeks, they might well lose them. So the tendency is to say, OK, we have been attacked in a total sense. The American president has said he's trying to destroy the government of Iran. That is war. If you try to destroy a foreign government, that's war. If you're trying to destroy people, that's genocide. But if you're trying to destroy a government, that's war. So they've declared war on us. We must use what we've got while we've still got it. And the Iranians have done what they said they would do, which is to attack bases. And they're going for anything they can find, which is American, Israeli or allied countries. And indeed, I mean, some of this stuff will affect civilians, because if you attack bases, some of your drones and missiles will be brought down and they're going to fall somewhere. So there's going to be some collateral damage and deaths through debris.
Talk to me about what resilience Iran has under the surface. How damaged will they be by so many of the key leadership members going versus having people to step into the fold? Very good point.
Politically, they've got a lot of resilience. So the leadership might have been rocked by this, undoubtedly. But Larijani, who is designated as the interim successor, Larijani has said, OK, we've got a council of 3 who are making decisions. And it will take a while for the Iranians to make clear decisions again. The fact that they attacked Duqm in Oman, they said, we didn't intend to do that because the Omanis are a friend. They've been negotiating. And Duqm is a port, very important container port. And they attacked it. And they said, well, that was kind of on autopilot. We didn't mean to do that. So there is a degree of chaos, you would imagine, at the top. But the top is still there. The Republican Guard are about 200 and 220,000 people, all armed and fairly dedicated. Below that, there's the Basij, who are the militia that go down to the lowest possible levels in Iranian society. These are the people who will come out on the streets and shoot anyone that they think looks like a demonstrator. There's like 600,000 of them. And then there's an army of about 800,000, something like that. Now, one of the key questions is, what will the army do? We know what the Republican Guard will do, and the Basij would want to do. They want to preserve their power and the influence. What does the army do? Will they sit on their hands? Will they go in with loyalty to the regime now that it's being attacked? Or would they, if demonstrators come out onto the streets, would the army try to defend the demonstrators? If that were the case, then we're looking at some sort of civil war. But in political terms, there is real depth in the Islamic Republic's control of society. So there is some depth there. Less economic depth. And the Americans are going for they've hit Kharg Island, for instance, they've hit Abadan, the transit points, but they're not hitting the energy production of Iran at the moment. That would be a really big step. If they went for Iran's energy production, then the Iranians, I think, would then try and hit lots of energy sources elsewhere in the region.
1 minute left, Michael. What about who Iran have targeted in response, and how does that change regional opinion of Iran?
It's changing it a bit. They've gone for all Gulf states, so they've hit, I think, seven sovereign countries now, one by mistake. I mean, they're a paper tiger in the sense that nothing they do does a whole lot of damage, but it's a political expression. And any paper tiger can get lucky. So they're hoping to get lucky against the Americans or the Israelis. They are creating a sort of a front against them, but that's not the same as a front that fully agrees with what the United States and Israel are doing. So I think the Gulf states, I mean, and the Saudis are taking a big role now, saying to all their Gulf neighbours, even the UAE that haven't got along with for a long time, you know, we're looking after you. So the Saudis are trying to emerge here as a Gulf, they are a Gulf superpower, but a Gulf protector of the others. I think we'll see a different sort of Gulf arising out of this. But they don't want Iran to collapse. They don't want the chaos that will go with it. I mean, there's 5 million Pakistanis around the Gulf. And Pakistan, people have been killed in Karachi, in demonstrations in Karachi over what is happening in the Gulf.
Michael, pleasure as always.
Big regional implications.
Thanks so much. Good to see you, Michael Clark. Much more coverage after this short break when Mornings returns.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock and welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
With Sophie and Wilf, a very good morning from me as well. Lots ahead.
Conflict in the Middle East spreads to Lebanon. Israel exchanges fire with Hezbollah and tells people to evacuate.
3 US service members are killed in Kuwait. Donald Trump says attacks will continue at full force and more US troops are likely to die.
The UK says the US can use British military bases. Hours later, a UK base in Cyprus is hit by a drone.
We'll discuss the latest on the UK's involvement with the former UK ambassador to the US, Sir Peter Westmacott.
And oil prices surged to $78 a barrel.
Very good morning. Welcome back to the programme. Well, we've heard the word unprecedented a lot over the last 48 hours since Israel and the US launched a joint strike against Iran. The Middle East is in crisis and people across the region are living in fear of where might be struck next.
So military bases and also civilian sites have been targeted in retaliation in the UAE, in Israel and in Kuwait. And that means, tragically, casualties on all sides have begun to rise. Well, our whole programme this morning is going to be devoted to the crisis. It's a fast-moving story. We'll bring you all the developments as they happen, and we'll also try and step back a bit and ask the big question, what happens next?
Well, we've got full team coverage across the region. Our Middle East correspondent Anna Parsons in Jerusalem, Sally Lockwood is in Dubai for us, David Blevins is in Washington, and we'll also hear from our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's here in London for us. Let's go to Adam first in Jerusalem. Adam, bring us up to speed on the latest overnight, specifically with those developments between Israel and Lebanon.
Yeah, I suppose that is, in terms of the geopolitics, that's the standout one at the moment. So Lebanon is right up in the north of Israel, and Hezbollah, which is not the Lebanese government, but is a significant political military force, particularly in the south of Lebanon, and has had funding from Iran, has launched rockets into northern Israel. It says, as an act of vengeance for the memory of Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed, of course, on the first day of this war. Now, those rockets have not caused any damage at all in northern Israel. A couple of them landed in a field and were allowed to go off there. The others were intercepted. In fact, Israel, we understand, has used a new technology called the Iron Beam, which is a laser beam intercept technology there in Lebanon. But what has happened is that Israel has responded with much, much more military might than Hezbollah showed, has attacked targets across Lebanon, particularly in the south, but also in Beirut. And we understand that 31 people have been killed. The Israelis are talking about maintaining that attack for the next couple of days. Israel knew, or was almost sure, that Hezbollah would attack. It had reinforced that border, put a division up there just a few days ago. And it's worth saying this is not something that's come out of the blue. There has been tit-for-tat attacks for a while. Of course, this follows on from a ceasefire after a war between Israel and Hezbollah. So that very uneasy peace has now broken, and Israel is launching those attacks. I think Israel sees this as an opportunity to try to absolutely degrade Hezbollah in the way that clearly it has degraded or has attempted to degrade Hamas in Gaza. So that's what's happening up there in Lebanon. The Americans and Israelis continue to attack Iran overnight. More huge attacks on Iran and indeed on the capital, Tehran. There were Iranian missiles coming back in this direction as well. A very big barrage overhead last night. And there were more waves came across this morning, but not actually for about 2.5 hours. So it has been peaceful here in that time, but of course that can change rapidly. Israel waking up today, having had a jolt yesterday when an Iranian missile got through its air defences and struck a town, a very large town, west of Jerusalem. a place called Beit Shemesh, which the missile hit an area. We were there yesterday, destroying homes, a school, a synagogue, and directly striking a bomb shelter in which it would appear 9 people were killed and many others were wounded. And for many Israelis, that is a horrendous wake-up call. It is, I think, easy for Israeli civilians to become a little complacent because their aerial defences, the Iron Dome, the other mechanisms, are so effective at blocking missiles. But as one military official said to me yesterday, nothing can be 100% effective. Missiles do get through. Also, so does the debris from those missiles. Some people were injured in the edge of Jerusalem yesterday when debris fell. We know that in Tel Aviv there have been more injuries. And I have to say, I think part of Iran's strategy is, and we've seen this, is not just to attack Israel. It is to try to embroil the wider region, to try to get the Gulf states, and Saleh Lockwood, who you'll be talking to, is of course witnessing this, to try to get those Gulf states to be part of this conflict.
Adam, we're just jumping in now to listen to a briefing from the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. This is a spokesperson.
Army. In the first wave, we immediately asked the Lebanese villagers to evacuate from there because there are Hezbollah bases, and this Lion's Roar campaign, we immediately backed up all our forces in the north because we took into account that the Hezbollah might open fire. This enabled us to shoot immediately, quickly. Our forces are deployed along the border, and we can continue with the defense and the offense whenever it is needed. We warned the Hezbollah what it would cost them if they attacked the state of Israel. If they stood alongside the Iranian regime, they made a very, very bad mistake. The IDF will react very swiftly, and they will pay a heavy price. I would like to speak to those in the residents of the north. We are, of course, beside you. And immediately we spoke to it was the Chief of General Staff who spoke to the forces in the north, and we explained that the Hezbollah would pay a very, very high price. The Hezbollah has chosen once again to sacrifice the people of Lebanon. We will continue deepen that very fundamental hit against the Iranian tyranny. We have started with another wave of attacks. We're talking about dozens of our combat airplanes who have been hitting out at the headquarters in Iran. Over these 2 days, we have hit out at some of their top brass, plus their infrastructure, and wherever they have launch pads and have been shooting the missiles at us. Together with very, very close collaboration with the United States, we'll continue identifying where the ballistic missile launch pads are and their caches of weapons are. We are continuing with all our forces. We're talking about air, sea, and ground forces if necessary. We are continuing defending and guarding the people of Israel. This is the 3rd day of this campaign. Please, I am asking you, continue conducting yourselves with this resilience, but adhering to the instructions of the Home Front Command. These save lives. And I would like to remind you that even if the threat is different, then the way we defend ourselves must be identical. Please ensure that you go into these safe areas, to the shelters. The safe and the shelters, when you go into it at the time of a warning, can save lives. Even at these moments, hundreds of air vehicles are actually fighting in Lebanon, in Iran, or wherever necessary. Anyone who pays will pay. Anyone who attacks us, they will pay. I will continue being with you, and I will continue updating you if anything continues. Is IDF ready for a maneuver, a ground maneuver in Lebanon? Hezbollah opened fire at us last night. It knew exactly what it was doing. We warned them, and it will pay a very heavy price for that. We are very well prepared for it. We're talking about over 100,000 of reserves that we have actually recruited. We're talking about all our other ground forces and soldiers. We're talking not only on the offensive, but on the defense the whole time. And any possibilities are still on the table. From Haaretz. After Hezbollah has actually gone on, do you intend to evacuate the residents of the north? As I said, we were prepared for a multi-arena, multi-theater attack. And of course, we're stressing the northern border. And as I said, we have recruited over 100,000 reservists. And therefore, I would like to speak to the residents of the north. We're going to do everything possible that we can in order to defend and protect you, even if we need to actually carry out an offensive for your sakes. It was said that it will actually take 4 to 5 weeks, it was said in the States. Is that also your opinion? Well, as I said a few times, we have a number of objectives for this war that we defined very carefully, and we will continue to deepen them as time goes on. We will hit at that regime in Iran as much as possible. We started this offensive in order to remove the existential threat against us. In the previous war, we talk about the nuclear facilities, and what about the enrichment of uranium? Well, we have a number of objectives. We are working based on a very organized plan that we have set out. In the Rising Lion, we said it was the nuclear facility that we would hit at very severely. We will continue, of course, with all our objectives. We will continue deepen this assault against them. I'm not going to give any information out by answering fully that question to the enemy.
Israeli Defence Force spokesperson there giving a statement. We'll, of course, bring you any updates on this extremely fast-moving story. But in the meantime, we're here to Dubai. We can talk to Sky's correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's there for us. Sally, an awful lot of people are going to be waking up this morning very anxious, not least, of course, the, I think, 200,000 British nationals in the region, many of them in Dubai, where you are. What is the latest news that you can tell us?
Hi to you, Sophie. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll stay connected this time. As I was saying to you in the last hit, when we broke up, even the internet here is a bit shaky and in and out at the moment. There is absolutely nothing normal about what is going on in the UAE and what has been going on over the course of the weekend. We're hearing reports that banking apps are down. I was unable to withdraw cash this morning. Even very basic things that you take for granted here don't seem to be working as they normally would. And of course, then there's the extremely volatile security situation. It did appear there was some sort of lull overnight in terms of the amount of explosions and loud blasts that we've been hearing, but they have returned this morning. At least a succession of at least 6 blasts were heard around 9 o'clock this morning in Dubai. Reports too from eyewitnesses that the air raid sirens have been going off near the airport in Abu Dhabi. And there's also a video circulating of an explosion in what looks like a residential area in the northern emirate of Ras Al Khaimah, close to a luxury hotel. We're also hearing that Amazon, they've confirmed that one of their data centers here in the UAE was hit by what they're describing as objects overnight. And then, of course, yes, the enormous British presence that's here in the UAE, not just in terms of the number of citizens who've chosen to make the UAE their home, around 250,000 of them, but also the number of people that come here on holiday. It's a really popular time of year in the winter to come here for some winter sunshine. And tens of thousands of people are estimated to be here on holiday at the moment. 300,000 British citizens have registered themselves as present in the Middle East with the Foreign Office. And yesterday, in one of their updates, they said that around 75% of the British citizens that had registered were here in the UAE. The large majority of them holidaymakers. And I guess when air travel reopens here, which has been delayed again by another 24 hours, Emirates has updated us in the last hour that flights will not be resuming before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It was originally 3 o'clock this afternoon. And I'm also hearing from certain travellers that they've been told that flights may not depart until Thursday at the earliest. Now, some people have been trying to get out of the UAE and some trying to get back into the UAE who are stranded abroad through the Omani border. And I'm hearing reports this morning there that people are being turned back, that border may now be closing. Certainly, it's extraordinary times here. People have been ordered to stay at home today. Businesses have been ordered to remote work for the next few days. Schools are closed as well. And Nasdaq Dubai, the International Financial Exchange, is also going to remain closed for the next 2 days. I should say, obviously, there is a lot of concern. People here are quite shaken up. It's going to be interesting when the airspace does reopen, the response from those tourists that are here on holiday. I've spoken to some who just want to get out of here. They cannot wait to get home. Others are more relaxed. They're lying on sun lounges around pools. And it's the same with residents. Some seem to be quite chilled out about the situation and think that normality is going to return very, very soon. Others are really freaking out and have moved to hotels in Northern Emirates. Some also escaped to Oman on that first night of attacks on Saturday. Port Rashid, which is just north of Dubai, I'm hearing from eyewitnesses there this morning that the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been in the region for several weeks now, is parked up, as they put it, opposite Port Rashid, just north of Dubai. So, I mean, some are saying, well, look, the Americans who have given us their biggest warship, the biggest warship in the world, is just sitting off Dubai's coast. We couldn't be more protected. And the UAE also has some of the most sophisticated air defense systems in the world. They've intercepted hundreds of drones, hundreds of missiles in the last 2 to 3 days. I think the concern is we just don't know how many drones the Iranians have got and how willing they are to continue this war, striking Gulf states. It's certainly really rattled people here. It's unclear when normality will return. And I guess the big fear is that this sense of instability and uncertainty could be a new normal, not just for the UAE, but for the region.
Sally in Dubai, thanks so much. Let's go to David now in Washington. David, 48 hours in, do we have any firmer conviction of precisely what President Trump's aim is with all of this? And I guess, crucially stemming from that, his commitment to delivering on that aim?
Well, not really. The White House is working very hard to control the narrative. I think it was telling last night that the president didn't take questions from reporters on Air Force One as he returned from Florida to Washington. That's very out of character. Instead, his own team recorded his second address to the nation in 48 hours and posted it on his own Truth Social platform. And in that address, he really was preparing the American people for a couple of things. The possibility of this going on for a while. He said combat operations would continue until they had achieved their objective. Speaking to a reporter on the phone earlier, he had predicted 4 weeks. And then the possibility of more American lives being lost. We know that 3 US service personnel have already been killed by a strike on a base in Kuwait. And actually, a few moments ago, Kuwait's Ministry of Defense said several US warplanes had crashed this morning, but all crew members have survived. But it is a reminder of the danger they face. And that danger really is Donald Trump's worst nightmare. Because when coffins start coming home draped in American flags, then it redraws the political battlefield here at home. Because Donald Trump was the president who mocked foreign wars, who was scathing of his predecessors for engaging in them, who vowed during the election campaign that American blood would no longer be spilt in these far-off places. Now, he has clearly changed his mind, as he's entitled to do. But no matter how he strategically justifies that, he must know that this is a decision that is going to be tested when Americans go to the polls in the midterm elections later this year. So this is not just a defining moment for Iran. It's a moment of reckoning for Donald Trump too, because the outcome of this war with Iran is going to define his presidency.
David, thank you very much indeed. Let's talk now to our Security and Defence Editor, Deborah Haynes, who joins us now. Deborah, I thought it was interesting talking to the Foreign Secretary this morning about the specific use of UK air bases, saying that it would only be defensive, it was nothing about, kind of political targets. What do you make about the UK's involvement in this war?
I mean, because the UK has military bases and personnel across the region, it was always going to be sucked into the war, whether it liked it or not. I mean, on top of that, you've obviously got, as the Foreign Secretary was saying, around 300,000 British citizens living or holidaying or working across the Gulf region. And so they, too, are in the firing line, and that, too, is a massive headache for the Foreign Office and for the UK government. From the beginning, Keir Starmer and the rest of the cabinet have really been tying themselves in knots when it comes to this question of allowing the Americans to use British bases, specifically RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire and also Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, to launch strikes against Iran. These are two British air bases used as an American air base presence too, large bombers based there, clearly important to be able to strike targets inside or against the regime. And the British decided that they weren't going to give that permission in the run-up to the actual war starting, much to the frustration, as we heard, from Donald Trump. And now, because you're seeing Iran predictably lashing back, fighting back, launching these missiles and drones across the region, including with a drone. We don't know if it's an Iranian drone or one fired by Hezbollah, hitting an RAF base in Cyprus. Suddenly the threat is very direct and against the UK. And so that clearly is why the calculation has changed. It will be interesting, the first pictures that I'm sure we will see of American planes launching from RAF Fairford to strike Iran. That will be a moment. But in terms of the risk for the UK more broadly, we've already had that one strike of a drone hitting this British base in Cyprus. I understand, well, the Foreign Secretary said it hit the runway. I understand that the damage was very minimal. In the run-up to this anticipated American action, we know that the British sent fast jets to Cyprus, more of them, more to Qatar. I also understand that hundreds of British military personnel were forward deployed to Cyprus to help bolster defences there. We know that there are counter-drone units. We also know from the Prime Minister that the Ukrainians are actually going to be offering advice and support in terms of countering drones in the Gulf, which is an interesting development too. But there is still a vulnerability. We're not going to be able to shoot down everything that comes towards the UK. Yes, there's a big American aircraft carrier parked off the coast of Cyprus, which will be a big envelope when it comes to bolstering air defences. But it's a huge risk. And if there is one significant strike that gets through, then that becomes a really big problem, not just for Donald Trump, but also for the UK. One final point, just to show how risky this is. We were told by the Defence Secretary yesterday that the Iranian strike against a US naval base in Bahrain on Saturday, there's a British base also there with some 300 British personnel, and that strike landed just 200 metres away from some of them. So that shows just how close they are to these attacks and just how dangerous a moment this is for everybody.
Deb, as always, thanks so much. Deborah Haynes there, our Defence and Security Editor, will be back speaking to all of our correspondents on this story later on in the morning.
Now, look, we're devoting pretty much the whole programme to Iran rightly this morning, but there's always a calculation when you're making kind of morning programmes like ours about whether or not domestic stories, domestic issues are things that we cover at the same time as well. And there is one issue going on today that I think we feel strongly enough that it is worth giving a pause in our coverage of Iran to reflect on. And to discuss it now is Baroness Burton. Great to have you on the programme. There's an important vote going on today in the House of Lords, and it's about, difficult for breakfast audiences, I know, but it's about child abuse, right?
That's right, absolutely. We are.
the thing that surprised him most about becoming Prime Minister was the amount of time that's taken up by foreign affairs, the amount of decisions that are made.
Yeah.
Was it the same for David Cameron?
Yeah, well, Prime Ministers get criticised all the time for sort of not focusing on the domestic and being distracted by foreign affairs. But to be perfectly honest, it's very difficult not to be, because they are, you know, they matter to the world order, and particularly in a situation at the moment and where the world seems to be, these big things seem to be shifting in such a huge way. So I have sympathy with the Prime Minister at the moment. You know, I hope, and the Foreign Secretary, and I wish them well, because these are big things.
Baroness Burton, thanks so much for joining us. Good to see you. I'll take a quick break up next. First break for a while. We'll be back with more analysis of the very latest in the Middle East. Markets were closed largely at the weekend, so there's a lot of anticipation about how markets would open this morning. Let's snapshot on oil prices in particular. Clearly, they have responded. When oil futures opened late last night, it was about a 12% increase in oil prices. Then that pared back only 4 or 5% in the early hours of this morning, it's picking up again. So it's up 9.5%, the oil price this morning. Of course, that's a very significant one-day move. It's worth noting that other assets perhaps aren't reacting as much as you might expect. Gold, of course, a safe haven trade is up, but only 2.4%. And equity markets perhaps could have reacted more as well. For example, in Japan, I think the market closed down 1.4%. The FTSE 100, which is now open, down 0.9%. Now, that 10% or so oil price increase, very significant for a one-day move, but also worth noting how much it's moved so far this year. If we show you a chart of the oil price over the course of the last 12 months, you can see that year to date, since January, it's up some 26%, and a lot of that was in anticipation of potential Middle East conflict. So it is a significant move in and around all of the action of the last weekend. Just a point of note as well, oil prices last summer in the 12-day war against Iran spiked significantly. They pared back quite quickly, and of course that's because the war did not persist for that long, and that is one of the key factors to watch going on from here. Not just where the oil price gets to, but how long it rises. And of course, if you're talking about inflation here domestically, you require quite a persistence of elevated commodity prices, whereas the brief spike last summer didn't really factor in. Why is this all moving? Well, here's a chart of Iran's oil output. Left-hand side is the daily barrels per day in the blue bar chart, so about 3.5 million barrels per day. The yellow line and the right-hand side is the percentage, that is, of global supply. Not that much, only about 4%. And by the way, about 95% of that goes east to Asia, so it doesn't come to the West, albeit, of course, oil price, global commodity, it rises one place, it rises everywhere. So why is it having such an effect if it's only 4% of global supply? If we look at a map of the south of Iran, with the Straits of Hormuz, which you've probably heard mentioned a lot over the course of the weekend, marked on it, even if Iran only is representing 4% of global oil supplies, around 15 to 20% of global oil supply has to pass through the Strait of Hormuz every single day. And it doesn't take much conflict in the broader region to shut down commercial ships from wanting to travel through there. Of course, the bar for them to have to play safe is much lower than for military ships. And again, we come back to the question, not so much of the scale of conflict. We've already crossed the line for that being enough to shut down a lot of the travel through the Straits of Hormuz. It's the persistence from here. If we have weeks of the scale of conflict we have at the moment, then I think you'll see oil prices go a lot higher and it start to affect global markets and other asset classes a lot more than it has done already, Sophie.
Fascinating stuff, just putting the kind of financial picture in real sharp relief there. Well, to get more on this and the conflict in Iran is someone who knows an awful lot, I think it's fair to say, about geopolitics and about this kind of thing. The former UK ambassador to the US, Sir Peter Westmacott, great to have you here.
Good morning, Sophie.
It's said that the question that we should all ask at the beginning of these kind of conflicts is, tell me how this ends. Do you think that question's been asked?
I think it's been asked by a lot of people. I don't think any of us are seeing any good answers to it. Normally speaking, if you're going to embark on an exercise like this, and we had the same debate 20 years ago in Iraq, how does this end? Where do we go after the easy bit, the military part? You need to have some sort of answers. There weren't good answers in Iraq, and there's no evidence that the White House has produced answers to those questions or even asked them, because we haven't had the case made to Congress, we haven't had the case made to the United Nations Security Council, we haven't had the case made to the American people, really, that there is a good reason for America to go to war and launch all these attacks. They've talked about the threat of nuclear weapons, but a few days earlier, America was saying, well, actually, no, there isn't an imminent threat, even if the Iranians are trying to start enrichment again. They've talked a bit about missiles, but the missiles, they are rebuilding their missiles after a lot of them were destroyed in the 12-day war back in June. But, you know, where is the strong case for doing this? And it looks like it's regime change, and to some extent, a little bit of a vanity project, because remember that President Trump promised the Iranian people he would be with them if they took to the streets. Tens of thousands were slaughtered by the Khamenei regime before he was killed, and America did nothing. So there's probably an element of wanting to look a little bit better. But then what? We've now got rid of Khamenei. The president has said, oh, well, the guys we had in mind to take over seem to be dead now, so we've got to think again about a new leadership. The Iranians were ready for this. They knew that Khamenei was either going to be killed or was going to die of natural causes. He was 86 years old, after all. They've got this interim council of 3 people. They're going to work out who is the definitive successor. Is it going to be another, theocratic Ayatollah type? Don't know. Or will it be more revolutionary guards who could be pragmatic, could be more interested in survival and wealth and stability and prosperity for themselves than ideology? We just don't know. But so the answer to your question, I'm afraid, is that I'm not sure those questions have been adequately asked, and they certainly haven't been adequately answered.
Have you been surprised or not, Peter, by, again, on both sides, the seeming success of the US attacks so far and their might and ability, and on the other side, the lack of success from Iran's response, or are we understating that, or is there more to come?
I don't think it's been surprising how well militarily the Americans have done. It is a fantastically effective machine. Donald Trump says he's rebuilt the military single-handed, and that may be an exaggeration, but they are very good at this stuff. We saw what they did in Venezuela, slightly high risk, but brilliant execution. And they and the Israelis, who've got a lot of the really key intelligence about the targets and who to hit and where they are and who's having breakfast in which bunker, so on, that is clear from their previous outings. So, no, I'm not particularly surprised by the success of the military operations. I'm a little bit surprised that nobody really knows how successful the bunker busters were back in June in destroying the enrichment facilities. No one's quite clear how damaged they are. Are they obliterated? Or is there still half a ton of highly enriched uranium, which could eventually be made into a bomb? Nobody seems to be clear about that. But no, I think militarily, not a surprise, nor was the timing. We all knew it was going to happen in the next few days. There was a question, was it Saturday, was it Sunday, was it daylight, was it nighttime? And so they have done an extraordinary job. What I'm a little surprised about is that the Iranians, who clearly have had some time since last June, but that's not very long. Imagine what we would do in 9 months, here in the UK, if we had to rebuild our military defence facilities. They've launched hundreds of missiles. I'm sorry they've done it at the Gulf states, the poor Gulf states who are innocent in this. But in Abu Dhabi, which is not known for its military prowess, they've shot down about 95% of the missiles and drones that have been launched at them with their own anti-aircraft defence kit. That has surprised me, that they've done so well. Of course, there have been some booms, there have been a few strikes on hotels and ports, and that's worrying for tourism, it's worrying for markets, it's worrying for trade. But that has surprised me, that the Gulfies have done so well, with some American help, of course, in, if you like, not fighting back, but seeing off some of those missile attacks that the Iranians have thrown at them.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Can I ask you a bit about the UK response? Because it's a tough one for Keir Starmer, right? Like, we talked about it a lot on the programme today. Initially saying that absolutely not getting involved at all, we're going to refuse any request to use the bases. That position's changed. They're now allowing the US to use the bases.
Yeah.
Is that the right political calculation?
I think the first reaction, which I noticed that Defence Secretary John Healey didn't really want to deal with in the Sunday shows, was that under international law, it was not legitimate to launch this attack, and therefore the Brits wouldn't be involved, and we could not allow the Americans to use British bases, which are, of course, very important for them in operations in the Middle East. I think a lot of people were rather rude about that, especially the Conservatives and the far right, were saying, this is pathetic, why don't we support our allies? Well, I think the lawyers were looking at it and saying it's very hard to argue this is justifiable. And remember that all the previous things, whether it's Iraq or Syria or Libya, whichever British government it has, they've had to ask themselves the same question of the law officers. Is this legal or is it not? If it is, OK. If it's not, if we haven't got the United Nations Security Council or international law or self-defence, you can't do it. So it's not new and it's not different. We do have a lawyer as Prime Minister, so it's not surprising he should look at it in that way. Now, I think the calculation has changed. Some unkind souls will say this is another U-turn, but actually because we have now had attacks on British interests from Iranians, then it becomes an issue of self-defence, and now I think it's legally much more clear-cut, and it's politically not difficult. So I think it's the right call. It happens to make the relationship with the United States, I suspect, easier, because we're no longer saying to them that you can't use your bases for defensive purposes. So the Iranian attacks have made that slightly easier.
I'm interested, do you think the net effect will be an easier relationship rather than the lack of permission in the first place damaging the relationship? Does it not make the US think that general point that they've had for some years now, perhaps unfounded, that we always have to do all the hard work and you guys don't step up when needed?
I think it is a problem. But over the years, they have made extensive use of places like Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford and different Ascension Island, different facilities that we have made available to them. And very rarely has the United Kingdom government had to say to them, sorry, can't do that, because our law officers say that it is not possible. When I was ambassador in Washington, we had a tricky problem because President Obama wanted to bomb Syria over the use of chemical weapons in 2013. It wasn't so much the law officers, but Parliament said, you know what, we're not going along with this. And there was a moment of rupture there. In fact, from President Obama's point of view, who then went to Congress, who said, we haven't got the votes either, Mr. President, they decided to do something different. So this has been around for a while. We are extremely forthcoming in terms of the facilities we make available to the Americans around the world for defense purposes. But they are used to the fact that we have to apply international law over the use. And very rarely is there a problem. So I would like to think that this will not be an issue of lasting damage. What it may have done is made it more difficult for the Americans to go along with the extremely complex Diego Garcia deal, which is still stuck in the weeds somewhere, or in the upper house of the House of Chamber, the House of Lords committees. That may be a problem, because he lashed out on Diego Garcia after he was told that, sorry, you can't use this for offensive purposes, you can only use it for defensive. But I'm hoping that in the longer term it doesn't actually do any material damage to the perceptions of the UK as a reliable ally.
Thank you so much. It's been so interesting to talk, as always. Honestly, we could have talked all day, but I'm sure we'll get you back on in the coming weeks.
I remember the insurance thing about your shipping point.
Absolutely.
Is very important. You know, London is essentially the international insurance market, and if Lloyd's say that the premiums for these ships are now unacceptably high, that's going to interfere with shipping. Yeah, it's not just the military threat in the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, no, that's the point. Commercial ship, the bar is crossed. Yeah. Now the question is how long being above the bar persists, and 9% move in the oil price will seem small if this lasts for weeks and months. But it'll suddenly rise more. We'll see.
Well, there's a reasonable chance it won't last that long.
Yeah, we shall see. Peter, thank you. Great to see you as always.
Thanks.
Now, the Foreign Office trying to evacuate tens of thousands of stranded British nationals across the Gulf region. Blasts have been heard this morning in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, Qatar and Bahrain. Will Bailey is a British influencer in Dubai, and he shared this moment when a fire raged at a nearby hotel following an attack.
We're in Dubai right now, as you've seen in my videos. We're stood on the palm. We're watching missiles fly across. They're being intercepted. One has just hit the Fairmont Hotel behind me. You can't see it, but go on my Instagram and you'll see the smoke. I think it was a missile that was intercepted. It fell onto the hotel. And if we were leaving as that happened, if we were 30 seconds earlier, we would have been in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, Will Bailey joins us now from Dubai. Will, great to have you with us. How long have you been based in Dubai? And I guess no matter what kind of happens in neighbouring countries, did you expect it to always be a peaceful place?
Of course, and I think most people did. I landed early hours of Saturday morning, straight to sleep, woke up and saw that, you know, everything had started. I was in the process of moving here, moving my life here from the UK, as a lot of people have, to start my new business here, my coaching business. And obviously that's all stopped dead in its tracks at the moment.
And just talk us through the scale to which these explosions in and around Dubai or above the skies of Dubai have persisted since that initial video you posted.
Yeah, look, like it's been, the way to describe it is calm but very tense. They're very infrequent, the explosions that you can hear. Obviously, everybody was very shaken up after the Fairmont Hotel incident, and then since then, it has just been very irregular explosions. Obviously, the UAE are doing a great job of intercepting the majority of what's coming over here. But, you know, like yesterday afternoon, there was an 8-hour period where we didn't hear a single sound. And then this morning, we heard 2 of the loudest ones yet. So, yeah, calm but tense is the way to describe it at the moment.
The Foreign Office and the Foreign Secretary have told us that they're looking at a wide range of options to help people in countries targeted by Iran over the weekend. Have you had any kind of reassurance or any contact with British authorities?
So everybody who's in Dubai, everybody's obviously talking to each other, has been sending around this form that we've all been filling in, obviously letting the UK know that we're here. I think something like over 100,000 people have put their details in now. We've had a few generic emails. Obviously, I would assume that if things did get worse here, then we would hear much more from from the UK. But for now, it's just, follow the advice that the UAE are telling us, stay indoors. Yeah, that's about it.
Do you feel under threat at the moment or not?
No, I think anybody who's saying that they do feel under threat, especially in Dubai, is exaggerating. It's just, like I said, calm but tense. Like you'll hear a few explosions, of course, but nobody should feel like they're under direct attack, so to say.
It's interesting. We spoke to our correspondent Sally, who's in Dubai at the minute, and she said that response has been really split between some people who are very, very anxious, trying to find a way of getting out as quickly as they can, and other people who are completely relaxed, just out on sun lounges, making the most of it still. Are you kind of somewhere in the middle between those two reactions, would you say?
This is the thing. So I'm taking shelter, so to say, with a group of 5 people, and all 5 of us were 50 metres away from that drone strike on the Fairmont, which completely shook us. If we hadn't seen that, maybe we would be a lot more relaxed. And as I'm sure most people are, they haven't seen that, they didn't hear that, they didn't see the drone come down and the flames go up and the people screaming. So I think we're definitely a lot more on edge than other people. I can understand why some people, are taking it more lightly than others. But yeah, there are obviously people out there who are exaggerating the situation as well.
Does it change your long-term perspective of wanting to have moved to Dubai and start your business there or not?
It's a question I'm trying to figure out as well, to be honest. I think no. I think generally it is a very safe area to be in. But if this all ends tomorrow, of course I will stay here. If it lasts another 3 weeks, months, then it's a different story.
Thank you so much. It's been great to have you on. Glad that you're following all the advice, sheltering, and do stay safe, of course. But it's good to hear that things have perhaps calmed down a little bit where you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, of course, we're continuing to cover the latest when it comes to the fast-moving situation that we've seen over the weekend when it comes to Iran and everything else as well. A couple of things just to bring you now. Israel refusing to rule out a ground operation in Lebanon. And also, of course, we're seeing the damage in Lebanon after those Israeli airstrikes going on.
I do want to just bring you again those striking pictures of a US aircraft falling out of the sky over Kuwait, and a Kuwaiti foreign minister spokesperson saying that this was a US aircraft, but the pilots did eject. In fact, in an early part of that video, I think just there, you could see the pilot ejecting out of it. The questions over exactly why that came about, possibly an issuance of friendly fire, certainly not a confirmation from the spokesperson that it was an Iranian attack, but that quite arresting photographs, video, including the pilot ejecting, according to the Kuwaiti spokesperson, was a US aircraft, but with nobody affected.
There's also a bit of a move here in the United Kingdom about whether or not Keir Starmer needs to come to Parliament to set out the legal case for allowing the use of the military air bases to the United States. Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, saying that this is a slippery slope. The Prime Minister must not let Trump drag Britain into another prolonged war in the Middle East. He's calling on Keir Starmer to come to Parliament tomorrow to set out the legal case and, critically, to give MPs a vote on this, because I think it is fair to say that there is a wide range of political reaction to this in the UK, from Reform and the Conservatives on the one hand, who probably would say that he should have given the US the use of the bases right from the beginning, all the way over to the Lib Dems, more worried, and of course the Green Party too, who had that striking victory from the Labour Party in Gorton and Denton, not least, of course, over their policy in the Middle East.
Gosh, and we haven't really spoken about that at all today. Shows the craziness of the developments, and of course a significant policy announcement from the Home Secretary today as well, lacking coverage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Of course, changing the rules around permanent status for refugees. We should also just mention the latest snapshot on the markets, which was relatively calm earlier. That calmness is easing away and evaporating somewhat, up 8 or 9% for oil prices this morning. So very significant one-day move. It had been up more late last night and pared that back, but picking up again. Worth noting, though, that the FTSE 100 here, the UK equity market, is only down 1%, so not spreading yet, this effect. So we'll see how that develops as the day goes on.
Yeah, fast-moving day here for us all mornings, and on Sky News we'll bring you the very latest on geopolitics and the fallout from those Iran strikes.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. Welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
Sophie and Wilf, good morning from both of us. An awful lot of fallout on Iran.
Conflict in the Middle East spreads to Lebanon. Israel exchanges fire with Hezbollah and tells people to evacuate.
3 US service members are killed in Kuwait. Donald Trump says attacks will continue at full force and more US troops are likely to die.
The UK says the US can use British military bases. Hours later, a UK base in Cyprus is hit by a drone.
We'll discuss the latest on the UK's involvement in the conflict.
And oil prices surge nearly 10%. We'll have the financial market reaction.
Good morning. Thanks for being with us. We've heard the words unprecedented an awful lot over the last couple of days since Israel and the US launched a joint strike against Iran. The Middle East now in crisis. People across the region are living in fear of where could be struck next.
Military bases and civilian sites have been targeted in retaliation in the UAE, Israel and Kuwait, amongst other places. The inevitable casualties on all sides have begun to rise.
Yeah, so our whole programme this morning is going to be devoted to the crisis. It's a fast-moving story. We'll bring you all the developments as they happen. But we'll also try and step back and ask that crucial question: what happens next?
First, let's bring you up to speed with the latest strikes overnight. The conflict spilled into Lebanon as Israel exchanged fire with Hezbollah.
So people in Beirut jolted awake by a series of loud explosions that actually shook buildings. Sky News understands that there was no warning the attacks were about to happen before the IDF, the Israeli Defence Force, launched 10 strikes on the capital's southern suburbs. The military then issued evacuation orders for dozens of towns across Lebanon. Lebanon's health ministry says at least 31 people have been killed.
And as the strikes began, thousands of people were seen fleeing Beirut in their cars and on foot. A resident described the moment the attack began.
At first, there were 3 explosions. They were a bit far. We went up to the roof and saw that the explosions were behind us. We could only see the smoke. After about 10 minutes, there was another strike, right behind us. We all fled, and after another 10 minutes, there was the last strike. It was 3 consecutive strikes. We came here, and thank God we are OK now.
Well, our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons is following the conflict from Jerusalem.
Yeah, I suppose that is, in terms of the geopolitics, that's the standout one at the moment. So Lebanon is right up in the north of Israel, and Hezbollah, which is not the Lebanese government, but is a significant political military force, particularly in the south of Lebanon, and has had funding from Iran, has launched rockets into northern Israel. It says as an act of vengeance for the memory of Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed, of course, on the first day of this war. Now, those rockets have not caused any damage at all in northern Israel. A couple of them landed in a field and were allowed to go off there. The others were intercepted. In fact, Israel, we understand, has used new technology called the Iron Beam, which is a laser beam intercept technology there in Lebanon. But what has happened is that Israel has responded with much, much more military might than Hezbollah showed, has attacked targets across Lebanon, particularly in the south, but also in Beirut. And we understand that 31 people have been killed. The Israelis are talking about maintaining that attack for the next couple of days. Israel knew, or was almost sure, that Hezbollah would attack. It had reinforced that border, put a division up there just a few days ago. And it's worth saying this is not something that's come out of the blue. There has been tit-for-tat attacks for a while. Of course, this follows on from a ceasefire after a war between Israel and Hezbollah. So that very uneasy peace has now broken, and Israel is launching those attacks. I think Israel sees this as an opportunity to try to absolutely degrade Hezbollah in the way that clearly it has degraded or has attempted to degrade Hamas in Gaza. So that's what's happening up there in Lebanon. The Americans and Israelis continue to attack Iran overnight. More huge attacks on Iran and indeed on the capital, Tehran. There were Iranian missiles coming back in this direction as well. Very big barrage overhead last night. And there were more waves came across this morning, but not actually for about 2.5 hours. So it has been peaceful here in that time, but of course that can change rapidly. Israel waking up today, having had a jolt yesterday when an Iranian missile got through its air defences and struck a town, a very large town, west of Jerusalem, a place called Beit Shemesh, which the missile hit an area. We were there yesterday, destroying homes, a school, a synagogue, and directly striking a bomb shelter in which it would appear 9 people were killed and many others were wounded. And for many Israelis, that is a horrendous wake-up call. It is, I think, easy for Israeli civilians to become a little complacent because their aerial defences, the Iron Dome, the other mechanisms, are so effective at blocking missiles. But as one military official said to me yesterday, nothing can be 100% effective. Missiles do get through. Also, so does the debris from those missiles. Some people were injured in the edge of Jerusalem yesterday when debris fell. We know that in Tel Aviv there have been more injuries. And I have to say, I think part of Iran's strategy is, and we've seen this, is not just to attack Israel. It is to try to embroil the wider region.
You're looking now at live pictures from Beit Shemesh, the Israeli city that was the target of an Iranian strike that killed at least 9 people and injured 27. That is the aftermath there of what is the situation in Beit Shemesh, the clean-up operation, I'm sure, beginning.
Let's bring in Sally from Dubai now for us. And Sally, to what extent has there continued to be attacks on and in and around Dubai, whether successful or not, and how has it changed both the people's perception of Iran, but perhaps more importantly, the broader leadership of many of the Gulf states following Iran's response over the last few days?
It's safe to say this has been an extraordinary 2 to 3 days here in the UAE, not just for civilians, citizens, holidaymakers here, but also for Gulf states who are now experiencing a very new reality. For a long time, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi, they've had fairly decent relations with Iran. They were lobbying Donald Trump for some time not to attack Iran. They were very concerned about what war with Iran would mean for this region. And we are now experiencing the consequences of that and beginning to realise exactly what it does mean. I don't think many people expected the UAE to be hit quite as hard as it has been, and certainly not civilian areas like Dubai. I mean, we've seen extraordinary scenes of residential areas, a 5-star hotel, a 7-star hotel being hit by falling debris. We've seen naval assets targeted. Dubai International Airport, Abu Dhabi International Airport have both been hit over the weekend. And then overnight, Amazon confirmed that one of their data centers was also hit here in the UAE. It's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, this morning we've heard a series of loud blasts once again by air defense systems, fast jets flying overhead. And there's a video circulating of an explosion in what looks like a residential area in the northern emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. I mean, we anticipated that American military assets and air bases could be targeted here in the event of war with Iran. I think very few people expected the scenes that we've seen in the last few days. It certainly shocked people here and shocked people around the world. But it's also worth drawing your attention to what's happening in Kuwait at the moment. Of course, Donald Trump confirmed that 3 US service personnel were killed in Kuwait yesterday, another 5 seriously injured. But we're also receiving word this morning that US fighter jets have crashed in Kuwait. Several of them is what we're being told. Their crew have survived and they've been recovered and taken to hospital. The Ministry of Defense in Kuwait is reporting that their condition is stable, but certainly this is a very dramatic development coming out of Kuwait, and we don't yet know the circumstances of how those US fighter jets crashed. But even Donald Trump himself, when he made that announcement last night in that video message, he said, regrettably, 3 American service personnel have been killed, the first in this war, and they probably won't be the last. And I think here there is a concern that we just don't know how long this is going to go on for. Emirates have confirmed this morning that air travel won't resume at 3 o'clock this afternoon, as previously announced, that's been delayed until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And indeed, some travellers are hearing that they won't fly before Thursday. Now, the Foreign Office in the UK has confirmed that they are in touch with British citizens in the Middle East. Around 300,000 are said to have registered their presence with the UK Foreign Office. And in an update yesterday, they did say that a large number of them, around 3/4, were here in the UAE and a large number of them were holidaymakers. Now, I've spoken to some who are here on holiday, and they've said, look, you know, I'm not due to fly back until next week, but once the airports reopen, I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible on the first flight. So I think what we will potentially see here when air travel does resume, and we don't know when that is yet, that we could see quite a frantic rush to the airport. I think that the Foreign Office, we understand, is looking into repatriating the thousands of British nationals that are here, suggestions that they might even be put on buses and may have to travel by road to Riyadh in order to fly back to the UK. We just don't know yet. It remains an extremely volatile situation here. Businesses are closed today. People have been told to work from home. Schools are closed as well. And I think for many here, they're hoping that, well, there is an expectation for some who feel more relaxed about the situation that normality will return really soon. People can't quite imagine that it won't return really soon because people are so used to the sense of safety and the very privileged lifestyle that so many people enjoy living in the UAE. But there is also a concern among many that, you know, they just don't feel safe here anymore. And you know, I've spoken to residents who fled the UAE in the last couple of days. Some have made it to Oman, others have traveled to hotels in Northern Emirates. So while some people are more relaxed, others are really, really shaken up by what's happening. And we just don't know yet the extent of how long this is going to last and whether potentially this sense of instability and uncertainty is a new reality here.
Sally, thank you very much indeed. Sally Lockwood speaking to us there from Dubai.
Looking at a live picture there of Beirut in Lebanon. Peaceful at the moment. Of course, it hasn't been over the course of the last couple of days. We're going to bring you the latest market reaction. Ed Conway will join us next.
ضربوا ملعب الراي فادي ضربوا ملعب الراي
Smoke you see in your screen, and obviously shows the situation we're in, the fast-moving situation. An explosion in the last 3 minutes whilst we were in our commercial break. I think we can recap the moment that explosion happened.
So you can see there, that was the calm that we showed you before, literally just a few moments ago before going to break.
These are latest pictures, about 3 or 4 minutes delayed. We are awaiting that explosion to take place that led to the smoke you saw in the live pictures moments ago. You can see the smoke starting to come up. Of course, we can't comment on what caused it, and there it began in that building in the centre of your shot, as you can see. If we go back to the live picture, you'll see how that has developed, and again highlighting the fast-moving situation in the Middle East. Of course, we can't identify the source of what caused that.
Yeah, but as Wolf says, it just highlights the fast-moving situation, but also how this is turning into a conflict on multiple fronts, affecting multiple countries. This, Beirut in Lebanon. And of course, that really does prove to be a difficult situation for the Foreign Office here in the UK. 300,000 British nationals in the area. We spoke to the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, earlier on the programme. She confirmed that a drone did hit the runway at an RAF base in Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri, and that, of course, comes after the US said it would allow the US to use military bases owned by the UK. She spoke to us a bit earlier about why the UK was not involved in the strikes over the weekend, but has now confirmed the use of those bases.
We took a very specific decision not to provide support for strikes that were taking place over this weekend. We have been clear that we believe that there should be a diplomatic process, negotiations process. There is a major threat from Iran, not just to the region, but internationally.
But this
there are attempts to provide nuclear operations and also ballistic missile threats,
this is kind of the
and
point,
also
right?
the brutal attack in the region.
If it was so important to not be involved in the strike that we decided to not use the bases, and now Iran has done what would be utterly predictable that it was going to do, and we've just changed our mind. I guess a lot of people will be worried about, the West getting involved in another Middle East conflict, right? Particularly when there doesn't seem to be any plan for what happens when it comes to regime change, any long-term plan. You can understand people's concern, right?
And I think there'll be a lot of concern, including from those who are there in the region at the moment. So many of our partner countries, and I have spoken to foreign ministers across the Gulf, who were frankly shocked and horrified at the way their countries have been targeted by Iran over the weekend. And they have been appalled by the attacks that they have faced from Iran, and they are seeking support and defensive support as well. And that is why I think it's so important that we recognise the responsibilities that we have around defensive support.
Well, that was the Foreign Secretary speaking to Sophie earlier. Deborah Haynes joins us once again now. Deborah, just how significant is it that a British base has been hit? Thankfully, not particularly successfully, but how significant is it? And I guess we can debate all day long the extent to which the UK should or shouldn't have allowed its bases to be used in the first place by the US. But what does it imply, all of this, about where our defence spending should be?
My favourite question. Just on the base. So RAF Akrotiri, it's a big British military base. So it's where the UK has, for example, forward deployed 6 F-35 warplanes, which are involved in helping to provide air defences. I also understand that in the weeks leading up to the American-Israeli attack on Iran, we also moved forward hundreds of additional service personnel to Cyprus to help bolster defences, and that will be including people who can deal with drones, for example. But clearly this drone got through. The timing is actually quite interesting. I understand that the drone actually hit at around midnight local time. That's 10 o'clock last night UK time. So yes, well, technically that is just after the Prime Minister issued that statement when he made clear that the UK was U-turning on its decision about allowing the US to use British bases to launch strikes against Iran. The thinking, I understand, is that the drone itself was actually launched before that decision was made public, and an investigation is going on as to where the launch was from. Obviously, it's not necessarily from Iran. It could also have been fired from Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is perhaps more likely if you look at the geography, because clearly the drone has to travel to Cyprus, unless it was there was some sort of like shady cell on the island launching the drone against the UK. We don't know much about the drone itself, but the fact that it didn't cause much damage on the runway would suggest that it wasn't a very large piece of equipment. But of course, in terms of the question about the threat, yes, it is. It really underlines the fact that the UK it hasn't openly supported the US action against Iran, and has made clear that while it is absolutely no friend of the regime at all, views the regime as an enemy and wants all means to have stopped its purported nuclear weapons program, it did not support this offensive military action that's ended up in the killing of the supreme leader. However, that's happened, and because the UK is so closely allied with America, because it has so much military presence in the region, then it's going to be drawn into the war anyway. And now, with this decision that the UK has made to allow the base at RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire, where there is a big American fleet of bombers to launch attacks directly against Iran. Yes, they're saying that it's going to be limited in terms of the targets, only going after ballistic missile launchers, degrading Iran's ability to launch these attacks against allies in the Gulf and against the UK itself. Clearly, that Iran isn't going to see that distinction, is it? And so it does drag Britain more into the conflict. And then finally, in terms of the whole defence spending piece, when you actually look at the UK's capabilities to be able to shoot down, in particular, ballistic missiles, they are woeful at the moment, frankly. We only have Type 45 destroyers that are capable of doing that. Their capability is actually fairly limited, effective, but going after the kind of ballistic missile that Iran would have to use if it wanted to, for example, target the airbase in Cyprus, would be a medium-range one, which would have to go out of the Earth's atmosphere, landing, when it lands, at extreme speed and intensity. It's a very difficult target to blast out of the sky. Yes, we've seen Israel and the Americans do this repeatedly over the last couple of days. But it is a very dangerous weapon, and the UK really is going to be relying a lot on America when it comes to defending the airbase in Cyprus from that kind of threat. Though clearly we've got jets in the sky going after drones. That's an expensive option because the missiles that the jets launch are far more expensive than the drones firing coming at them. And then we also have, presumably, and we know we have it in Iraq because they shot a drone down on Saturday, these counter-drone units. They're sort of ground troops that can shoot drones out the sky.
Deborah, really interesting to talk, as always. Deborah Hames there, our defence editor. Well, we can speak now to the Shadow Defence Secretary, James Cartledge. I just want to pick directly up on what Deborah Hames was just saying there, saying that when it comes to the UK, our air defences, in her words, are woeful, which I guess sounds quite alarming when you look at the other countries who've relied on their air defences to repel missile attacks.
Well, I look back on my time as Defence Procurement Minister. We had a situation where ships in the Red Sea were under attack from drones, including our own destroyer HMS Diamond. It was attacked by a ballistic missile. It was able to intercept it. But crucially, what did we do about it? Well, we had this amazing technology that I procured called Dragonfire, which is a laser system to take down drones. Watching what had happened, I took the decision to massively accelerate that programme so that it could be on our ships by next year. We did that by removing layers of red tape that would have otherwise meant it took years to put in place. And that sort of technology is part of this. We also delivered something called SMASH, which you won't have heard of, to our soldiers, which is a special anti-drone gun sight. But on the key point of missile stocks, at the election, we had a plan for 10 billion of extra spending on munitions, a munitions strategy that I had written and included air defence, which Labour decided to put to one side and wait to have this very long strategic defence review, now defence investment plan, all delayed, no money in place for this. And the problem is, in my view, they've wasted months when they could have ordered some of those missiles.
Yeah, I mean, you just outlined there what a marvellous job you personally did when it comes to, getting the weapons in place. But you'll acknowledge, though, as well, that this is like decades and decades of a lack of investment, right, hollowing out, perhaps being a bit naive, that the world is going to be a more peaceful place than perhaps is the reality.
Well, I don't think we were naive when Putin invaded Ukraine, and we were the only country that... And by the way...
Wait a minute. Enough about this, because I did let you have 2 minutes there just talking about... I let you have 2 minutes there talking about your great achievements, but I'm just talking there about like the reality of yourselves and, current governments and current politicians as well, of not getting to grips with the defence task that we see when we look at what's happening with the world.
So, by the way, they're great achievements of the defence industry and of people in the MOD as much as anyone else, quite frankly, and our personnel. But I think if you look at air defence, and I totally agree, I feel very strongly we need to do more for that. That's why we had our munition strategy in place. The key thing is we used to rely on the RAF, essentially. They are responsible for air defence for the UK, and the Typhoons will be very effective, but as Deborah said, it's an expensive way to intercept drones, Shaheeds, or whatever they may be. It depends on the capability. So capability has changed, and we've got to change with it. That's why, obviously, you asked what we did, I'm telling you what we did. Is that enough? We need to go further.
I didn't ask what you did, by the way. I said, is it right that we have a woeful defence in place? But anyway, that's by the by.
Well, tell me a country, the only other country that's got that sort of laser capability is Israel, as I'm aware. So it is a leading capability, but we need more of that, and it costs money, which is why, as Deborah has also said, and she's absolutely brilliant on this, they need to go to 3%, and tomorrow, Rachel Reeves needs to tell us that.
Can I ask what your view is on the government strategy when it comes to Iran, right? So at the beginning, they said, no, the US is not using our bases. Yeah. They've now changed their mind on that. They say that, yes, the US can use our military bases because the legality is clear, it would be defensive. Did you agree broadly with the government's position on this or not?
Well, as Deborah said, it's a U-turn. I think it's an extraordinary position. Now, you might say that there are people who will take a position we shouldn't be involved. I've been very clear for weeks that if we were in government and the US asked our permission, we would have given that permission if we'd hypothetically, been in government. But what they've got with the Prime Minister, as we saw last summer with the other bombing of the nuclear facilities, is the worst of both worlds, sitting on the fence, not showing strong leadership, very unclear. If I'm confused as to what his position is, I wonder what the public thinks, because what they want when they see the footage of, hotel rooms getting hit in Dubai and so on, they want to know they've got a strong government that's going to do the right thing, and it just isn't clear. The Prime Minister needs to be much clearer now about his position. My view is the nuclear programme of Iran is a profound threat to the world and to ourselves. A country which kills its own people, many thousands of them, should not get its hand on nuclear weapons. So we were very clear, we supported the US. I'm not sure what the Prime Minister's position is. Hopefully later today he'll tell Parliament.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, because Davey is saying that there should be a vote in Parliament about whether or not it's the right call to use these bases. Do you agree with that? Should there be a vote?
No, I don't. And the reason is, you've just spoken about the speed at which these missiles move. You can't have a parliamentary vote before you intercept an incoming missile. Your forces have to be able to do that. Now, obviously, there'll be those who say, on the overall programme, maybe there should be a vote. I think the key point is, we need the Prime Minister in Parliament this afternoon. I hope it's him, and he doesn't delegate to one of his ministers, explaining exactly what his position is. Because as far as I can see, it's clear as mud.
OK, great to have you on. Thank you very much. Indeed, James Cartledge there, the Shadow Defence Secretary.
Let's bring you back up to speed with some of the latest picture that we've been getting in from the region, and again play you this video of pilots ejecting from a US jet over Kuwait. We showed you the picture earlier of the plane that fell out of the sky, and from a distance you could see the ejections. Well, here is, I guess, the landing following the ejections of the pilots. And we have been told that the pilots were unharmed. If that's the two pilots, one of them does look to be falling pretty quickly. But either way, extraordinary pictures, one of the many different moments of incredible video that's come out over the last few hours.
Yeah, it really is. Well, look, the ongoing situation in the Middle East has had a significant impact on the economy as well, and particularly on oil prices too. We've just got pictures in from, apologies, we can go to Ed Conway next, our economics and data editor, to tell us a bit more on this. Look, we've been talking a lot about the military situation. Of course, the Brits abroad are going to be very, very concerned about that too, but this is going to have an impact on the world economy as well.
It does. I mean, already you've seen oil prices go up, maybe not as high as people might have expected, so, up by about kind of 9% today, and I know, Wolf, you've been kind of showing those charts. I think a lot of people would have expected it to be a kind of, a bigger immediate shock. Gold price is up a bit as well. So this, whenever people are nervous, their money tends to go towards these kind of safe haven assets. The dollar, to some extent as well, it's kind of maybe playing a bit of that role. But I think, a lot of traders out there and a lot of economists are just trying to take a step back and think about the deeper long-term implications here. I mean, you have... To start with the kind of immediate thing that most people are focused on, it is the fact that this is still, we're talking about the Gulf here. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, which is where about, a fifth of all of the world's oil and lots of the natural gas, including gas that we consume here in the UK, it goes through that strait. If that strait is going to be closed, and it's not closed at the moment, but you've got a lot of ships on either side of it waiting to see what's going to happen, waiting to see... there you can see the Strait of Hormuz, waiting to see whether they're going to be able to pass through there, waiting to see what the insurance implications are going to be. And all of this adds up to higher, I mean, just prosaically in the short run, that's higher inflation. So you've got higher oil prices, you've got higher costs of shipping. That means this is going to pass through and you're going to see that potentially passing into petrol prices and so on. But it's the deeper long-term consequences that I think is just so... It's so difficult to try and kind of map out the chess game here.
Just talk to us, Ed, about the importance of how long this goes on, because, as you said, 8% or so increase in the oil price, not necessarily that much. We had a spike last summer when Donald Trump attacked or dropped bombs on Iran the first time, but it didn't last long. How long does it take to start to feed through to people here?
Oh, I mean, with petrol prices, it's pretty quick. I mean, because you've got traders who are working in that house, and so you're talking about maybe a matter of weeks for petrol prices, sometimes even quicker. But then, by the same token, if the overall price goes down, but if Donald Trump is talking about this lasting for 4 or 5 weeks, and who knows whether that's an under kind of estimate or not, then this is big. And I think the thing that is maybe not imponderable, but just a big deal, which I think no one has yet kind of reckoned with, is what are the deeper economic consequences of when you have an area like the Gulf? OK, so you've got the energy story, and most people kind of intuitively understand, OK, that's pushing up oil prices, that's potentially going to push up gas prices. That is a big deal for all of us. It's also things like fertiliser prices. So a lot of fertiliser comes through the Strait of Hormuz to us in the UK. But also, Dubai and the UAE and Qatar have been increasingly playing this big role in the global economy recently as being this kind of entrepot. A lot of goods passing through there, a lot of people passing through there. A lot of people are going to be thinking twice about taking a flight that goes via the UAE in the future. That's a really big deal. This is the biggest, I think Dubai is the biggest airport in the world. And so what does that mean for the global economy in terms of people passing from one part of the world to another? What does it mean for goods that pass from one part of the world to another? Those at the moment are consequences, are kind of long-term, second-order perhaps things that people haven't really got their heads around yet, but they're starting to. And the fact that it's been quite a muted reaction initially doesn't necessarily mean that this is not going to have longer consequences on the way that we order the world. So it's kind of day one of market opening after what is potentially this seismic event in not just energy, but in the global economy. And we are just feeling our way through at the moment. So I guess I'm not surprised that so far it hasn't been panic, but definitely this could have some big consequences. Yeah,
and as you say, the fact that it's continuing, it's very difficult to predict where it's going to go. We've got pictures coming through now from Saudi Arabia. It's Ras Tanura oil refinery near Daman. They've had to shut it down. I mean, you can see why. Look at these pictures. It was targeted by Iranian drones, Saudi state television, reporting a official source there.
So that, if I remember rightly, that is the refinery that deals with the Ghawar field, which is the single biggest oil field in Saudi, which is, aside from the US, it is the single biggest producer of oil in the world.
500,000 barrels of crude oil a day in that refinery.
And if you think about it, so that oil, what you're seeing there is, that's the refinery. There is also a kind of port very nearby there, out of which that's where the tankers load all of their oil. they have to... The issue with the Strait of Hormuz, we showed you that map a moment ago, the issue with that is there's only one way out. I mean, there is a pipeline so you can get some of the oil across Saudi and get it towards the Red Sea. Again, it's not that straightforward getting through out of the Red Sea, at least in the south. But, there is really only one way out in terms of shipping out of Saudi. And what you're looking at there is one of the facilities that is kind of producing a lot of the fuels that are kind of come from oil. So even though we're not living in the 1970s anymore, where one of these shocks can, have such a big consequence, this is still the foundation for so much of, modern civilization, even today.
Ed, as always, great stuff. Thanks so much.
Well, there's a lot of political reaction going on, of course, to what is happening. Joining us now is the Green Party MP, Dr. Ellie Chan. She's also leader of the Green Group in the House of Commons. Great to have you with us. Thanks for being with us. Is the world a safer place now the Ayatollah has been killed?
I don't think the world is a safer place as a result of the Israeli and US action on Saturday. What we're seeing is the development of a regional war. It's an incredibly unstable situation. On Friday, there was a diplomatic process in place. And of course, getting rid of the Ayatollah is something that nobody is going to be mourning. He was the leader of a...
happy to see that?
It's not about celebration. What I'm keen to see is democracy and peace in Iran. I've been very outspoken in critiquing the Iranian regime. And so, no, I do not mourn the deaths of the leaders of that abhorrent, brutal, cruel regime. But I do not think that the illegal action of the US and Israeli governments at the weekend makes the world a safer place. I think it makes us all less safe.
I was really struck by an interview we did earlier on the programme with an Iranian who said that she was celebrating the death of the Ayatollah and that a lot of people in Iran would be as well. I guess the question is, you're obviously deeply worried about the reactions. I know many of our viewers will be as well. But if this hadn't happened, what would you have liked to have seen? What would the alternative have been?
Well, there was an alternative happening. That was the diplomatic process, the negotiations to defuse any nuclear threat from Iran. Peace is not secured through unilateral or bilateral airstrikes. It's not even clear what the aims of the US and Israel are here. And just to be clear here, what we've seen here is the action of an Israeli government led by a man who is himself a war criminal responsible for a genocide, and a US government led by a man who is obviously a total loose cannon with no clarity about what the strategic aims are. And the risk is that the UK is going to be drawn into this.
I want to pick you up on that point because I think it's an important one. But just finally, on the Iranian people, which I do want to just finish this section because I think it's important. You said that there was a process in place. But I guess the brutality was, you had Iranian people taking to the streets to protest against the regime and being killed, being gunned down. And I guess the difficulty is, that's the thing with dictators. The more people they kill, the safer they are, because eventually people will stop going on the streets, right?
But there is no guarantee. Indeed, there is a huge amount of uncertainty and great unlikelihood that the actions that the US and Israel have taken will make things better for the Iranians. And all we have to look at is the example of Iraq more than 20 years ago, quite a significant parallel. And what that led to was so many years of huge damage and destruction and huge loss of life.
Keir Starmer has now allowed defensive strikes from UK air bases. Was that the right decision?
I don't think so, no, because it draws the UK into what risks becoming an incredibly unstable situation and indeed a regional war. Now, the justification that has been provided is pretty hair-splitting, to be perfectly honest. There is no guarantee whatsoever that the US will not use UK bases for aggressive actions. And indeed, arguably, any action that the US is taking in this context is by definition aggressive because, of course, there is no legal justification for the action that they took in initiating the bombing of Iran.
I just want to talk to you about one other thing. So this is images that came on social media, video on social media about the deputy leader of the Green Party, Mohsen Ali, appearing to show him at a pro-Iran protest at the weekend. Now, I haven't got the full details of that, right? What I can say is in the video, slogans nearby him in the same footage. We must globalise our resistance to US and Zionist terrorism. Pedo, hands off Iran. Can you just clear up, A, was he there? And B, what was the protest? Why was he there?
My understanding is that Motin attended an anti-war protest. Motin is anti-war. He believes that peace can only be secured through peaceful means. He believes in diplomacy. He believes in seeking peace in the Middle East. And that is the position of the Green Party. You know, we are absolutely clear that the actions that have been taken by the US and Israeli government at the weekend are not making the world a safer place. They're making it more dangerous, they're generating instability, and they are illegal. So my understanding is that Motin was at a protest protesting against that illegal war.
So Tom Tugendhat, the Conservative MP, in response to that image of Motin Ali at this protest, said the Green Party stands with those who murder young Iranians seeking a better life and freedom. The deputy leader stands with those who murder gay and lesbian men and women by hanging them from cranes. It comes to something when hatred of your own country leads you to side with such evil.
Well, that's completely outrageous slander and complete misinformation. You know, I have been outspoken, Motin has been outspoken, my party has been outspoken against violence, against repression, against the repression in Iran perpetuated by the regime. I've spoken multiple times in Parliament just in the last few weeks about that and in support of the brave Iranian people, the citizens who have been coming out to try to seek peace. But I am absolutely not convinced that the actions taken by Israel and the US at the weekend will make peace more likely. I think they make things more dangerous in Iran and in the region and for the world more widely. And the UK should be using all of its diplomatic levers to exert power on the US to stop, to step back from the brink, to de-escalate, to return to diplomacy as the mechanism for securing peace, not just in Iran, but in the wider Middle East.
Ali Charles, thank you very much indeed. Green Party, given their view there.
Let's get the perspective now of Nicholas Hopton, who's the former UK ambassador to Iran. He's now Director General of the Middle East Association and joins me now. Very good morning to you, Nicholas. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning.
I guess I'll start with the similar question to how Sophie started there with the Greens. Is the world a better place without Ayatollah Khamenei in it?
Undoubtedly. This is a very despotic, evil man, and I think the term can be used advisedly. He's responsible for the deaths of many of his own citizens and people abroad as well. He has led a regime which has sponsored international terrorism and proxy groups which have inflicted huge cost on not only the countries in the region, the peoples of the region and his own country, but also further afield and in Europe and obviously beyond.
Are we, though, in a moment of enormous uncertainty and potential instability?
This is a great moment of peril. I think that the next 24 hours perhaps could be even more important for what the President of the United States decides to do than what he's decided to do in the last 2.5, 3 days. He has an opportunity to choose at this point, President Trump, before the escalation of the conflict becomes greater and the cost to not only the regime in Iran, which many, including myself, would like to see replaced by something much better for the Iranian people. But he has a choice on how to achieve that. And the choices are pretty stark, really. He can either declare victory, having decapitated the Iranian regime, and, as he said last night, try and engage in some sort of meaningful talks, diplomacy, and get the kind of deal that he wants on his terms, because he's in a position of strength at the moment as the US, supported by his allies. And that off-ramp is there for him to take. The alternative is likely to be escalation and further bloodshed without a clear outcome, either for the people in Iran or in the region.
The first option, would it be, or what are the chances of him using the off-ramp and declaring victory? What are the chances that it would be a genuine victory, that we would see the regime replaced or filled in by someone that would be less evil and despotic? I think those are your words at the start as to the prior leader.
I think the chance, it is a gamble. The whole thing has been a gamble. But the initial signs since the death of Khamenei have been that there are people within the regime who are looking to change perhaps the regime from within. I think the nomination of Alireza Arefi as the head of this three-person body who will choose the next supreme leader, which is catered for under the Iranian constitution, Article 111, that's an interesting position they've put him in, because this is an Ayatollah who was, of course, very close to the past supreme leader, Khamenei, but perhaps slightly more conciliatory figure. Even though obviously a member of the regime, he's not a great political or security figure. He heads up the seminary system in Iran, the teaching of young Iranian clerics. And interestingly, he met the Pope in 2022. So this is a man who can engage and understand the West to a greater degree. I don't want to be over-optimistic, but this might be seen and interpreted, if the US wants to do that, as a conciliatory move.
If that off-ramp is to be taken, does it need to be taken in the next day or two?
I think so. I think, as we've seen this morning already, the escalation in the spreading of the conflict is rapid. More and more countries are being drawn into it. You saw this morning Lebanon is now part of this conflict. It is becoming a war, and we know what happens when wars escalate in that region without a clear plan for the day after. And I'm afraid to say it's not yet clear if the United States has a clear plan for the day after.
What about the Iranian response? Have you been surprised by how broad it's been? The number of countries that have been targeted, or at least foreign bases in those countries have been targeted?
Well, it's certainly very different from June last year, the 12-day war with Israel, which was much more narrow in focus, including from the Iranian retaliation on Israel. I think this time round, they've clearly learnt from that experience and decided to, one, decentralise their military structures. So these missiles and drones are being fired from all over the country. And it's not a central command structure in the way, I don't think, as perhaps in the past. This makes it much more difficult to wipe it out, of course. And at the same time, they've clearly taken a strategic decision, or at least tactical, to make the countries allied with the United States pay a price in the hope that that will bring pressure on Washington to bring the fighting to an end as soon as possible and get back to the negotiating table.
Stepping back from it all, how impressed or surprised were you by the US attack? I guess maybe you got to the point of expecting that something was coming. The scale of it, the fact that the Ayatollah was eliminated, was this a surprise to you?
I think it was effective. I think the fact that they got to Khamenei so quickly is impressive in terms of projection of military force. Clearly, in retrospect, I suspect that the whole decision to go ahead was dependent on the fact that they suddenly knew where the Supreme Leader was and they could get to him. The US and Israeli attack missiles and planes. So I think that was a decisive moment. Yes, it's been impressive, but what will be much more impressive is if the United States can now capitalise on its huge advantage, both military, political and diplomatic, and turn that into a meaningful victory which brings a better future for the Iranian people and everyone in the region.
Are you optimistic that that's possible?
It's always a mistake to be optimistic in the Middle East. It's something I've learnt over my career as a diplomat. However, I think it is possible to achieve better outcomes than the ones we've got at the moment. And certainly the people of Iran have been subject to huge oppression. Most recently in January, thousands, if not tens of thousands of innocent protesters have been massacred. They deserve a better future. I think if this present moment of great peril is handled correctly by the President of the United States, and it does come down largely to his decisions, a better future for the region, a more stable region, and a better future for the world generally is possible.
Nicholas Hopton, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate your perspective, former ambassador, of course, to Iran, 2016 to 2018.
We'll continue our coverage on Iran. Our presenter Yad Hakim has been speaking to the Iranian ambassador to the UK. She asked him if Iranian attacks on other Gulf countries will continue.
You see, first of all, let me reiterate that we have a very friendly and brotherly relations with our neighbors in the Persian Gulf, all of them, with the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, all of them, and so we had a very good relations with them, and before this imposed war, we have declared to the American side and as well as our neighbors that if they want to impose any war and military aggression against Iran, there is no doubt that Iran will consider to have some reaction according to our self-defense right.
Well, let's bring in Yalda, who's able to join us from Jerusalem. Yalda, great to have you with us. In terms of your assessment of where we are, and this was really interesting talking to Nicholas Hopton there, the former ambassador to Iran, that I thought sensed the first sort of slight optimism that there could be an off-ramp in the days ahead, albeit, I guess, not his base case. What's your latest assessment of where we are?
Well, you know, when you think about the off-ramp, we thought we saw one last night when President Trump told American reporters in a series of interviews he did that the Iranian leaders, the current Iranian leaders, had reached out to him and wanted to talk. Today, we've heard from some of those leaders in Iran who have made it clear that they won't be talking to the United States. So there is a lot of uncertainty, deep uncertainty at the moment in this region, certainly about what's going to happen in Iran next. Donald Trump on Saturday told the Iranian people, we are here with you. He reiterated that yesterday in his statements. He said, we are going to do the aerial bombardment. It's up to you then to go out onto the streets and reclaim your country, reclaim the government. But you are asking millions of people who are wary after what happened in January following those protests, that they can come out onto the streets and take on those with the guns. Now, at the moment, we've seen the Supreme Leader killed, at least 48 or 49 senior leaders from the regime killed. That doesn't mean that this regime has collapsed. We're still seeing the security apparatus, even though they're being targeted, thousands of their sites being targeted by Israel and the United States functioning. Over the weekend, we saw some celebrations and mourners come out as well. So it gives you a sense of just how divided this nation of 92 million people is. So the idea that this could be a quick fix, that there would be aerial campaign that would take place over 3 or 4 weeks, and then eventually that would bring the regime to its knees and people would be able to come out and reclaim their country, I think is still too optimistic in these early stages. We're day 3 of this war. We're seeing other countries in the region being dragged into this. You saw those images of luxury hotels being targeted with drones, missiles flying over the Gulf states. These are countries that pride themselves on safety and security. Suddenly, they woke up on Saturday and found themselves in the middle of this conflict. They were angry at the United States and Israel, the residents of these countries. By Saturday night, they were angry at Iran. So Iran making a calculus that somehow these Gulf states are going to then turn to Donald Trump and the Israelis and say, you have to stop because they are hitting our civilian targets, and maybe energy infrastructure could be hit as well, which would impact the global economy. These are all risks that, frankly, all sides are currently taking.
Yalda, it's such an important, I guess, reality check on where we are with the conflict. I guess the other thing as well is that a lot of people here asking, what next? You know, if you enter a conflict, you've always got to think, how is this going to end? And I was so struck by Donald Trump talking about, you know, who could follow potentially. It's not going to be anybody that we were thinking of because they're all dead. Second or third place is dead. What's your assessment on what could be next?
You know, Sophie, General Petraeus, who is the 4-star American general who led forces in Afghanistan, who led the surge in Iraq, often says tell me how this ends. And that is the big question here. An aerial campaign cannot bring about regime change. So there are a few questions here about what next for Iran and the region. The question is, what will these protesters, these people who are against this regime, do next? Will they be able to come out onto the streets? When they did come out at the weekend, the Basij, the militia force of the Revolutionary Guard, there's 1 million of them, they came out onto the streets and ensured that people went back into their homes. You know, we cannot forget what happened on January 8 and 9, when they frankly killed thousands of protesters. So in wartime, are they going to be even more brutal? And as many Iranians as may come out onto the streets, you know, there are millions of the security apparatus that could come out, and they have the guns in their hands. The next question is, will the regime be able to survive this? You know, this is a incredibly complex regime in terms of how many layers they have and how they operate. We know that a temporary leadership council has been put in place. Are they able to survive this moment? And the third thing is, will there be a sort of power struggle from within? So there are still big questions about what happens next, Sophie.
Yalda, thanks so much. We really do appreciate it. Of course, much more coverage to come from Yalda and the whole team across the region in the day ahead. We'll continue to have everything on the developing situation in the Middle East for you. Don't go anywhere. Sky News Today back after this.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
Hello, good morning. The war in the Middle East appears to be escalating further this morning, with Iran continuing to target Gulf states and Israel exchanging strikes with Hezbollah in Lebanon. 3 days into the war, Tehran insists it will not negotiate with the US, while Donald Trump has signalled strikes will continue with full force until all his objectives are achieved. Well, Kuwait said that several US fighter jets crashed into its airspace this morning. The country's Ministry of Defence confirmed it is in contact with US forces and that an investigation to determine the cause of the incident is underway. Well, all pilots managed to safely eject from their planes and were transferred to hospital for medical checks. Now, authorities in Kuwait have confirmed that they are in a stable condition. Well, let's take you up to speed now with the latest developments that we're hearing. Now, despite the UK not assisting with the initial US strikes on Iran, the runway at the RAF's Akrotiri Air Base in Cyprus was hit by a drone. Families of military personnel are now being moved out of the base. This is just as a precaution. Now, it came as the Foreign Secretary confirmed to Sky News that the UK has now accepted a US request to use British bases to launch defensive strikes against Iranian missiles. Now, Saudi Arabia has also taken precautions, shutting its biggest domestic oil refinery after a drone strike. It produces 50,000 barrels per day and serves as a key export terminal for Saudi's crude oil. And then, overnight, Israel and Hezbollah traded fire as the Iran-backed militant group in Lebanon seeks revenge for the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Well, the Israeli military said it was struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut as it launched strikes at the Lebanese capital and in the south of the country too. A killing, we're hearing at least 31 people. An Israeli military spokesperson said Israel is keeping all options on the table for a ground offensive in Lebanon. Well, let's talk more on this, the day's events so far. Adam Parsons is in Jerusalem for us. Deep uncertainty, Adam, in the region this morning.
Yeah, I think a lot of that focus on Lebanon is starting to resonate around particularly Israel, obviously, in Lebanon as well. Just to sort of take a step back about what happened there, at about 1 o'clock in the morning here, so that's about 11 p.m. in the UK, rockets were fired from southern Lebanon by Hezbollah forces towards northern Israel. Now, to be blunt, those rockets and apparently some drones did absolutely no damage at all in northern Israel, to the extent that 2 of the rockets were actually allowed to simply land in a field and fizzle to death. But Israel has been expecting Hezbollah to attack them, and their response was extremely strong. Attacks across Lebanon, particularly in the south and on the capital Beirut, and 31 people are believed to have died. Why did Israel respond so strongly? Well, it has massed a lot of military force on that border. There is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah, which Israel clearly believes has been violated here. Now, Israel has been attacking Hezbollah positions quite regularly in recent weeks. Hezbollah, without doubt, is funded to a great extent by Iran. Israel thinks that it has received around $1 billion in funding certainly over the past year, maybe in a lesser time period than that. And what they see is Hezbollah as being part of a sort of coordinated response against Israel. So this is, like getting your retaliation in strong and early. They told 53 Lebanese villages that people should evacuate from them. I mean, quite clearly, this was a pre-prepared plan of how to respond when Hezbollah attacked, however it did. So that is a new theatre of this conflict. I think Israelis believing that that fighting, or certainly those attacks, could go on for 2 or 3 days. I would caution against thinking that a ground offensive there is in any way imminent, although it is a possibility. I think it is extremely unlikely that Israel will invade anytime imminently. They're also going to tighten up their defences on Syria for fear of attacks coming from there as well. The greater fear, of course, is more waves of missiles coming in from Iran. We had air raid sirens this morning, several times actually, between about 7 a.m. to about 5 a.m. In the United Kingdom. But since then, what are we, sort of several hours later, it's been peaceful. There have been no attacks, no interceptions in the sky above here. Certainly last night there were a lot of them, big wave of attacks. There are lots of orange glows up in the sky. But American and Israeli forces are still launching attacks on Iran. I can tell you this morning the Israeli Air Force says it's intercepted a series of drones that have been sent from Iran. I think one of the big questions is how successful Iran will be in expanding the reach of this conflict by attacking Gulf states, as you said, by attacking the runway of a UK base in Cyprus. They're trying to bring more people into this. They're trying to make it much more of a regional conflict, and also trying to get support from other nations, from Russia, from China, to get them to put pressure on America and Israel. And I'm sure there will continue to be those who are condemning this. The United Nations has not approved this. In fact, it has condemned it. President Trump did not get support either from the UN or from Congress. So in the eyes of many people, this is an illegal attack. But in Israel, where the United Nations is really seen as much of a foe as it is a friend, I don't think that is going to quell the desire to see this through, particularly after those images of Beit Shemesh yesterday, where 9 Israelis were killed by an Iranian missile that hit a bomb shelter. And it is the belief of the Israeli intelligence service here that Iran is deliberately targeting population centres in order to try to cause chaos.
It's really interesting, isn't it, Adam, what you say about that attack on Beit Shemesh, because it wasn't a military site, it was schools, it was homes. And I wonder more broadly how people are feeling. We're hearing on the wires here the Israeli military saying, school and workplace closures, a ban on public gatherings remain in effect until Wednesday, 8 o'clock local time, which is 6 o'clock UK time. How are people feeling about what's happening?
Well, people are anxious, but equally, this is a country that is accustomed to this. People in this country, they have 2 main apps that people have on their phone, and they go about their life. Perhaps at the moment they're staying a lot closer to home. And when you get an alert, it goes off on your phone, it is loud, it's very intrusive. And the reason for that is it is at the moment telling you to take cover, to take shelter, take precautions. And people tend to stick to that. But it's a very different experience for Israelis. They've had the 12-day war just a matter of months ago. They have had previous conflicts. They expect this to an extent. Now, don't get me wrong, this is about complacency. People are still fearful. They've seen images like Beit Shemesh, and they horrify them. But they hear these demands from the government, these appeals to take shelter, and there are plenty of shelters in this country. They have them in homes, they have them in public buildings. You have what are bus shelters, but they are reinforced. We were out yesterday in Beit Shemesh, but even in that town away from where the missile struck, you saw these prefabricated concrete shelters that have been put in place, and they are small buildings that effectively allow people to seek refuge. And I have to say, in the bottom of the building where I'm standing to you, talking to you now, there is a very, very sturdy bomb shelter with blast doors on the front and back of it. So people clearly, as they go about their life, and you see behind me, there's still people driving around. The roads are not nearly as busy as they would be normally, but they're not completely empty. People are trying to live their lives, but obviously they are curtailed. They're not going too far from home, and they are ever wary of the moment when the sirens will wail again. And they know that even if it is presently now, quiet, sunny, blue skies, at any moment there could be the alert.
OK, for now, Adam, thank you. Adam Parsons there with the very latest from Jerusalem. This is a fast-moving story. We're going to go live now to our defence and security editor, Deborah Haynes. So much to get into, Deborah, including what happened in Kuwait. I wonder if we just direct focus to Cyprus and that UK base that was attacked midnight Cypriot time, just after 10 o'clock here. I wonder if we talk about the importance of the timing, the importance of the size of the drone and the implications now for security around those UK bases.
Yes, I mean, it really brings to home the fact that the UK and its assets are very much now in target, within range of Iran's and Hezbollah's drones, and for Cyprus at least, the Iranians' ballistic missiles. They can't reach the UK, it's important to stress. But I think we had on Saturday news that 2 Iranian missiles had been fired in the direction of Cyprus, but the Ministry of Defence was saying that they didn't believe that Cyprus had been the target. And of course, when you look at what else is in the region, you have a giant American aircraft carrier strike group led by the USS Gerald R. Ford. That is south of Cyprus, and clearly that would be a valuable target for the Iranians to seek to strike. But this drone attack that happened last night shows that clearly as well, the UK is viewed as a target. Now, it's important that I understand that this actual strike happened, like you said, at around 10 o'clock UK time last night. And the thinking is that the actual drone itself was probably launched before the Prime Minister made that updated statement when he U-turned on allowing the Americans to use British bases to launch strikes against Iran. This was something that the Americans had been wanting. You'll remember Donald Trump gave that rather excoriating social media post a few days ago where he was criticising Keir Starmer over the whole Chagos Islands deal, including Diego Garcia, and making the point that the US needs to use Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford in the UK, both of which are home to large numbers of American bombers, to launch potentially operations against Iran. And this was something that the UK had until yesterday night prevented the Americans from doing under the deal that allows the Americans to operate effectively on British soil in the UK and at this sovereign base in Diego Garcia. The UK has to give permission to the Americans for whatever operation they are then going to go and conduct. And clearly the British did not want to allow its territory to be used to launch this offensive operation against Iran, which has already delivered the death of the supreme leader and huge strikes against the country, against military targets, regime targets, which has then triggered this Iranian response in the region with multiple Iranian drones and missiles then being launched against countries in the Gulf where there are also British citizens and British military assets. And so it is because of that retaliation that the decision switched on the British side to allow the Americans to use these bases. But it really is sort of dancing on the head of a pin in terms of the justifications. The Prime Minister saying that these bases are now going to be used by the Americans when it comes to taking action against sort of defensive action. So action into Iran that takes out Iran's capabilities to launch missiles at the rest of the region, as opposed to, sort of quibbling what is offensive actions then. However, the British has taken that step, which does draw the UK more firmly into this conflict. And also, presumably, now that the UK has directly come under this attack in terms of our base in Cyprus, is there going to be a moment that British forces directly attack Iranian ballistic missile launchers? We're not there yet, but clearly that could be the next stage that you might end up at.
OK, Deborah, thank you. Really appreciate your take on this story. We're going to move on now because tens of thousands of British tourists remain stranded in the region as a result of flights being grounded. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, told Sky News that more than 100,000 people have registered their presence with the UK government, that since Saturday, and that all options, including evacuation, are being looked at to help them. Well, let's go live to Sky correspondent Sally Lockwood, who joins us from Dubai. Really concerning time for people across the region, Sally.
Yeah, that's right. I would say, though, it was a quieter night here than the night before, where I think very few people got much sleep. There were far fewer loud blasts and explosions. It did feel like we had some sort of lull overnight, but that changed this morning with a series of loud blasts and explosions heard here in Dubai, followed by lots of fast jet activity in the sky. We're also hearing reports that the air raid siren went off near Abu Dhabi International Airport around 9:15 this morning, and that an Amazon data center was hit here in the UAE by what they're describing as objects overnight. A video is also circulating of some sort of explosion in Ras Al Khaimah, one of the northern Emirates. It looks like it's hit some sort of residential area there. We're still awaiting more information. But also, very concerningly, we've had some updates from Kuwait today that several American fighter jets have crashed in Kuwait. The servicemen have been recovered from the aircraft. They've been taken to hospital and they're in a stable condition, according to the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait. But that, of course, follows the 3 service personnel that were killed yesterday, American service personnel, Donald Trump announcing that, along with another 5 that were seriously injured. And Donald Trump warned that there would probably be more casualties and more American deaths. This is not going to be news that the American public wants to hear, but it was a very sobering update from the US president yesterday. And certainly those images of this fast jet falling from the sky in Kuwait is very concerning indeed. And now that update from the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait that was several US fighter jets that have crashed in Kuwait today. Now, the embassy advice, the American embassy advice in Kuwait is to not come to the embassy. There is a continuing threat of missile and drone strikes. They're telling people and telling American citizens to shelter in place, to go to the lowest level of the building that they're in, sit near an interior wall and stay away from windows. I mean, this is really sobering stuff. And we're receiving similar advice here in the UAE, of course, home to nearly 250,000 British citizens who've chosen to make the UAE their home, but also tens of thousands who are here on holiday at the moment. And the British ambassador has given another update today saying, we're getting lots of questions about evacuations, people wanting to get home. Air travel remains suspended until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. And he said, we're working with airlines and governments and authorities. And he warns British citizens to remain in place. He said, that the advice is the same: shelter in place, stay away from windows, and register your presence. And as you say, more than 100,000 British citizens are now said to have registered their presence here in the region. The majority of those are understood to be here in the UAE on holiday. And we're now just waiting to hear what the repatriation plans will be in terms of getting those people home. Some people are desperate to get out of here, desperate to get back. Other people are much more relaxed, and you see them lying on sun loungers around their hotel pools. I would say it's the same sort of contrast when it comes to people who live here. There are some who are quite relaxed and think that normality is going to return very, very soon. Other people are really, really shaken up and have left Dubai and travelled to Northern Emirates, booked into hotels in Oman. We're going to have to see what today holds. Both Etihad and Emirates have said there will be no air travel before tomorrow afternoon, and some people are hearing that there won't be any air travel before Thursday. Port Rashid, just north of here, people are saying that they have sightings of the US aircraft carrier, the Abraham Lincoln, that came to the Gulf a few weeks ago. That is off the coast of the UAE at the moment, the world's biggest warship. And some say, you know, that gives people here a sense of security, that they have the Americans protecting them, that the UAE has some of the best air defense systems in the world. But one security source I spoke to here this afternoon said to me that, yes, you know, the UAE air defense systems have done an incredible job of intercepting ballistic missiles from Iran, but that the issue of drones is much more of a problem, that hundreds of drones have been fired into UAE airspace in the last 3 days. And fast jets are now apparently being used to also help with that defensive capability. And this source said to me, you know, we could potentially see this turn into a war of attrition. It could be a numbers game. We don't know how many drones the Iranians have or how much more air defense supplies the UAE has, but certainly it is very concerning at the moment. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens in the next 24 hours. It does feel like a very volatile atmosphere here, and people are really desperate for normality to return, for people to get home who are here on holiday. The concern is that this potentially could be a new reality for the region when it comes to security.
OK, Sally, thank you. Well, we're now joined from Abu Dhabi by Annabelle Downs, who's a British holidaymaker stuck in transit there. Annabelle, can you just tell us your story? What's been happening?
I was in Abu Dhabi airport for kind of 4 hours in transit from Nairobi, and we were getting on the flight, and that's when the alarm started going off, and we were all kind of taken off. And so now staying. Luckily, it's on someone's bedroom floor, which is pretty good. But we haven't. Yeah, the government's been great and been supportive, but we haven't heard too much. But it's quite surreal, but it feels kind of safe. I mean, safer than one thinks before.
So what information did authorities give you when you realised actually you weren't going to move on and you weren't going to get to your final destination?
There was quite a lot of commotion in the airport at that point. The kind of airport staff didn't really realise what was happening at the time. And then we all kind of got out. And they were really good. They were putting people up, they were kind of directing people to put people up in hotels and stuff like that. Since we haven't heard much about what's happening, but they, we're being updated in the app. Obviously we know the flights aren't going out for the next couple of days, but they're the places to stay, they kind of are extending people's stays for free and stuff like that. So I think kind of most people feel like they're being well looked after.
Have you had any contact from, say, the British Embassy or the Foreign Office at all?
Not yet, but we've all registered our presence here. So I think that we're waiting. I think everyone's kind of just holding safe, and I'm sure it will come. I'm sure it will become.
What's the hardest part of this for you right now? You seem pretty positive with the situation so far, but it must take its toll.
Yes, it's sunnier than the UK, so, but no, it's. I think it will, but I think we know we feel safe here. There's not too much activity, and kind of every few hours there is a bit, but then there's alarms that go off on our phone, and we go inside, and then we're kind of out again after kind of half an hour. So I think. Hopefully it doesn't go on for too long, but I think we know for now that we're being looked after, and we're in good hands.
What was the reaction like from others around you at the airport at the time?
Well, I think at the time we really didn't know what was going on. The alarm just went off on our phone, and kind of everyone just was kind of just looking at each other, being yeah. And I think then it escalated pretty quickly. Luckily I was out about 2 hours before it actually got, the airport kind of got hit. But I think, everyone kind of kept calm. Everyone kept calm, I think. But yeah, I think everyone was ushered out pretty quickly and dealt with. And so I think everyone kind of knew what to do, not panic.
And at this stage, what would you like to hear from the UK government?
I mean, an exit plan would be great, but I know that they've probably got a big backlog, and I think that, I mean, you know, you always want to know when the end date is, but I kind of also have set my goals that it probably is in about a week's time, so I'm not getting too excited. But, yeah.
Can we just go over then the situation as far as you know it when it comes to flights? I mean, what's being cancelled? Everything outright or just repeated delays?
Yeah, I think, well, they keep on updating us being like, yeah, I think yesterday it was kind of like, oh, flights were, you know, not resumed, but like definitely they'll be cancelled Monday lunchtime. And now we got an update this morning being like it will be Tuesday afternoon, I think. And so it's probably just, they're just taking it day by day.
And of course, if someone is watching from the Foreign Office and they're watching this and hearing from you right now, what do you want them to understand about your situation and where you are?
Well, I mean, I think that's, I mean, I feel like at the moment we're safe. And so, but I think it's just to get as much information when they know as kind of soon as possible, because I think most people kind of cooped up in hotel rooms probably just want information. I mean, even if it's kind of not as, you know, not the information they want to hear, at least they kind of know the direction, what they should expect. And so I think that's probably just, you know, to be kept in the loop and to be reminded, you know that people are thinking of them, I think probably.
And Annabelle, I think we may have lost you there. We'll leave it there. That is Annabelle Downs. She's a Brit stuck in Abu Dhabi at the moment, and we'll continue to hear stories like that, no doubt. Earlier this morning on Mornings with Sky News, Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper spoke to Sophie Ridge about the decision to allow the US to strike Iran from UK bases.
This is about the defence of our partners in the Gulf and defence of countries where we have so many British citizens and interests in those countries. We continue to believe that we want to seek a negotiated solution, a diplomatic process. That's always been our view, and it's one of the reasons why we made a deliberate decision not to be involved or provide support for the US strikes that took place over the weekend.
So it's now defensive, that's what you're saying. I just want to try and unpick what defensive means.
Yeah.
So is any strike on Iran or its bases now seen as defensive because of what's happening? Or is it only on specific intelligence that could impact the UK? What does defensive mean?
It's a specific limited agreement about the defence of Gulf countries, and many of those Gulf countries were not involved in any of the strikes on Iran. And so, for example, it doesn't mean political and economic and infrastructure targets, but there is a significant issue about ballistic missiles and launchers that are effectively pointed at the Gulf, pointed at our partner countries and countries where we have so many British citizens. So to not provide support, the support that the US have specifically asked for that defensive operation, I think would not be the right thing to do when we have so many British citizens there.
Let's talk to our political correspondent, Rob Powell, who joins us now. So those two British bases that the US can use, Rob, for defensive reasons against Iran, that's what we know so far. There's a sense that the UK government's being drawn into this, not only, you know, diplomatically, but now strategically.
Yeah, a little bit. It is a change in position from the government from where they were earlier in the weekend, but I think what they would argue, what ministers and officials would argue, is that they've changed position because the situation on the ground has changed. What they would say has changed their calculation about allowing the US to use UK bases is that Iran is now firing missiles at Gulf states, at Western allied countries, and as we've seen overnight as well, potentially at UK air bases, that air base at Kriteri in Cyprus. So what they are saying now is that this allowing the US to use UK bases is to allow them to target the missile launchers, the rocket launchers that are threatening UK interests in the Gulf. What they say it is not, though, is allowing the US to use bases to proactively target and attack Iran. You saw the Foreign Secretary there saying that this is not about allowing missions to be flown from these bases that involve the targeting of economic, political or infrastructure targets. Quite hard to see how they would know, I guess, that every single usage of plane or whatever from these bases was solely to do with the targeting of missile launchers, though. So it is a line that the government are walking. I think there, as we will see later today when we get a common statement on this, be quite a lot of unease from plenty of people in the Commons, especially from the Labour backbenches, about the UK being drawn into this. Keir Starmer, when he made that statement yesterday, suggested and put in there that the government had learnt lessons from Iraq and was not going to recreate those mistakes. So I think an attempt to reassure, but as well as concern coming, I guess, from the left of politics, if you like, there is also concern and criticism coming from the other flank. You have parties like the Conservatives who are saying that the UK should have been allowing the US to use UK air bases right from the outset. Have a listen to the Shadow Defence Secretary, James Cartledge.
I've been very clear for weeks that if we were in government and the US asked our permission, we would have given that permission if we'd hypothetically, been in government. But what they've got with the Prime Minister, as we saw last summer with the other bombing of the nuclear facilities, is the worst of both worlds, sitting on the fence, not showing strong leadership, very unclear. If I'm confused as to what his position is, I wonder what the public thinks, because what they want when they see the footage of, hotel rooms getting hit in Dubai and so on, they want to know they've got a strong government that's going to do the right thing, and it just isn't clear.
I think essentially what the government and the Prime Minister has done is sort of found a way to support this US action, but within the constraints that they believe international law is placing on them. That is why there is this emphasis about acting in defence rather than attack. There's also, of course, that sort of intriguing diplomatic backdrop as well, that one of the bases that will now be used by the US is Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean. And we know through briefing that the blocking of that base being used may well have been the reason why Donald Trump lashed out a week or two ago at the decision to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands from the UK to Mauritius. So all of this interlinked and a lot of work being done to get the diplomacy right. At the same time, clearly work and conversations going on across Whitehall and also with businesses, providers, infrastructure and travel providers around any possible evacuation plans that the Foreign Office may need to get on top of. Now, this would be much bigger than any recent evacuation of UK citizens that we have seen. The Foreign Secretary said this morning there was around 300,000 British citizens across the Gulf. A fraction of those, about a third of those, have registered their presence with the UK government at the moment. I think the crucial thing that people in government are saying, though, will determine what form, I guess, this evacuation takes, is how long airspace across the Middle East is closed. Clearly, if that is closed for the foreseeable future, alternative evacuation plans will have to be constructed. If it opens up, then that potentially then opens the opportunity for a more straightforward, I guess, evacuation via airlines that could potentially be put on by the UK government. But all of that, you get a sense, is still being worked through in government at the moment, because if they were to embark on this, it would be a very, very big undertaking, given the sheer number of people that are in the Gulf.
OK, for now, Rob, really good to get your take on that. We're going to go live now to Sir Richard Dalton, the former British ambassador to Iran. Sir Richard, so good to have you on Sky News today. I just want to get your sense of developments that we've seen since Saturday and whether you think this potentially could be a rerun of the Iraq war, a forever war.
No, I don't think so. There's no sign of an off-ramp yet being put forward by either side. Both sides have got too much at stake. The Iranians are fighting for the survival of their government. The Israelis and the United States are nowhere near the position of having destroyed the Islamic Republic and being in a position to provoke an uprising to establish some sort of successor regime. So there may be contacts behind the scenes. We don't know about that. But it's looking to me as though both sides wish to pursue their military objectives for several days and maybe weeks ahead.
So, Richard, we're just getting lots of different lines coming through this morning. And we're hearing that a European diesel refinery margin surge as the US-Iran conflict escalates. So there's going to be impacts, of course, on the markets too. I just wonder your sense of Iran's response to all of this. According to Reuters, they say Iran has the right to defend itself against what they call aggressors, and they will continue to do so. So there's lots bubbling away. It's the geopolitics, it's the hit on the economy, but then key to all of this too is just ordinary people on all sides dealing with this.
Yes, one has the greatest sympathy for civilians, for Britain's caught up with it in the Gulf, for the citizens of Gulf states who didn't want this kind of involvement in a war of choice by the United States. I mean, it is an illegal aggression. Iran does have the right to defend itself. I think that the opportunity that the international community now has to call for a ceasefire is being neglected. The British government's decisions on the use of their bases are carefully calculated, and I see no reason to object to them. And they appear to be determined not to get sucked in any further. And that would be absolutely right, because there is not only a risk of retaliation against us from Iran as being complicit in the aggression, but also a danger that the United States demands will get more and more. But what we're not hearing from our government or anybody else is a call for a ceasefire.
A ceasefire, crucial, no doubt. People will say, Sir Richard, we're hearing air raid signals currently ringing across Jerusalem, a sign that the escalation here continues and the uncertainty too. Let's just have a listen to the air raid signals that are currently happening. Just your take, Sir Richard, on what we're seeing playing out. This is going to be a delicate few days, few weeks potentially, but the impact that this will have will resonate for decades.
Quite possibly, yes. And of course, in the short term, what we're seeing is the impact on the world economy through oil prices, through increase in the price of gold, and decrease in the value of the dollar, a freeze on investment activity, and we don't know how far this is going to go. And that's on top of the immense costs, physical costs, revenue costs of waging a war of choice like this. It's a very unsettling time for Israelis, but above all for Palestinians, because for two reasons. First of all, they don't have the kind of shelter against misdirected missiles that the Israelis have. And under cover of this concentration on Iran, Israel is pursuing its illegal colonies in the West Bank, moves towards annexation and extreme suppression of what the international community wants, which is the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people as a way of ending one of the most serious challenges to peace and security in the region.
And as you say, Sir Richard, the uncertainty at the moment is huge. We're just seeing here an AP alert saying that an oil tanker is attacked in the Gulf of Oman by a bomb carrying a drone boat, and it sparked a fire. It's killed, we believe, one. I mean, what do you envision we will see in the next few days? This is an oil tanker that's been attacked in the Gulf of Oman. How widespread will this be?
Well, what's happening was forecast by Iran. They made clear before the aggression that if they were attacked, it would become a regional conflagration. There's absolutely no reason for any surprise at anything that we are seeing other than the Iranian attacks on some civilian targets in the Gulf, which appear to be deliberate, don't appear to be just falling debris from attempted attacks on US military facilities. So I think we have no indication as to when it'll end, because there is no suggestion, as I said, that any party seriously wants to negotiate an end. The UN Security Council is hamstrung by the disagreements between the permanent members, between Russia and China, who oppose this war, America, of course, who initiated it, and France and Germany and other states who are sitting on the fence.
Okay, so Richard, what we're seeing here is an interception across the skies of Jerusalem. Another breaking line also, in addition, Qatar says it's intercepted 2 Iranian drones targeting energy facilities. No casualties at the moment. This speaks to an escalation that we've not seen in some time.
Absolutely right. And it's a consequence of what appears to be an Iranian policy to create mayhem and encourage a very early end to the aggression against it in order that it should survive. So there is indeed a conflict between within the policies of the aggressor states as to whether to continue this war in the hope that the Islamic regime will collapse and there'll be a popular revolution, or continuing it and finding that the allies that they have in the Gulf come under increasing attack with increasing implications for the world economy. So it is unpredictable as to what decision the United States and Israel will take in these circumstances. My hunch is that they are going to carry on for many days and if not weeks, with wider and wider ramifications for the region and through the economic effects on the rest of the world.
Okay, so Richard, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. If you're just joining us here on Sky News, you're looking at live pictures from Jerusalem. Of course, security remains heightened. This, we believe, is intercepting an Iranian attack in the skies over Jerusalem. There's growing tensions in the area. And of course, authorities have increased their presence, with authorities urging people to stay home, not to go to work. Schools are closed too. As this continues to develop, we'll be keeping a close eye on this live picture for you. But just to give some context of Washington and the White House, we've got the very latest analysis now from our US correspondent, David Blevins.
The White House is working very hard to control the narrative. I think it was telling last night that the president didn't take questions from reporters on Air Force One as he returned from Florida to Washington. That's very out of character. Instead, his own team recorded his second address to the nation in 48 hours and posted it on his own Truth Social platform. And in that address, he really was preparing the American people for a couple of things. The possibility of this going on for a while. He said combat operations would continue until they had achieved their objective. Speaking to a reporter on the phone earlier, he had predicted 4 weeks. And then the possibility of more American lives being lost. We know that 3 US service personnel have already been killed by a strike on a base in Kuwait. And actually, Kuwait's Ministry of Defence said several US warplanes had crashed this morning, but all crew members have survived. But it is a reminder of the danger they face, and that danger really is Donald Trump's worst nightmare, because when coffins start coming home draped in American flags, then it redraws the political battlefield here at home, because Donald Trump was the president who mocked foreign wars, who was scathing of his predecessors for engaging in them, who vowed during the election campaign that American blood would no longer be spilt in these far-off places. Now, he has clearly he changed his mind, as he's entitled to do. But no matter how he strategically justifies that, he must know that this is a decision that is going to be tested when Americans go to the polls in the midterm elections later this year. So this is not just a defining moment for Iran. It's a moment of reckoning for Donald Trump too, because the outcome of this war with Iran is going to define his presidency.
David Blevins there. Well, let's look at the effect that this is all having on global markets, not least the effect that the military action is having on oil prices, as you can see from the graph there. Let's bring in our economics editor, Ed Conway. Markets responding, Ed, to the tensions in the Middle East with a spike in oil prices. What's the implications short-term and long-term?
Well, I suppose oil prices going up is perhaps, in a sense, the most predictable part of this. I mean, when you look at the area that we're talking about, the Gulf, I mean, we all know this is one of, if not the most important concentration of oil fields and gas fields as well in the world. And so the fact that you can see there, oil prices have gone up by about kind of 9% or so, just over the course of kind of last night and this morning. It's not a surprise. If anything, actually, perhaps the surprise is that it's not more of a rise. I mean, you know, if the pinch point at the kind of south of the Gulf, so the Strait of Hormuz, if that was genuinely closed, and right now there aren't many ships passing through it, but if that was closed and nothing could pass through it for weeks, that would be enormously consequential for not just that region, but for the global economy. There you can see that's the Strait of Hormuz. You can see kind of a lot of vessels that are just waiting on either side of it to see if they can pass through because they are so nervous. That is one of the world's natural pinch points, perhaps the most important of all choke points, because it is through there that about a fifth of the world's, perhaps more, depending on whose numbers you're looking at, but at least a fifth of the world's oil is passing. Even more of the world's fertiliser, about kind of 30% of all the world's fertiliser passes through that, because fertiliser is basically made, a lot of the kind of nitrogen-based fertiliser, it's made from oil and gas. It passes through that. And so if you're not able to get shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, that is a massive deal. And we've never really kind of countenanced that in recent memory. There have been moments like this where people have been very nervous about it and have not really kind of known how long the conflict is going to last. But it's kind of abated over the following weeks. And so if the longer this goes on, and Donald Trump talking about this going on for weeks, the more of an impact it is likely to have on the global economy. And while oil prices, you know, it seems rather archaic still to be talking about oil prices, well, you know, that is still the foundation stone for so much of the global economy. And so the fact that you're now hearing from the Qatari authorities about Iranian drones trying to attack their oil facilities, the fact that we've seen pictures actually coming out of Saudi Arabia of the Ras Tanura refinery and flames coming out of there. It's the energy ministry in Saudi Arabia, there you can see the pictures. The ministry says that those were parts from drones that were intercepted. So the drones that attempted to attack the Ras Tanura refinery, you can see that's in Saudi Arabia. The attempt was foiled, but nonetheless you can see that there has been some damage done. When you're looking at these plants, I know that, you know, it just looks like a lot of just yet more pipe work that you often see in the Middle East against a kind of desert background. Well, Ras Tanura is an iconic site for Saudi Arabia. This is basically where its history as a petrostate began. So the fact that the Iranians are attempting to take it down and to damage it is enormously consequential in geopolitical terms, but also for the wider global economy. So that's the kind of initial concern, and you can see that's why oil prices have gone up quite a lot over the course of the last few hours. But still, I think a lot of traders, a lot of economists are looking at what's happening here and just trying to work out what the consequences are going to be. And it's very difficult right now at this early stage to understand all of the knock-on, you know, second, third tier consequences, given that the Middle East and the Gulf in general, it's not just about energy. You know, this is an entrepot for trade that goes around the world. It's an entrepot for people travelling around the world. And we have, you know, all these stories of people who are unfortunately trapped, stranded in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and other places around there. Because for a long time, people have gotten used to being able to move goods and move human beings around the world freely. And if this conflict that we're seeing at the moment is a challenge to that, well, that is much more consequential for the economy. So I think everyone just trying to get a sense of what might be the consequences. But we're still at very early stages in that, and it's going to, if this is going to run for weeks, there's going to be speculation about that for a long time yet.
OK. Ed, for now, really appreciate that take. I'm joined now by Tara Kangaloo, a global affairs journalist and author of the book The Heartbeat of Iran. Really great to have you with us this morning. Tara, I know you've spent many years reporting inside, outside of Iran. From what you're hearing from the people inside Iran right now, what are they telling you?
Thank you, Leah, and good morning. Indeed, people in Iran are on their toes. I want our viewers to put things in context. Iran is a country of 90 million and most certainly not a monolithic society. You have at least close to 20 million of the population in support of the regime. Why? Because it's financially beneficial to them. And of that population, some ideologically, right? But of that 90 million, the rest of the population is very much against the regime. We saw the protests that took place in January, the latest example of the repression and oppression of the regime toward its people. So these are the people in Iran right now who are looking outward to see what Donald Trump will do next and what this means for their country and their wish to have a democratic future. But as you mentioned, I spent many years in the region, and if you speak with folks around the Middle East, they will tell you that it has been rarely that strikes and bombs have brought peace and stability and democracy to their countries. I also do want to mention that we are seeing the conflict widening today in Lebanon and also Iraq. We're seeing instability. And I will end by saying this, a very strong source of mine in Saudi Arabia and the foreign ministry said that the conflict is widening because of everyone's miscalculation.
So it's interesting. What I'm getting from you, actually, Tara, is that people inside Iran, whether they're celebrating, mourning the Supreme Leader's death, there is a general weariness then to external intervention from the US. What do people want the world to know about what comes next?
Indeed. And in the words of a young woman that I spoke with today, she said, "We have been choked by the regime perpetually for so many years that so many of us believe that anything that comes next would be better." And a powerful sentence that another person said, that there's a sea of blood between the people of Iran and the regime. So many of them want to move beyond the regime, but they are also extremely concerned that if the regime stands in power in whatever shape or form, and there's a leader chosen from within the apparatus, that might be even worse than what they've had. Because history has proven in Iran that after any conflict, any war, the crackdown against dissent would heighten. And that's what many Iranians are worried about. On top of that, we have to understand that the economy of Iran is at its worst shape. It's in a free fall. People's purchasing power is at its lowest. So while they're being bombed and attacked, even though these are targeted against IRGC and government centers and command and control areas, still people are affected. People can't go to work. Schools are out. Businesses are down. Internet is completely disconnected. It's extremely hard to connect with people inside the country. So the society is on standby. It's not functioning. And for a nation that was in mourning and in some ways is still in mourning over the deaths of the thousands we saw in January and is choked by a free-falling economy, life is difficult. All the while, some still have a glimmer of hope that maybe this might be an end to an oppressive regime.
And do you think that that glimmer of hope then to a new regime, a new way forward for Iran, is what sustains people's resilience despite everything that they've witnessed?
I would say Iranian people, like so many others in the region, are strong. Why? Because they know what they want, they know what they deserve, and they know how to get there. Except they're oftentimes being held back by the policies domestically and, of course, forces from abroad. And Iranian people are very well aware and also capable to determine their own future. They just haven't been given the opportunity to do so. So the glimmer of hope, as difficult as it is to maintain, is still there. And also, mind you, that the difference between this conflict that we're seeing and the 12-day war is that people are now even more alert. Another source in Tehran told me that we know that where we should go shop, when we should go out on the streets, when not, because we want to live through this to see the day after. And the Israeli strikes have so far been targeted, but of course, life remains difficult and precarious on the ground for many Iranians.
Yeah, you make such a good point there. We're hearing right now from state Tehran media in the country that several explosions have been heard in Tehran. And that's what makes this situation so precarious, doesn't it, Tara? That people will be resilient, they will try to carry on and manage life within their means, within the control that they can have, but there will be explosions, there will be a threat hanging over their heads.
Indeed, absolutely. There were images coming in the earlier hours of the morning from Gandhi neighborhood in Tehran. And that's an area that I've visited and have been to. Mind you, Leah, that Tehran is a dense city. It has a population of around 9 million, with 16 million including the metropolitan area at large. And this Gandhi neighborhood, it has police stations, it might have IRGC centers, it would have mosques, but it would also have a lot of shops and stores and commercial buildings, as well as residential. So the idea of hitting strategic targets, but not affecting ordinary life is something that is in ways not possible in a city like Tehran. But of course, like what we've been saying, the Iranian people are staying put to what comes next. And many are telling me that we're willing to go through this phase to see that glimmer of hope.
Leave it there, Tara. Really appreciate your take of what's happening inside Iran. More at the top of the hour.
These images that have been circulated on social media quite a lot of the last hour or so, they're coming from the Ministry of Defense of Kuwait, who's updated that a number of US fighters did fall, but the pilots ejected safely. The Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense saying that a couple of US jets fell from the sky, and this is some imagery of at least one of them. Earlier on in that video, you can see the pilot ejecting as well.
Hello, good morning. The war in the Middle East appears to be escalating further. This morning, we're hearing from the Reuters news agency that the Israeli military says it's begun additional strikes on Tehran, targeting Gulf states. Of course, Israel exchanging strikes too with Hezbollah in Lebanon. 3 days into the war, Tehran insists it will not negotiate with the US. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has signalled strikes will continue with full force until all of his objectives are achieved. While Kuwait has said that several US fighter jets crashed into its airspace this morning. The country's Ministry of Defence confirmed it's in contact with US forces and that an investigation to determine the cause of the incident is underway. All of the pilots managed to safely eject from their planes and were taken to hospital for medical care. Authorities in Kuwait have confirmed that they are in a stable condition. Well, let's take you through some of the key points and our latest developments so far. So despite the UK not assisting with the initial US strikes on Iran, the runway at the RAF's Akrotiri Air Base, this is in Cyprus, was hit by a drone. Cyprus State TV have reported sirens could be heard from the British base, with aircraft then taking off. Now, in the Gulf of Oman, officials say an oil tanker has been attacked by a bomb carrying a drone boat, killing one mariner on board. Well, this is as Saudi Arabia has also taken precautions, shutting its biggest domestic oil refinery after a drone strike produces 50,000 barrels per day and serves as a key export terminal for Saudi's crude oil. And then overnight, Israel and Hezbollah traded fire as the Iran-backed militant group in Lebanon seeks revenge for the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Well, the Israeli military said it struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut as it launched strikes at the Lebanese capital and in the south of the country, killing at least 31 people. An Israeli military spokesperson said Israel is keeping all options on the table for a ground offensive in Lebanon. Let's go live to Adam Parsons, who is in Jerusalem. Adam, it feels, from looking at the wires and the latest breaking news, that things are escalating. What's the mood where you are?
I'm not sure I would say that they're escalating. I'd say that they're staying at a sort of similarly high level. In the past half hour, we had missiles coming over here, Iranian missiles, and they were intercepted. So there was a series of interceptions in the skies to both sides of me, quite sort of spectacular interceptions set against this very clear blue sky. But actually that was the first alert that we had here for a number of hours. We have heard rumblings in the distance. It seems like there were some interceptions over a place called Ramleh a little while earlier. So those attacks do keep coming from Iran, and we know that the US-Israeli forces have been attacking Iran again. We've seen significant explosions in Tehran. I think once again going after the intelligence ministry is one of the targets there. But in terms of the wider regional, well, we know that this morning in the early hours, Israel launched a very big attack into Lebanon. Now that was provoked by Hezbollah, the group that is clearly funded significantly by Iran, fired a relatively small number of rockets and drones from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. They did absolutely no damage at all, but the reprisals that came from Israel have been significant. 31 people have been killed in Lebanon, and with all indications that will continue. Now, what Israel is trying to do is to use this as a moment to try to destroy or at least hugely degrade Hezbollah, something that it has tried to do repeatedly over the years, just as the US and Israel are trying to massively degrade the Ayatollah regime in Iran, having, of course, most profoundly killed the supreme leader at the start of this war. And the question is, how long does that go on for? What does victory look like? And how much damage is going to be wreaked? Iran, from its perspective, is evidently attempting to turn this into a regional conflict by attacking not just Israel, but also Gulf states. Drones have been sent to Qatar. We know that attacks have been carried out on Bahrain and Dubai, and those are continuing. It isn't clear yet who was responsible for the damage, the drones that were sent to the UK base in Cyprus. I'm sure a lot of people will be pointing fingers either at Iran or at Iran, Iranian supporting elements for doing that. Investigation continues. But Iran will try to provoke responses. It is also threatening shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and as has been widely reported already by us today, that has seen the price of oil spiking. That isn't just a sort of intangible thing. When oil becomes more expensive, then that feeds into not just cars, but that feeds into the wider economy, which is so dependent on oil. The Iranians are well aware of that, and well aware that causing economic pain around the world is going to have an impact. So I think this war is taking place in multiple dimensions. On a literal level, it's taking place on the air, taking place potentially at sea. We know the US attacked Iranian naval ships. There is talk of Israel preparing for a ground offensive in Lebanon. At the moment, I would resist reading too much into that. That is not, according to people I've spoken to, going to happen imminently, although, let's be honest, things can happen fast in this war. I think it's unlikely that there will be American or Israeli troops entering Iran soon, although no doubt Mossad has people on the ground there. But I think it is a question of to what extent can Iran maintain a war against the military might of the United States? And if it doesn't, is there a way that Iran can bring this to an end? Can it call for diplomatic negotiations, some sort of code for a ceasefire? Or does the regime, as it still exists, think that this is so existential that it just has to keep throwing missiles around the region? And frankly, who is going to replace the Ayatollah? We don't know these things. We have no idea whether Iran will go on a path towards a more reformist candidate to be Ayatollah, whether it will go down a completely different path and end up having a Shah in place, or whether potentially the Revolutionary Guard could seize control of the country and introduce an even more repressive dictatorship. These are questions that can't be answered at the moment, but are playing out in real time. And also in the skies above us here in Jerusalem, the Israelis are nervous. They're very accustomed to this, but yesterday they saw 9 Israeli civilians killed in a missile strike in a place called Beit Shemesh, about 45 minutes drive out of Jerusalem. And that has upset and spread fear into a lot of people. And of course, worth saying, similarly, a large number of civilian casualties in Iran as well.
OK, for now, Adam, thanks so much for the update. Just want to bring you some breaking lines that we're receiving here at Sky News. The US President Donald Trump has told the Telegraph newspaper that he's very disappointed in the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, for blocking him from using Diego Garcia base to carry out strikes on Iran. We heard from Yvette Cooper earlier this morning saying that UK bases were being allowed to be used by the US in a defensive mode. But the US president has spoken to the Telegraph and said he's, in his words, very disappointed in Sir Keir Starmer for blocking that move. So that's that latest breaking news. Also want to bring you an update. This is from CENTCOM, and it's all in relation to those Kuwaiti jets that went down. They're saying it's in result of friendly fire. We showed you these extraordinary pictures. These are F-15E Strike Eagles. They were flying in support of Operation Epic Fury, and they went down over Kuwait. This was due to an apparent friendly fire incident. It was during active combat, of course, and it included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones, but the US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. We know that all 6 aircrew, they ejected safely, as you can see, and they were taken to hospital. They're in a stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged that this incident, that it was friendly fire, and they're grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defence Forces and their support, of course, for the ongoing operation. So the entire incident, of course, is still under investigation. More to come on that. OK, let's hear more now from our defence and security editor, Deborah Haynes.
The UK and its assets are very much now in target, within range of Iran's and Hezbollah's drones and, for Cyprus at least, the Iranians' ballistic missiles. They can't reach the UK, it's important to stress. But I think we had on Saturday news that 2 Iranian missiles had been fired in the direction of Cyprus, but the Ministry of Defence was saying that they didn't believe that Cyprus had been the target. And of course, when you look at what else is in the region, you have a giant American aircraft carrier strike group led by the USS Gerald R. Ford. That is south of Cyprus, and clearly that would be a valuable target for the Iranians to seek to strike. But this drone attack that happened last night shows that clearly as well, the UK is viewed as a target. Now, it's important that I understand that this actual strike happened, like you said, at around 10 o'clock UK time last night. And the thinking is that the actual drone itself was probably launched before the Prime Minister made that updated statement when he U-turned on allowing the Americans to use British bases to launch strikes against Iran. This was something that the Americans had been wanting. You'll remember Donald Trump gave that rather excoriating social media post a few days ago where he was criticising Keir Starmer over the whole Chagos Islands deal, including Diego Garcia, and making the point that the US needs to use Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford in the UK, both of which are home to large numbers of American bombers, to launch potentially operations against Iran. And this was something that the UK had until yesterday night prevented the Americans from doing under the deal that allows the Americans to operate effectively on British soil in the UK and at this sovereign base in Diego Garcia. The UK has to give permission to the Americans for whatever operation they are then going to go and conduct. And clearly the British did not want to allow its territory to be used to launch this offensive operation against Iran, which has already delivered the death of the supreme leader and huge strikes against the country, against military targets, regime targets, which has then triggered this Iranian response in the region with multiple Iranian drones and missiles then being launched against countries in the Gulf where there are also British citizens and British military assets. And so it is because of that retaliation that the decision switched on the British side to allow the Americans to use these bases. But it really is sort of dancing on the head of a pin in terms of the justifications. The Prime Minister saying that these bases are now going to be used by the Americans when it comes to taking action against sort of defensive action. So action into Iran that takes out Iran's capabilities to launch missiles at the rest of the region, as opposed to sort of quibbling what is offensive actions then. However, the British has taken that step, which does draw the UK more firmly into this conflict. And also, presumably, now that the UK has directly come under this attack in terms of our base in Cyprus, is there going to be a moment that British forces directly attack Iranian ballistic missile launchers? We're not there yet, but clearly that could be the next stage that you might end up at.
Just taking you to some live pictures of Edinburgh now. We're hearing from the Press Association and the police. They've warned the public to avoid parts of Edinburgh. This is following reports of a man with a bladed weapon. Locals are saying that a number of people have been stabbed, with an emergency response that's been there since 9 o'clock this morning. So police are saying that armed police... The other piece of breaking news to bring you up to date with, this is huge in the last hour. President Donald Trump has said he's very disappointed with Sir Keir Starmer. This is after, essentially, he blocked the US from using the UK-controlled military base on Diego Garcia. He's spoken to the Telegraph newspaper, and Mr. Trump, in this article, is suggesting he had sought access to the strategically important base in the Indian Ocean, but that request had not been approved by Sir Keir Starmer. And you'll also know that Diego Garcia, of course, is jointly operated by the UK and the United States, and it's been a critical hub for both. So that's huge there. There is another bit of breaking news I'm just pulling up on my screen. 2 unmanned drones, we're hearing, are heading towards the UK's Akrotiri Air Base in Cyprus. They were intercepted. This is according to the Cyprus government. So these 2 drones were heading towards this base, this UK base in Cyprus, and they were intercepted. We told you earlier at midnight local time, around 10 o'clock UK time, that there was a drone that hit the runway of the Akrotiri base. This is the latest news that we're getting in, that this 2, not 1, 2 unmanned drones were heading towards that base, and they've been intercepted by the Cyprus government there. So this is a huge moment, potentially, in escalating crisis across the Middle East, which includes this tiny island in the Mediterranean. So 2 drones were heading there, the pictures that you're seeing there, but they were intercepted. OK, let's move on. There's a lot to get across this morning, but we want to reflect now how tens of thousands of British tourists, they remain stranded in the region. And this is because, of course, flights are being grounded. Now, the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, told us more than 100,000 people have registered their presence with the UK government since Saturday, and that all options, including evacuation, are being looked at to help them.
I think we know we feel safe here. I mean, there's not too much activity, and kind of every few hours there is a bit, but then, you know, there's alarms that go off on our phone and we go inside, and then we're kind of out again after kind of half an hour. So I think, I mean, hopefully it doesn't go on for too long, but I think we know for now that we're being looked after, and we're in good hands. What was the reaction like from others around you at the airport at the time? Well, I think at the time we really didn't know what was going on. I mean, the alarm just went off on our phone, and kind of everyone just was kind of just looking at each other, being like, yeah. And I think then it escalated pretty quickly. I mean, luckily I was out about 2 hours before it actually got the airport kind of got hit. But I mean, everyone kind of kept calm. Everyone kept calm, I think. But yeah, I think everyone was ushered out pretty quickly and dealt with, and so I think everyone kind of knew what to do.
Okay, more breaking news now. These are live pictures from Beirut, and the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Shlam has said that the state rejects any military or security actions launched from Lebanese territory. Goes on to say the decision of war and peace lies exclusively in the hands of the state, which requires restricting Hezbollah's activities to hand over its weapons. We are calling on the army to immediately implement cabinet decisions to ensure that weapons are exclusively under state control. What Hezbollah has done constitutes, it's really important this, constitutes a violation of cabinet decisions, banning Hezbollah's military activities and limiting its role to the political sphere. And it ends the statement saying the government announces its full readiness to resume negotiations with civilian participation and under international auspices. So this is the latest from the Lebanese side. We've seen strikes into Israel, in Tehran, across the region too. So that's the latest there from the Lebanese Prime Minister. We're going to return to Dubai, though, now, and we're going to hear from Sky's Sally Lockwood. She has this update.
It was a quieter night here than the night before, where I think very few people got much sleep. There were far fewer loud blasts and explosions. It did feel like we had some sort of lull overnight, but that changed this morning with a series of loud blasts and explosions heard here in Dubai, followed by lots of fast jet activity in the sky. We're also hearing reports that the air raid siren went off near Abu Dhabi International Airport around 9:15 this morning, and that an Amazon data center was hit here in the UAE by what they're describing as objects overnight. A video is also circulating of some sort of explosion in Ras Al Khaimah, one of the northern Emirates. It looks like it's hit some sort of residential area there. We're still awaiting more information. But also, very concerningly, we've had some updates from Kuwait today that several American fighter jets have crashed in Kuwait. The servicemen have been recovered from the aircraft. They've been taken to hospital and they're in a stable condition, according to the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait. But that, of course, follows the 3 service personnel that were killed yesterday, American service personnel, Donald Trump announcing that, along with another 5 that were seriously injured. And Donald Trump warned that there would probably be more casualties and more American deaths. This is not going to be news that the American public wants to hear, but it was a very sobering update from the US president yesterday. And certainly those images of this fast jet falling from the sky in Kuwait is very concerning indeed. And now that update from the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait that was several US fighter jets that have crashed in Kuwait today. Now, the embassy advice, the American embassy advice in Kuwait is to not come to the embassy. There is a continuing threat of missile and drone strikes. They're telling people and telling American citizens to shelter in place, to go to the lowest level of the building that they're in, sit near an interior wall and stay away from windows. I mean, this is really sobering stuff. And we're receiving similar advice here in the UAE, of course, home to nearly 250,000 British citizens who've chosen to make the UAE their home, but also tens of thousands who are here on holiday at the moment. And the British ambassador has given another update today saying, we're getting lots of questions about evacuations, people wanting to get home. Air travel remains suspended until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. And he said, we're working with airlines and governments and authorities. And he warns British citizens to remain in place. He said, that the advice is the same: shelter in place, stay away from windows, and register your presence And as you say, more than 100,000 British citizens are now said to have registered their presence here in the region. The majority of those are understood to be here in the UAE on holiday. And we're now just waiting to hear what the repatriation plans will be in terms of getting those people home. Some people are desperate to get out of here, desperate to get back. Other people are much more relaxed, and you see them lying on sun loungers around their hotel pools. I would say it's the same sort of contrast when it comes to people who live here. There are some who are quite relaxed and think that normality is going to return very, very soon. Other people are really, really shaken up and have left Dubai and travelled to Northern Emirates, booked into hotels in Oman. We're going to have to see what today holds. Both Etihad and Emirates have said there will be no air travel before tomorrow afternoon, and some people are hearing that there won't be any air travel before Thursday. Port Rashid, just north of here, people are saying that they have sightings of the US aircraft carrier, the Abraham Lincoln, that came to the Gulf a few weeks ago. That is off the coast of the UAE at the moment, the world's biggest warship. And some say, that gives people here a sense of security, that they have the Americans protecting them, that the UAE has some of the best air defense systems in the world. But one security source I spoke to here this afternoon said to me that, yes, the UAE air defense systems have done an incredible job of intercepting ballistic missiles from Iran, but that the issue of drones is much more of a problem, that hundreds of drones have been fired into UAE airspace in the last 3 days. And fast jets are now apparently being used to also help with that defensive capability. And this source said to me, we could potentially see this turn into a war of attrition. It could be a numbers game. We don't know how many drones the Iranians have or how much more air defense supplies the UAE has, but certainly it is very concerning at the moment. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens in the next 24 hours. It does feel like a very volatile atmosphere here, and people are really desperate for normality to return, for people to get home who are here on holiday. The concern is that this potentially could be a new reality for the region when it comes to security.
IEA conference.
Are not for me to validate or invalidate. So what I can say is that our assessment of what the situation was and is when it comes to the Iranian nuclear program is very clear and has been in my reports throughout. So this is my evaluation. It's an evaluation that is based on the fact that Iran has a very big, ambitious nuclear program, that we do not have the accesses that we should have. At the same time, I said it last year before the June 12-day war, we don't see a structured program to manufacture nuclear weapons. So that is the assessment of the agency. Then, of course, countries have either other information or political considerations, which are not for me to validate, as I said, or invalidate.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Hi, DG. Jonathan Tyrone, Bloomberg
Hello,
News.
Jonathan. Hello.
You met the Assistant Secretary of the U.S. On Friday. The U.S. administration has transmitted a letter to Congress that permits Saudi Arabia to have access to enrichment technology and also plans to establish a bilateral safeguards agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia that potentially makes the IAEA safeguards program subsidiary. Can you give us a readout on how you see that proposal being floated by the Trump administration in Saudi Arabia?
Well, first of all, I think we need to be reminded that this is a bilateral agreement. So it's an agreement between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States. The terms of that agreement is for them to decide. We always, as a rule, support and advise on having for any agreement the highest, best possible standards of safeguards and verification. And there are many ways to do that, as you know. Argentina and Brazil had its own way to do it. Other countries do it in different ways. So we will, and of course, when they come to that agreement, which is not the case so far, so there is a little bit of speculation as to what are the exact contents of that agreement. When that happens, what we expect, and we are sure that this will happen. I have been discussing with Secretary Wright, for example, in Washington and in other parts. They are going to be requesting the agency to verify that agreement. So I would say, from the perspective of the IAEA, we are in a listening mode. We advise, of course, because this process has been ongoing, and if you remember, it goes back to the Biden administration as well. It's been a process that has taken a long time with different emphasis as time passes and the priorities of each government changes. So we will be ready to apply the verification measures that they request.
But just a quick follow-up.
Yes.
But just broadly, what does it say about safeguards that there's a force concentrated in the Middle East to wage war on one country over its nuclear fuel cycle program? At the same time, letters are being transmitted that would open up the fuel cycle to a neighboring country.
Well, a nuclear fuel cycle is a very legitimate thing to begin with. And for this agency, a good thing, because we promote the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Your comparison in that sense, though tempting, I don't think respectfully applies, because we are talking about something that may happen, an agreement, and when that agreement happens, what we hope is that the parties to the agreement, and in this case Saudi Arabia, if you wanted to extend that comparison, will be in compliance, in full compliance with what they agreed to do. In the case of Iran, well, we've had the problems that we have been talking about for so many years, Jonathan.
Hi, Nilufar Ibrahim from Iran International.
Hello.
Hello. Today you said that you were not able to connect the channels to the Iranians to see what is happening to the facilities which Iran is saying has been hit. I was wondering, have you been talked to the Iranian representative today, this morning? during that meeting that you had, and then after that, do you think the military action which is going on would make your work more difficult now? Because even before that, you were asking for inspections in Iran for the sites. And how do you think it will be proceeded after that?
Yeah, let me maybe give an element of precision there on this issue of the communication or not communication. The communication I am referring to is the communication that our Incident and Emergencies Center normally has with a point of contact that is determined or defined by every state on issues that have to do with radiological situations, levels in the atmosphere, etc. So it's a pretty technical thing. It's not that we have lost communication with Iran. No, that doesn't happen. And I have a very cordial contact with the ambassador and with authorities in Tehran as well, as you know very well. So that has not been interrupted. As to how this process will continue or not, like your Chinese...
OK, we're going to leave that IAEA conference there. We do have some breaking news. It's in relation to Cyprus. Greece says that it will be sending military assistance, including 2 fighter jets to protect Cyprus after that drone strike we told you about. This is all coming from the Greek Defence Ministry official. This was after that drone strike on Akrotiri air base in Cyprus, which is close to Limassol. We'll leave it there. We're now joined by Sir Geoffrey Nice, the former lead prosecutor for the UN. Really great to have you with us today, sir. Just want to get your assessment of what we're seeing at the moment, and particularly what you would categorise the strikes on Iran and then their retaliation too. How would you categorise that?
The reality is that we're looking at one United Nations member state, America, launching a war on another state, Iran, and doing so thus far without evidence to justify in law what it has done. The United Nations it forbids the use of force, save in exceptional circumstances, self-defense being one of them, and preemptive self-defense, a difficult concept and controversial, has so far not been substantiated by any evidence provided by the United States. So that puts Iran in the position of facing what could be an unlawful attack. Therefore, it is entitled to defend itself, but its defense has to be within the law, which means it has to be proportionate, matching military objectives against collateral damage. And the use of unfocused missiles may well easily be itself unlawful. So you may have, as the principal parties in this war, 2 parties, neither of which is acting lawfully. To that, we then add the other incidents of attacks on other countries and defense by the United Kingdom of allies in the region, but not involvement in America. And the overall legality of everyone's participation becomes pretty difficult to decide at this stage.
So where do we go from here? We were just hearing from the IAEA that says that there has to be recognition on both sides, on the US side, on the Iranian side, to come to some kind of end game? Because at this point, we don't have that. What's your thoughts on that?
To come to some kind of...
conclusion on both sides. That there has to be, I suppose, dialogue from both. At the moment, the Iranian side, they don't want to negotiate with Donald Trump.
In a way, it's not for me to comment on political things, because that's not my area of expertise. And I can willingly accept that the law may have little part to play now or indeed in the future, because neither side is going to accept that accountability mechanisms, the ICC or any tribunal, will have any effect on what they do. So the law really sits at the moment in the background to people's thinking, and it's right and proper that all of us should know whether what our government does is in line with the law or not, for all sorts of reasons. So the answer to your question is, as a non-expert, just like the rest of us, I suppose, yes, for goodness sake, bring this to some kind of conclusion and do it by negotiation. As to the interesting press conference that you showed in the previous part of your program, one can readily understand the difficulties that the negotiators about enrichment are facing, and we know that Iran claims an entitlement, as in any other country under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, to enrich uranium. And we need to recognize that what is being argued by countries like America and our own is not that Iran is not able ultimately to enrich uranium, but that this particular regime should never be allowed to. And that position is based on an assertion that it is always too dangerous and constitutes justification for self-defense. Now, anticipatory self-defense, which is very difficult to establish in law. So I think it's better at this stage for the law to be in the background, for politics to take over and to reflect common sense, that everything should be done to reach a negotiated settlement and then to return to the law if necessary. If I may add this, the problem for our government, and maybe for other governments, is that with the accountability mechanisms, the courts and tribunals being completely disregarded by big countries, America, Russia, China, and countries such as Israel, being completely disregarded by them, and our country nevertheless wanting to support those countries from time to time in acts that seem to many people to be unlawful, leaves us, the public, in a bit of a quandary, because our government does not put respect for the law first, and maybe is paving the way for big countries to say that the law itself is wrong and needs to be rewritten. And if that happens, and if we are inured by years and years of our government obscuring from us its calculation of criminality by other countries, we may fall in line and say, oh, well, yes, maybe it's time for the law to be rewritten. It would have been much better, in my view, if our government had said, as it happens on this occasion, it appears the American attack is unlawful, but we can accept, as an exception to the application of the law properly, that on this occasion only, we should tolerate the non-observance of the law by the United States. But of course, it can't do that, because if it says it this time, it will have to accept that it's been doing the same thing on many previous occasions. We, the public, will be much assisted in driving politicians, and politicians should ultimately, if they want power, they should be more afraid of us than of other countries, us, the voters, I mean. It would help us greatly if our country was fully honest about its assessment of the criminal activities of other countries when they occur.
OK, really interesting. We'll have to leave it there for now. Sir Geoffrey Nice, thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
OK, well, let's take a look at the effect this is all having on global markets, and not least the effect that the military action is having on the price of oil. You can see from this graph, it very much is. Let's hear from our economics editor, Ed Conway.
Oil prices going up is perhaps in a sense, the most predictable part of this. I mean, when you look at the area that we're talking about, the Gulf, I mean, we all know this is one of, if not the most important concentration of oil fields and gas fields as well in the world. And so the fact that you can see there, oil prices have gone up by about kind of 9% or so, just over the course of kind of last night and this morning. It's not a surprise. If anything, actually, perhaps the surprise is that it's not more of a rise. I mean, you know, if the pinch point at the kind of south of the Gulf, so the Strait of Hormuz, if that was genuinely closed, and right now there aren't many ships passing through it, but if that was closed and nothing could pass through it for weeks, that would be enormously consequential for not just that region, but for the global economy. There you can see that's the Strait of Hormuz. You can see kind of a lot of vessels that are just waiting on either side of it to see if they can pass through because they are so nervous. That is one of the world's natural pinch points, perhaps the most important of all choke points, because it is through there that about a fifth of the world's, perhaps more, depending on whose numbers you're looking at, but at least a fifth of the world's oil is passing. Even more of the world's fertilizer, about kind of 30% of all the world's fertilizer passes through that, because fertilizer is basically made, a lot of the kind of nitrogen-based fertilizer, it's made from oil and gas. It passes through that. And so if you're not able to get shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, that is a massive deal. And we've never really kind of countenanced that in recent memory. There have been moments like this where people have been very nervous about it and have not really kind of known how long the conflict is going to last. But it's kind of abated over the following weeks. And so if the longer this goes on, and Donald Trump talking about this going on for weeks, the more of an impact it is likely to have on the global economy. And while oil prices, you know, it seems rather archaic still to be talking about oil prices, well, you know, that is still the foundation stone for so much of the global economy. And so the fact that you're now hearing from the Qatari authorities about Iranian drones trying to attack their oil facilities, the fact that we've seen pictures actually coming out of Saudi Arabia of the Ras Tanura refinery and flames coming out of there. It's the energy ministry in Saudi Arabia, there you can see the pictures. The ministry says that those were parts from drones that were intercepted. So the drones that attempted to attack the Ras Tanura refinery, you can see that's in Saudi Arabia. The attempt was foiled, but nonetheless you can see that there has been some damage done. When you're looking at these plants, I know that, you know, it just looks like a lot of just yet more pipe work that you often see in the Middle East against a kind of desert background. Well, Ras Tanura is an iconic site for Saudi Arabia. This is basically where its history as a petrostate began. So the fact that the Iranians are attempting to take it down and to damage it is enormously consequential in geopolitical terms, but also for the wider global economy. So that's the kind of initial concern, and you can see that's why oil prices have gone up quite a lot over the course of the last few hours. But still, I think a lot of traders, a lot of economists are looking at what's happening here and just trying to work out what the consequences are going to be. And it's very difficult right now at this early stage to understand all of the knock-on, you know, second, third tier consequences, given that the Middle East and the Gulf in general, it's not just about energy. You know, this is an entrepot for trade that goes around the world. It's an entrepot for people travelling around the world. And we have, you know, all these stories of people who are unfortunately trapped, stranded in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and other places around there. Because for a long time, people have gotten used to being able to move goods and move human beings around the world freely. And if this conflict that we're seeing at the moment is a challenge to that, well, that is much more consequential for the economy. So I think everyone just trying to work out, trying to get a sense of what might be the consequences. But we're still at very early stages in that, and it's going to, you know, if this is going to run for weeks, there's going to be speculation about that for a long time yet.
Joining us now is military analyst Sean Bell. Sean, shall we start with the base in Cyprus? We're hearing that drones were intercepted there. What's your assessment of the site? How many people do we know are there, and the implications, first of all? Morning.
Good morning, Leah. Yeah, I mean, I think we've got to be careful not to overreact to this one. At first sight, I know quite a few people at Cyprus. I've spoken to one or two of them. There's nobody hurt, nobody injured. I understand that there was a small explosion on the runway, but it hasn't affected operations there. Quite understandably, they've moved the civilians off the site. For now, they've clearly got a big island there. There's a lot of air assets there. It's quite unclear at the moment because a speculation would be that if it was an Iranian drone, it's quite a long way away, therefore would have to be a Shahed. But that would generally have quite a lot of explosive power. And you have to remember that, of course, if Iran is feeling beleaguered, then it will leverage not only its proxies, but also some terror groups around the world. So we might be seeing, this could be the first sign of attacks like that. But luckily, from what I know, there's been no damage to any permanent infrastructure. Nobody's been hurt, nobody's been killed, and operations continue as normal.
Yeah, we're also hearing, actually, this is separate to this, that EasyJet has cancelled all flights to and from Cyprus. This is, of course, the UK's biggest airline. It's axed 2 inbound and 2 outbound flights connecting Paphos with London Gatwick and Manchester, and 1 inbound and 1 outbound flight between Larnaca and London Gatwick. We'll keep an eye on that. Interesting, should this continue to go on, as Donald Trump had suggested. Simon, we also heard just in and amongst the breaking news this morning that the IDF saying it's essentially begun additional strikes on Tehran. That was the latest update that we heard, targeting what it describes as Iranian terror regime targets. What do you know about that?
Well, I think what was interesting over the last couple of days, we watched the Americans roll back the Iranian air defense systems, and then we've watched Israel. I think yesterday were 1,200 munitions dropped, a range of targets largely focused in Tehran, seemed to be the Ministry of Defense and sort of more the military political leadership side. We're seeing pictures of those strikes now. What is really interesting as well, though, is what is it that America's going after at the moment? Because that has the predominance of air power. We've seen these 3 aircraft fighter jets get shot down by Kuwait air defense systems, we understand. And I have to say, from a military perspective, after the leadership was taken out of Iran, I did wonder, President Trump does not want to get involved in a long war, whether or not he would draw stumps and give negotiations another chance, because he has achieved regime change. It may not have been the whole regime, but it is a partway to that. The worry of this continuing is that it looks like Israel is taking the great opportunity to do more to degrade Iran even further. And of course, that will continue to put Iran in a corner. They might acquiesce, but what more likely is we're going to see more and more of the ballistic missiles, more and more of the drones, and potentially more use of the proxy groups as well. And the longer this goes on, the more likely it is they get lucky. They don't have to win this conflict. They just have to not lose. And from a military perspective, it's very difficult to destroy an ideology or a nation like this without putting boots on the ground. And I don't see any suggestion at the moment that Trump has any appetite for putting US boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah. Sean, what else are you hearing about that breaking news that we had earlier this hour? That the US saying that those 3 jets that were downed in apparent friendly fire in Kuwait. What did you make of that?
First, I think it's important to say that we understand that all the crew got out safely. They've got ejection seats. You're seeing one of the jets sort of falling, what we call flat plating, to the ground. And there's one of the pilots coming down with his pilot PSP hanging down below it. When you saw the jet come down, it was flat plating, which means it wasn't flying. It had flames coming out the back, and that tends to be an indication it was shot down rather than any other problem. We understand 3 jets being shot down. We understand all the crew got out, and that's really good news. One of the challenges of operating, high-tech military aircraft in an unfamiliar environment is that how do you differentiate between a military jet and a missile? Now, it may sound obvious, but it appears on this occasion that Kuwaiti air defense systems picked up these jets and decided to fire first, ask questions later. And the Americans have been very positive about it. They understand how difficult it is. But on this occasion, it looks like we've simply lost some hardware. But it could so easily have been some more American lives lost. And fortunately, they'll be dusted down. Looks like they've landed in the desert. They'll be patched up, given a cup of tea, maybe a beer, and tomorrow they'll be ready to go again.
Interesting. Sean, also, can I just circle back to Cyprus? Because Greece also announcing that they're sending additional military assets to Cyprus. What did you make of that line?
I think you've got to decide whether or not. I mean, let's go right the way back. Sir Keir Starmer was reluctant to get involved in this because it wasn't clear it was a legal act, and therefore, precluded Trump from using Diego Garcia and Fairford. Now that UK assets are coming under threat, whether it's at Al Udeid, whether it's at the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, it's inevitable that the UK is having to take a more forward-leaning stance on protection. And there's no doubt that the base at Cyprus, there's a lot of activity there, and therefore it's not entirely unreasonable that they should ask for help to make sure it's properly protected.
OK, Sean Bell, our military analyst, thank you for the update there. This is Sky News. We're going to have more on the escalating violence across the Middle East and what happens next from the Trump administration. The war in the Middle East appears to be escalating further today, with Iran continuing to target Gulf states and Israel exchanging strikes with Hezbollah in Lebanon. 3 days into the war, Tehran insists it will not negotiate with the US, while Donald Trump has signalled strikes will continue with full force until all of his objectives are achieved. Well, US Central Command has confirmed that 3 of its fighter jets were shot down accidentally in Kuwait this morning. Now, the planes flying in support of the US operation in the Middle East were shot down in an apparent friendly fire incident. All pilots managed to eject safely and were transferred to hospital for medical care. And in a statement, US Central Command said this: during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft ballistic missiles and drones, the US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. All 6 aircraft ejected safely and have been safely recovered and are in a stable condition. They go on to say Kuwait has acknowledged this incident and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defence Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. Well, in the past hour, the Greek government has said it will send 2 frigates and 2 fighter jets to Cyprus. This all comes after 2 unmanned drones heading towards the RAF base at Akrotiri were intercepted earlier today. Now, the runway at the airbase was hit by a drone last night. President Trump has criticised the UK for blocking the US from using Diego Garcia Air Base in the Indian Ocean to carry out strikes on Iran. And speaking to The Telegraph, the US president said he was disappointed in Sir Keir Starmer, saying he took far too long to change his mind. Last night, the Prime Minister said he would now allow the US to use British bases for what he called defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. Well, the Israeli military said it struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut as it launched strikes at the Lebanese capital and in the south of the country, killing at least 31 people. An Israeli military spokesperson said Israel is keeping all options on the table for a ground offensive in Lebanon. Well, the Lebanese Prime Minister has released this statement saying the state rejects any military or security actions launched from Lebanese territory. The decision of war and peace, that lies exclusively in the hands of the state, which requires restricting Hezbollah's activities, obliging it to hand over its weapons. We are calling on the army to immediately implement cabinet decisions to ensure that weapons are exclusively under the state control of the Litani River. What Hezbollah done constitutes as a violation of cabinet decisions, banning Hezbollah's military activities and limiting its role to the political sphere. And the government announces its full readiness to resume negotiations and participation under international law. Now, our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons has the latest.
In the past half hour, we had missiles coming over here, Iranian missiles, and they were intercepted. So there was a series of interceptions in the skies to both sides of me. Quite sort of spectacular interceptions set against this very clear blue sky. But actually, that was the first alert that we had here for a number of hours. We have heard rumblings in the distance. It seems like there were some interceptions over a place called Ramleh a little while earlier. So those attacks do keep coming from Iran, and we know that the US-Israeli forces have been attacking Iran again. We've seen significant explosions in Tehran. I think once again going after the intelligence ministry is one of the targets there. But in terms of the wider regional, well, we know that this morning in the early hours, Israel launched a very big attack into Lebanon. Now, that was provoked by Hezbollah, the group that is clearly funded significantly by Iran, fired a relatively small number of rockets and drones from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. They did absolutely no damage at all, but the reprisals that came from Israel have been significant. 31 people have been killed in Lebanon, and with all indications that will continue. Now, what Israel is trying to do is to use this as a moment to try to destroy or at least hugely degrade Hezbollah, something that it has tried to do repeatedly over the years, just as the US and Israel are trying to massively degrade the Ayatollah regime in Iran, having, of course, most profoundly killed the supreme leader at the start of this war. And the question is, how long does that go on for? What does victory look like? And how much damage is going to be wreaked? Iran, from its perspective, is evidently attempting to turn this into a regional conflict by attacking not just Israel, but also Gulf states. Drones have been sent to Qatar. We know that attacks have been carried out on Bahrain and Dubai, and those are continuing. It isn't clear yet who was responsible for the damage, the drones that were sent to the UK base in Cyprus. I'm sure a lot of people will be pointing fingers either at Iran or at Iran, Iranian supporting elements for doing that. Investigation continues. But Iran will try to provoke responses. It is also threatening shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and as has been widely reported already by us today, that has seen the price of oil spiking. That isn't just a sort of intangible thing. When oil becomes more expensive, then that feeds into not just cars, but that feeds into the wider economy, which is so dependent on oil. The Iranians are well aware of that and well aware that causing economic pain around the world is going to have an impact. So I think this war is taking place in multiple dimensions. On a literal level, it's taking place on the air, taking place potentially at sea. We know the US attacked Iranian naval ships. There is talk of Israel preparing for a ground offensive in Lebanon. At the moment, I would resist reading too much into that. That is not, according to people I've spoken to, going to happen imminently, although, let's be honest, things can happen fast in this war. I think it's unlikely that there will be American or Israeli troops entering Iran soon, although no doubt Mossad has people on the ground there. But I think it is a question of to what extent can Iran maintain a war against the military might of the United States? And if it doesn't, is there a way that Iran can bring this to an end? Can it call for diplomatic negotiations, some sort of code for a ceasefire? Or does the regime, as it still exists, think that this is so existential that it just has to keep throwing missiles around the region? And frankly, who is going to replace the Ayatollah? We don't know these things. We have no idea whether Iran will go on a path towards a more reformist candidate to be Ayatollah, whether it will go down a completely different path and end up having a Shah in place, or whether potentially the Revolutionary Guard could seize control of the country and introduce an even more repressive dictatorship. These are questions that can't be answered at the moment, but are playing out in real time. And also in the skies above us here in Jerusalem, the Israelis are nervous. They're very accustomed to this, but yesterday they saw 9 Israeli civilians killed in a missile strike in a place called Beit Shemesh, about 45 minutes drive out of Jerusalem. And that has upset and spread fear into a lot of people. And of course, worth saying, similarly, a large number of civilian casualties in Iran as well.
These are live pictures now coming out of Beirut. We're hearing that the IDF has sent an urgent message to all residents in southern Beirut, in the suburbs specifically. I'm reading here in the building designated to a map. They provided a map for residents, and it's in the Burj El Barazna area, a neighbourhood in southern Beirut. They're saying if you're located near the facilities, to leave, and the Israeli Defense Forces will act against what's happening, the incoming threat there. So a large evacuation order has been put in place for areas of southern Lebanon from the Israeli Defense Forces. They're saying for everyone's safety, for the safety of your family, they're saying directly speaking to people, you must evacuate this building and those close by and stay away from them by a distance of 300 metres. So very specific orders there. Well, back here, let's hear more on the UK's defence capabilities in the Middle East from our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes.
the UK and its assets are very much now in target, within range of Iran's and Hezbollah's drones, and for Cyprus at least, the Iranians' ballistic missiles. They can't reach the UK, it's important to stress. But I think we had on Saturday news that 2 Iranian missiles had been fired in the direction of Cyprus, but the Ministry of Defence was saying that they didn't believe that Cyprus had been the target. And of course, when you look at what else is in the region, you have a giant American aircraft carrier strike group led by the USS Gerald R. Ford. That is south of Cyprus, and clearly that would be a valuable target for the Iranians to seek to strike. But this drone attack that happened last night shows that clearly as well, the UK is viewed as a target. Now, it's important that I understand that this actual strike happened, like you said, at around 10 o'clock UK time last night. And the thinking is that the actual drone itself was probably launched before the Prime Minister made that updated statement when he U-turned on allowing the Americans to use British bases to launch strikes against Iran. This was something that the Americans had been wanting. You'll remember Donald Trump gave that rather excoriating social media post a few days ago where he was criticising Keir Starmer over the whole Chagos Islands deal, including Diego Garcia, and making the point that the US needs to use Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford in the UK, both of which are home to large numbers of American bombers, to launch potentially operations against Iran. And this was something that the UK had until yesterday night prevented the Americans from doing under the deal that allows the Americans to operate effectively on British soil in the UK and at this sovereign base in Diego Garcia. The UK has to give permission to the Americans for whatever operation they are then going to go and conduct. And clearly the British did not want to allow its territory to be used to launch this offensive operation against Iran, which has already delivered the death of the supreme leader and huge strikes against the country, against military targets, regime targets, which has then triggered this Iranian response in the region with multiple Iranian drones and missiles then being launched against countries in the Gulf where there are also British citizens and British military assets. And so it is because of that retaliation that the decision switched on the British side to allow the Americans to use these bases. But it really is sort of dancing on the head of a pin in terms of the justifications. The Prime Minister saying that these bases are now going to be used by the Americans when it comes to taking action against sort of defensive action. So action into Iran that takes out Iran's capabilities to launch missiles at the rest of the region, as opposed to sort of quibbling what is offensive actions then. However, the British has taken that step, which does draw the UK more firmly into this conflict. And also, presumably, now that the UK has directly come under this attack in terms of our base in Cyprus, is there going to be a moment that British forces directly attack Iranian ballistic missile launchers? We're not there yet, but clearly that could be the next stage that you might end up at.
Now, tens of thousands of British tourists remain stranded in the region as a result of flights being grounded. Now, the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, told Sky News more than 100,000 people have registered their presence with the UK government since Saturday, and that all options, including evacuations, are being looked at to help them. A little earlier, I spoke to British holidaymaker Annabelle Downs, who is stuck in Abu Dhabi.
I think we know we feel safe here. I mean, there's not too much activity, and kind of every few hours there is a bit, but then, there's alarms that go off on our phone and we go inside, and then we're kind of out again after kind of half an hour. So hopefully it doesn't go on for too long, but I think we know for now that we're being looked after and we're in good hands.
What was the reaction like from others around you at the airport at the time?
Well, I think at the time we really didn't know what was going on. I mean, the alarm just went off on our phone, and kind of everyone just was kind of just looking at each other, being like, yeah. And I think then it escalated pretty quickly. I mean, luckily I was out about 2 hours before it actually got, the airport kind of got hit. But I think, everyone kind of kept calm. Everyone kept calm, I think. But yeah, I think everyone was ushered out pretty quickly and dealt with. And so I think everyone kind of knew what to do.
Well, Sky's correspondent Sally Lockwood has this update.
It was a quieter night here than the night before, where I think very few people got much sleep. There were far fewer loud blasts and explosions. It did feel like we had some sort of lull overnight, but that changed this morning with a series of loud blasts and explosions heard here in Dubai, followed by lots of fast jet activity in the sky. We're also hearing reports that the air raid siren went off near Abu Dhabi International Airport around 9:15 this morning, and that an Amazon data center was hit here in the UAE by what they're describing as objects overnight. A video is also circulating of some sort of explosion in Ras Al Khaimah, one of the northern Emirates. It looks like it's hit some sort of residential area there. We're still awaiting more information. But also, very concerningly, we've had some updates from Kuwait today that several American fighter jets have crashed in Kuwait. The servicemen have been recovered from the aircraft. They've been taken to hospital and they're in a stable condition, according to the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait. But that, of course, follows the 3 service personnel that were killed yesterday, American service personnel, Donald Trump announcing that, along with another 5 that were seriously injured. And Donald Trump warned that there would probably be more casualties and more American deaths. This is not going to be news that the American public wants to hear, but it was a very sobering update from the US president yesterday. And certainly those images of this fast jet falling from the sky in Kuwait is very concerning indeed. And now that update from the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait that was several US fighter jets that have crashed in Kuwait today. Now, the embassy advice, the American embassy advice in Kuwait is to not come to the embassy. There is a continuing threat of missile and drone strikes. They're telling people and telling American citizens to shelter in place, to go to the lowest level of the building that they're in, sit near an interior wall and stay away from windows. I mean, this is really sobering stuff. And we're receiving similar advice here in the UAE, of course, home to nearly 250,000 British citizens who've chosen to make the UAE their home, but also tens of thousands who are here on holiday at the moment. And the British ambassador has given another update today saying, we're getting lots of questions about evacuations, people wanting to get home. Air travel remains suspended until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. And he said, we're working with airlines and governments and authorities. And he warns British citizens to remain in place. He said, that the advice is the same: shelter in place, stay away from windows, and register your presence. And as you say, more than 100,000 British citizens are now said to have registered their presence here in the region. The majority of those are understood to be here in the UAE on holiday. And we're now just waiting to hear what the repatriation plans will be in terms of getting those people home. Some people are desperate to get out of here, desperate to get back. Other people are much more relaxed, and you see them lying on sun loungers around their hotel pools. I would say it's the same sort of contrast when it comes to people who live here. There are some who are quite relaxed and think that normality is going to return very, very soon. Other people are really, really shaken up and have left Dubai and travelled to Northern Emirates, booked into hotels in Oman. We're going to have to see what today holds. Both Etihad and Emirates have said there will be no air travel before tomorrow afternoon, and some people are hearing that there won't be any air travel before Thursday. Port Rashid, just north of here, people are saying that they have sightings of the US aircraft carrier, the Abraham Lincoln, that came to the Gulf a few weeks ago. That is off the coast of the UAE at the moment, the world's biggest warship. And some say, that gives people here a sense of security, that they have the Americans protecting them, that the UAE has some of the best air defense systems in the world. But one security source I spoke to here this afternoon said to me that, yes, you know, the UAE air defense systems have done an incredible job of intercepting ballistic missiles from Iran, but that the issue of drones is much more of a problem, that hundreds of drones have been fired into UAE airspace in the last 3 days. And fast jets are now apparently being used to also help with that defensive capability. And this source said to me, you know, we could potentially see this turn into a war of attrition. It could be a numbers game. We don't know how many drones the Iranians have or how much more air defense supplies the UAE has, but certainly it is very concerning at the moment. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens in the next 24 hours. It does feel like a very volatile atmosphere here. And people are really desperate for normality to return, for people to get home who are here on holiday. The concern is that this potentially could be a new reality for the region when it comes to security.
Well, Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper spoke to Sky's Sophie Ridge about the decision to allow the US to strike Iran from UK bases.
This is about the defence of our partners in the Gulf and defence of countries where we have so many British citizens and interests in those countries. We continue to believe that we want to seek a negotiated solution, a diplomatic process. That's always been our view, and it's one of the reasons why we made a deliberate decision not to be involved or provide support for the US strikes that took place over the weekend.
So it's now defensive. That's what you're saying. I just want to try and unpick what defensive means.
Yeah.
So is any strike on Iran or its bases now seen as defensive because of what's happening, or is it only on specific intelligence that could impact the UK? What does defensive mean?
It's a specific limited agreement about the defence of Gulf countries, and many of those Gulf countries were not involved in any of the strikes on Iran. And so, for example, it doesn't mean political and economic and infrastructure targets, but there is a significant issue about ballistic missiles and launchers that are effectively pointed at the Gulf, pointed at our partner countries and countries where we have so many British citizens. So to not provide support, the support that the US have specifically asked for that defensive operation, I think would not be the right thing to do when we have so many British citizens there.
Well, let's speak to our political correspondent now, Alex Rogers. And Alex, there's been comments, hasn't there, from US President Donald Trump. He's spoken to The Telegraph about the UK letting the US use British airspaces. What more can you tell us?
Yes, so Donald Trump piling further pressure on Sir Keir Starmer in that article for The Telegraph. In it, he said he was very disappointed that the UK initially did not grant the US access to use the Diego Garcia base on the Chagos Islands. And he said that initial refusal was unlike anything we've seen before. Now, the UK has now changed its mind on the use of those bases, allowing the US access to them. Initially, it refused to give permission to use the bases because of concerns around international law. But in a statement yesterday, the Prime Minister said that he would allow the US access for specific and limited defensive purposes only. Now, that's kick-started a debate in the UK back here about the extent of our involvement in this war. Those on the right and the Conservatives and Reform say that the change in stance is a sign of weakness from the Prime Minister, while those on the left, some of his own backbenchers in the Lib Dems, are uneasy about any kind of suggestion that we may get dragged further into this conflict. Now, one critic we heard from was James Cartledge, the Shadow Defence Secretary. He was on our programme earlier this morning. Here's what he had to say.
I've been very clear for weeks that if we were in government and the US asked our permission, we would have given that permission if we'd hypothetically, been in government. But what they've got with the Prime Minister, as we saw last summer with the other bombing of the nuclear facilities, is the worst of both worlds, sitting on the fence, not showing strong leadership, very unclear. If I'm confused as to what his position is, I wonder what the public thinks, because what they want when they see the footage of, hotel rooms getting hit in Dubai and so on, they want to know they've got a strong government that's going to do the right thing, and it just isn't clear.
So there's a common statement later this afternoon where we can probably expect the government to set out more of its position, but clearly Keir Starmer under pressure from politicians at home and also the US President.
Thank you. Really appreciate that update. Elsewhere, the Kremlin has said that Russia remains in constant contact with the Iranian leadership and was deeply disappointed to see the US and Israel attack Iran, despite progress being made in US-Iranian talks. Joining me now is our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett. Bring us up to speed, Ivor. What exactly have the Kremlin said?
Well, you can be sure, Leah, that Moscow will be watching events in the Middle East with great concern, because Iran and Russia are very close allies. Last year, they signed what's called a strategic partnership pact. And the killing of Iran's supreme leader over the weekend means that in the last 15 months, Russia has now lost 3 of its closest allies: Bashar al-Assad in Syria, then Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, and now Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So there has been a predictably strong verbal response coming from Moscow so far. We had Vladimir Putin over the weekend condemning the killing of Khamenei as a cynical murder. The Russian Foreign Ministry put out a very strong statement too, accusing the US and Israel of plunging the Middle East into an abyss of uncontrolled escalation. And the Kremlin today has also commented on the issue. It said it's in constant contact with the Iranian leadership about what it called the outright aggression against it. But I think the question is, will Moscow's response go beyond these strong words and the harsh rhetoric? And I think the answer is very unlikely, and there are a few reasons for that. First of all, despite this strategic partnership pact between Moscow and Tehran, that pact doesn't include what's called a mutual defence clause, so there's no obligation on Russia to spring to Iran's aid. Secondly, even if Russia did want to get involved or send weapons perhaps to Iran, I think it might struggle to, because all of its focus and resources are on Ukraine right now. And thirdly, I don't think Vladimir Putin wants to risk derailing his relationship with Donald Trump over this. At the beginning of the year, we saw how Russia essentially stood by and watched as Nicolas Maduro was captured by the US. It didn't do anything apart from issue some strong statements. And I think it's going to remain the same here, because I think Vladimir Putin calculates that the downsides of losing these close allies is still outweighed by the potential benefits Donald Trump can bring Russia when it comes to Ukraine, and Ukraine remains Vladimir Putin's top priority. So for now, he is trying to play the role of peacemaker. We know he's been speaking to Tehran, but also today he's had a phone conversation with the leader of the United Arab Emirates, also a close Russian ally, which has obviously been caught up in Iran's retaliatory strikes. The Kremlin says both sides on this call emphasised the need for a swift ceasefire, and that sounds like the message he's going to be trying to convey to other actors in the region and in this conflict as well, as Moscow tries to preserve its interests in the region.
OK, Ivor, thank you. Ivor Bennett there with the latest from Moscow. Well, joining me now is Director of Oil Markets at Independent Commodity Intelligence Services, AJ Palmer. AJ, let's talk about the volatility then in an economy that's already in choppy waters. What's your reading today?
Well, firstly, thank you for having me on the show today, Leah. And most certainly, this does add instability to the global economy, that's for sure. We've already seen oil and gas prices rise significantly this morning as a result of the outbreak of this war. Oil prices up by a good 8% or so. Gas prices in Europe up by double-digit percentages compared to Friday's close. This certainly does not help with the global economy and the situation that we're facing globally with high energy prices at all. At the end of the day, we can reasonably expect that any kind of hot or kinetic war in the Middle East is always going to lead to a rise in oil and gas prices. We've seen this many times over the last year or two between Israel, Iran, and others as well. In this particular situation, we are seeing more significant potential consequences happening. And that is because the Strait of Hormuz, a very important waterway for oil and gas flows, which is controlled by Iran, this is being cut off unofficially by Iran right now. And if we see prolonged periods of that strait being cut off, that will mean that many Asian buyers of oil and gas from Middle Eastern producers will struggle to get access to oil and gas. And this could lead to much higher oil prices even than we've seen so far.
Yeah, let's drill down into the importance, really, of the Strait of Hormuz. The longer this goes on, what are the real-world implications that this might have for people watching?
Well, yes, the Strait is so important. Around a third of global seaborne oil flows pass through that strait. Around 20% of LNG flows, that's liquefied natural gas, pass through the strait. Ultimately, Asian buyers in particular are those who are the ones that really benefit from the oil and gas that flows through the strait. The likes of China, Japan, Korea, India, they really are reliant on these oil flows, but these are very big consumers of oil and gas. Now, if the strait is shut off for a prolonged period, it means that those countries will have to source their oil and gas from alternative regions and alternative countries. This is going to be very difficult for them to do. It will really mean a major reordering of logistical flows for oil and gas globally that could lead to a major tightening in supplies for oil and gas globally. And that could then lead to much higher oil prices and much higher gas prices. Potentially, if we see a prolonged period of the strait being taken offline, potentially weeks and potentially months, then that means that we could see oil prices well into the triple digits from our perspective.
In your circles at the moment, AJ, how concerned are people?
Well, very concerned. We're speaking with our clients. Many of our customers are based in the Middle East and, of course, also based in Asia. And there are real concerns as a result of this. Of course, you have the actual concerns, the military concerns of those based in the Middle East and countries that were previously deemed safe, now seeing bombs being thrown on various compounds and civilian areas. This is highly unusual and very disturbing for the local population, of course, but also just in terms of oil and gas in itself and just the restoration of flows in that sense and the risk that this Strait of Hormuz closure poses to many of the buyers in Asia. This really is a major concern for them. Right now, production continues, right? Middle Eastern producers are continuing to produce and other producers around the globe and oil refineries in Asia are continuing to produce. But they can only continue to produce using their existing reserves for so long. Eventually, there will come a crunch point if the strait is shut off for a longer period of time and the reserves are drained, then that really does become a major concern. Production in and of itself could begin to fall off for oil and refined products. And we could be looking at major issues and major price spikes as a result.
Yeah, talk to us about the money then. How bad could it get? We are hearing, aren't we, that some energy infrastructure is being targeted here, of course. What's the worst case scenario in the coming days and weeks?
Yep, we are hearing that some energy infrastructure is being attacked. We've seen a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia being ablaze earlier this morning. A real concern, as Rastanura, as you're seeing on the screen as we speak. Ultimately, what could happen in a worst case scenario? In our worst case scenario, if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked off for a sustained period of time and the US or Israel or others are not able to secure the reopening of the strait in the next few weeks or months, we are looking at prices for crude well above triple digits, possibly $110, $115 per barrel, potentially even higher. We do expect that there would be some sort of resolution to the war at some point in the coming weeks. Donald Trump has mentioned that he is looking to open up negotiations once again. Yes, Tehran has said that they aren't looking to negotiate in the immediate term, but it's very likely that if we see higher oil prices to those sorts of levels, this does not help Iran because it will lose a lot of the potential revenues of its own oil flowing through the strait. And it doesn't help anyone else globally as well in terms of having such high oil prices. So we suspect that once we see a major spike in prices beyond what we're already seeing right now, this will force these players to come around the table to negotiate and to come to at least some sort of conclusion, potentially just, even if the war continues, to reopen the strait. And that should then help to temper oil prices back down once again.
OK, AJ Palmer, great to get your take. Good to talk. Thank you. I have some breaking news coming from CENTCOM. It's an update, and they're saying that the 4th US service member has been killed. Now, this person has succumbed to their wounds and they died. This was after initially taking part in those attacks on Iran, and they eventually succumbed to their injuries. This was, of course, the major combat operations that continue across the region. The response is ongoing, but that breaking news that a fourth US service personnel has died. He was seriously wounded during Iran's initial attacks and then eventually succumbed to their injuries. So that's the very latest news coming from CENTCOM. Now, armed police have locked down an Edinburgh neighbourhood amid reports of a man with knives. Emergency crews, including firearms officers, were deployed to the Calder area of the Scottish capital earlier this morning. Now, the incident remains ongoing, with members of the public urged to avoid the area. Police say 2 people have been injured. Let's get more now. We're joined by our correspondent, Barnaby Papadopoulos. Barnaby, what can you tell us?
Well, Police Scotland have confirmed that this incident is now contained. They said that armed officers were called to the scene in the Calder area of Edinburgh towards the west of the city at around 25 minutes past 8 this morning to report that a man had a bladed weapon. Now, we do understand that 2 people have been injured and they were taken to Edinburgh Royal Infirmary to hospital. We do have some pictures from social media that we can bring you that we have verified. We believe that to be the suspect in this attack. He's wearing a cream-coloured sweatshirt and a black backpack, and he's holding 2 large knives. I should just point out at this stage that Police Scotland have said they do not believe this to be terror-related, so that's really, really important. Now, officers currently remain at the scene. They're outside Corbinshaw House, which is a block of flats in the Calder area of Edinburgh. We understand that there are multiple vehicles at the scene, around 6 police vehicles, as well as ambulances and fire engines too. Now, the Chief Inspector from Scotland Police has said, "I understand that this is an alarming incident for the local community. I want to reassure the public officers will remain in the area as our inquiries continue." We should also point out that schools...
The area that we're talking about, the Gulf, I mean, we all know this is one of, if not the most important concentration of oil fields and gas fields as well in the world. And so the fact that you can see there, oil prices have gone up by about kind of 9% or so, just over the course of kind of last night and this morning. It's not a surprise. If anything, actually, perhaps the surprise is that it's not more of a rise. I mean, you know, if the pinch point at the kind of south of the Gulf, so the Strait of Hormuz, if that was genuinely closed, and right now there aren't many ships passing through it, but if that was closed and nothing could pass through it for weeks, that would be enormously consequential for not just that region, but for the global economy. There you can see that's the Strait of Hormuz. You can see kind of a lot of vessels that are just waiting on either side of it to see if they can pass through because they are so nervous. That is one of the world's natural pinch points, perhaps the most important of all choke points, because it is through there that about a fifth of the world's, perhaps more, depending on whose numbers you're looking at, but at least a fifth of the world's oil is passing. Even more of the world's fertiliser, about kind of 30% of all the world's fertiliser passes through that, because fertiliser is basically made, a lot of the kind of nitrogen-based fertiliser, it's made from oil and gas. It passes through that. And so if you're not able to get shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, that is a massive deal. And we've never really kind of countenanced that in recent memory. There have been moments like this where people have been very nervous about it and have not really kind of known how long the conflict is going to last. But it's kind of abated over the following weeks. And so the longer this goes on, and Donald Trump talking about this going on for weeks, the more of an impact it is likely to have on the global economy. And while oil prices, it seems rather archaic still to be talking about oil prices, well, that is still the foundation stone for so much of the global economy. And so the fact that you're now hearing from the Qatari authorities about Iranian drones trying to attack their oil facilities, the fact that we've seen pictures actually coming out of Saudi Arabia of the Ras Tanura refinery and flames coming out of there. It's the energy ministry in Saudi Arabia, there you can see the pictures. The ministry says that those were parts from drones that were intercepted. So the drones that attempted to attack the Ras Tanura refinery, you can see that's in Saudi Arabia. The attempt was foiled, but nonetheless you can see that there has been some damage done. When you're looking at these plants, I know that it just looks like a lot of just yet more pipe work that you often see in the Middle East against a kind of desert background. Well, Ras Tanura is an iconic site for Saudi Arabia. This is basically where its history as a petrostate began. So the fact that the Iranians are attempting to take it down and to damage it is enormously consequential in geopolitical terms, but also for the wider global economy. So that's the kind of initial concern, and you can see that's why oil prices have gone up quite a lot over the course of the last few hours. But still, I think a lot of traders, a lot of economists are looking at what's happening here and just trying to work out what the consequences are going to be. And it's very difficult right now at this early stage to understand all of the knock-on, second, third tier consequences, given that the Middle East and the Gulf in general, it's not just about energy. This is an entrepot for trade that goes around the world. It's an entrepot for people travelling around the world. And we have, all these stories of people who are unfortunately trapped, stranded in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and other places around there. Because for a long time, people have gotten used to being able to move goods and move human beings around the world freely. And if this conflict that we're seeing at the moment is a challenge to that, well, that is much more consequential for the economy. So I think everyone just trying to work out, trying to get a sense of what might be the consequences. But we're still at very early stages in that, and it's going to, if this is going to run for weeks, there's going to be speculation about that for a long time yet.
An update for you. We're getting confirmation that the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, will make a statement in the House of Commons this afternoon on the situation in the Middle East, and that statement is scheduled to begin at 3:30, and ministerial statements typically last around an hour or so, and they will be followed by questions from MPs. So that's the very latest. We are going to hear from the Prime Minister at 3:30 this afternoon. Well, earlier I spoke to our military analyst, Sean Bell.
I think we've got to be careful not to overreact to this one. At first sight, I know quite a few people at Cyprus. I've spoken to one or two of them. There's nobody hurt, nobody injured. I understand that there was a small explosion on the runway, but it hasn't affected operations there. Quite understandably, they've moved the civilians off the site. For now, they've clearly got a big island there. There's a lot of air assets there. It's quite unclear at the moment because, a speculation would be that if it was an Iranian drone, it's quite a long way away, therefore would have to be a Shahed. But that would generally have quite a lot of explosive power. And you have to remember that, of course, if Iran is feeling beleaguered, then it will leverage not only its proxies, but also some terror groups around the world. So we might be seeing, this could be the first sign of attacks like that. But luckily, from what I know, there's been no damage to any permanent infrastructure. Nobody's been hurt, nobody's been killed, and operations continue as normal.
Yeah, we're also hearing, actually, this is separate to this, that EasyJet has cancelled all flights to and from Cyprus. This is, of course, the UK's biggest airline. It's axed 2 inbound and 2 outbound flights connecting Paphos with London Gatwick and Manchester, and 1 inbound and 1 outbound flight between Larnaca and London Gatwick. We'll keep an eye on that. Interesting, should this continue to go on, as Donald Trump had suggested. Simon, we also heard just in and amongst the breaking news this morning that the IDF saying it's essentially begun additional strikes on Tehran. That was the latest update that we heard, targeting what it describes as Iranian terror regime targets. What do you know about that?
Well, I think what was interesting over the last couple of days, we watched the Americans roll back the Iranian air defense systems, and then we've watched Israel. I think yesterday were 1,200 munitions dropped, a range of targets largely focused in Tehran, seemed to be the Ministry of Defense and sort of more the military political leadership side. We're seeing pictures of those strikes now. What is really interesting as well, though, is what is it that America's going after at the moment? Because that has the predominance of air power. We've seen these 3 aircraft fighter jets get shot down by Kuwait air defense systems, we understand. And I have to say, from a military perspective, after the leadership was taken out of Iran, I did wonder, President Trump does not want to get involved in a long war, whether or not he would draw stumps and give negotiations another chance, because he has achieved regime change. It may not have been the whole regime, but it is a part way to that. The worry of this continuing is that it looks like Israel is taking the great opportunity to do more to degrade Iran even further. And of course, that will continue to put Iran in a corner. They might acquiesce, but what more likely is we're going to see more and more of the ballistic missiles, more and more of the drones, and potentially more use of the proxy groups as well. And the longer this goes on, the more likely it is they get lucky. They don't have to win this conflict. They just have to not lose. And from a military perspective, it's very difficult to destroy an ideology or a nation like this without putting boots on the ground. And I don't see any suggestion at the moment that Trump has any appetite for putting US boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah. Sean, what else are you hearing about that breaking news that we had, that the US saying that those 3 jets that were downed in apparent friendly fire in Kuwait? What did you make of that?
First, I think it's important to say that we understand that all the crew got out safely. They've got ejection seats. You're seeing one of the jets sort of falling, what we call flat plating, to the ground. And there's one of the pilots coming down with his pilot PSP hanging down below it. When you saw the jet come down, it was flat. It had flames coming out the back, and that tends to be an indication it was shot down rather than any other problem. We understand 3 jets being shot down. We understand all the crew got out, and that's really good news. One of the challenges of operating, high-tech military aircraft in an unfamiliar environment is that how do you differentiate between a military jet and a missile? Now, it may sound obvious, but it appears on this occasion that Kuwaiti air defense systems picked up these jets and decided to fire first, ask questions later. And the Americans have been very positive about it. They understand how difficult it is. But on this occasion, it looks like we've simply lost some hardware. But it could so easily have been some more American lives lost. And fortunately, they'll be dusted down. Looks like they've landed in the desert. They'll be patched up, given a cup of tea, maybe a beer, and tomorrow they'll be ready to go again.
Interesting. Sean, also, can I just circle back to Cyprus? Because Greece also announcing that they're sending additional military assets to Cyprus. What did you make of that line?
I think you've got to decide whether or not... I mean, let's go right the way back. Sir Keir Starmer was reluctant to get involved in this because it wasn't clear it was a legal act and therefore, precluded Trump from using Diego Garcia and Fairford. Now that UK assets are coming under threat, whether it's at Al Udeid, whether it's at the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, it's inevitable that the UK is having to take a more forward-leaning stance on protection. And there's no doubt that the base at Cyprus, there's a lot of activity there, and therefore it's not entirely unreasonable that they should ask for help to make sure it's properly protected.
Our military analyst, Sean Bell, there. Well, earlier I also spoke to global affairs journalist and the author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangali.
People in Iran are on their toes. I want our viewers to put things in context. Iran is a country of 90 million and most certainly not a monolithic society. You have at least close to 20 million of the population in support of the regime. Why? Because it's financially beneficial to them. And of that population, some ideologically, right? But of that 90 million, the rest of the population is very much against the regime. We saw the protests that took place in January, the latest example of the repression and oppression of the regime toward its people. So these are the people in Iran right now who are looking outward to see what Donald Trump will do next and what this means for their country and their wish to have a democratic future. But as you mentioned, I spent many years in the region, and if you speak with folks around the Middle East, they will tell you that it has been rarely that strikes and bombs have brought peace and stability and democracy to their countries. I also do want to mention that we are seeing the conflict widening today in Lebanon and also Iraq. We're seeing instability. And I will end by saying this, a very strong source of mine in Saudi Arabia and the foreign ministry said that the conflict is widening because of everyone's miscalculation.
So it's interesting. What I'm getting from you, actually, Tara, is that people inside Iran, whether they're celebrating, mourning the supreme leader's death, there is a general weariness then to external intervention from the US. What do people want the world to know about what comes next?
Indeed. And in the words of a young woman that I spoke with today, she said, "We have been choked by the regime perpetually for so many years that so many of us believe that anything that comes next would be better." And a powerful sentence that another person said, that there's a sea of blood between the people of Iran and the regime. So many of them want to move beyond the regime, but they are also extremely concerned that if the regime stands in power in whatever shape or form, and there's a leader chosen from within the apparatus, that might be even worse than what they've had. Because history has proven in Iran that after any conflict, any war, the crackdown against dissent would heighten. And that's what many Iranians are worried about. On top of that, we have to understand that the economy of Iran is at its worst shape. It's in a free fall. People's purchasing power is at its lowest. So while they're being bombed and attacked, even though these are targeted against IRGC and government centers and command and control areas, still people are affected. People can't go to work. Schools are out. Businesses are down. Internet is completely disconnected. It's extremely hard to connect with people inside the country. So the society is on standby. It's not functioning. And for a nation that was in mourning and in some ways is still in mourning over the deaths of the thousands we saw in January and is choked by a free-falling economy, life is difficult. All the while, some still have a glimmer of hope that maybe this might be an end to an oppressive regime.
And do you think that that glimmer of hope then to a new regime, a new way forward for Iran, is what sustains people's resilience despite everything that they've witnessed?
I would say Iranian people, like so many others in the region, are strong. Why? Because they know what they want, they know what they deserve, and they know how to get there, except they're oftentimes being held back by the policies domestically and, of course, forces from abroad. And Iranian people are very well aware and also capable to determine their own future. They just haven't been given the opportunity to do so. So the glimmer of hope, as difficult as it is to maintain, is still there. And also, mind you, that the difference between this conflict that we're seeing and the 12-day war is that people are now even more alert. Another source in Tehran told me that we know that where we should go shop, when we should go out on the streets, when not, because we want to live through this to see the day after. And the Israeli strikes have so far been targeted, but of course, life remains difficult and precarious on the ground for many Iranians.
Well, we also heard from the former British ambassador to Iran, Sir Richard Dalton.
Well, what's happening was forecast by Iran. They made clear before the aggression that if they were attacked, it would become a regional conflagration. There's absolutely no reason for any surprise at anything that we are seeing other than the Iranian attacks on some civilian targets in the Gulf, which appear to be deliberate, don't appear to be just falling debris from attempted attacks on US military facilities. So I think we have no indication as to when it'll end, because there is no suggestion, as I said, that any party seriously wants to negotiate an end.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, you'll have the very latest from my colleague Yalda Hakim, who's live in Jerusalem. Just to recap some of the top stories that we've had across the morning into the afternoon. We know in the early hours of Monday, Israel began launching strikes on what it said were Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Stay with Sky News for the latest.
Good afternoon from Jerusalem. It's 1 o'clock. I'm Yalda Hakim. The war in the Middle East appears to be widening further today, with Iran continuing to target Gulf states and Israel exchanging strikes with Hezbollah in Lebanon. 3 days into the conflict, Tehran insists it will not negotiate with the United States, while Donald Trump has said strikes will continue with full force until all of his objectives are achieved. Let's just look at some of today's developments. Well, in the last hour, U.S. officials say 4 U.S. service members have now been killed in action since the start of hostilities in Iran. The soldier, who has not yet been named, was seriously wounded during the initial attacks on Iran and later died. Well, earlier, U.S. Central Command also confirmed that 3 of its fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwait this morning. The planes flying in support of the U.S. operation in the Middle East were shot down in an apparent friendly fire incident. All pilots managed to eject safely and were transferred to hospital for medical care. In a statement, U.S. Central Command said during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones, the U.S. Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. All 6 crew ejected safely have been safely recovered and are in stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defense Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. Well, this lunchtime, the Greek government has said it will send 2 frigates and 2 fighter jets to Cyprus. It comes after 2 unmanned drones heading towards the RAF base at Akrotiri were intercepted earlier today. The runway at the airbase was hit by a drone last night. A hospital in Tehran was struck overnight, where staff were forced to evacuate patients, including young babies still in incubators. The Gandhi Hospital is next to the Iranian state broadcaster, which was also hit in the strike. Well, President Trump has criticized the UK for blocking the US from using the Diego Garcia Air Base in the Indian Ocean to carry out strikes on Iran. Speaking to The Telegraph, the US president said he was disappointed in Sir Keir Starmer, saying he took far too long to change his mind. Last night, the Prime Minister said he would now allow the US to use British bases for what he called defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. Oil prices have surged as the conflict continues to disrupt supply. As a precaution, Saudi Arabia shut its biggest domestic oil refinery after a drone strike. It produces 50,000 barrels per day and serves as a key export terminal for Saudi's crude oil. An oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman was also targeted off the coast of Muscat by a bomb-carrying drone boat, killing 1 mariner on board. The Israeli military said it struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut as it launched strikes at the Lebanese capital and in the south of the country, killing at least 31 people. An Israeli military spokesperson said Israel is keeping all options on the table for a ground offensive in Lebanon. The Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, has released this statement. Actually, I'm just going to pause there for one moment because, of course, we were waiting for a press conference at the Pentagon to begin. Let's just go to that now.
Fantastic job. 2 days ago, under the direction and direct orders of President Donald J. Trump, the Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. For 47 long years, the expansionist and Islamist regime in Tehran has waged a savage, one-sided war against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. Death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut, rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies, roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan. Funded and armed by Iranian Quds Force and IRGC killers. My generation of veterans carry the names of brothers who never came home. Brothers butchered by Iranian-backed roadside bombs and well-armed militias, thousands of our own. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. It took the 47th president, a fighter who always puts America first, to finally draw the line after 47 years of Iranian belligerence. He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked as Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going. General Kane, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February, at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation,
But first, I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you, and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force. For our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who, along with his team, are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. UCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the president with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the Joint Forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath and, as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In the case of the Vermont Air National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation. The same is with our Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve Command tanker and mobility forces, who stepped right out of their civilian jobs to deploy and to protect the region. Lastly, I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour. At 3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The president directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the Joint Force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic effects, disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time, as dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the States, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranian's command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended. U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency. I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter-UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment further on this. Let me close. Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the joint force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's joint force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your joint force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained, disciplined, and determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize that our families also shoulder the burden at home. You are a part of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. What percentage of Iranian long straight capabilities are still in the fight? And what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms. And we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to blackmail nuclear ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're very clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, it'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities that still exist from the enemy front?
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their Navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there. And ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it. And we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we do this properly.
Thank you.
Yep. Right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had 2 questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out. And we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Is there any significance to Israel carrying out the strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
President Trump put a 4-week timeline on it. Are you
Please.
saying that's wrong?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are planned to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things.
Daily Mail.
I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you
Absolutely. Yes, right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
You served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States? Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We have been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these threats?
Across the interagency, in full coordination. Of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Right Secretary, thank you. Kind of a follow up on that last question. There was just this what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Higseth, and one for Chairman Kane as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know we have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear. And they're executing it right now violently.
And just for the chairman quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against, is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Uranium is. Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them. Our family prays for them. Our cabinet prays for them. None of this is done on a whim. Having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits, I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation that we make to the President of the United States. Those recommendations are made prayerfully. And when I pray every day for them and for this mission, I pray simply for the biblical wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're listening there to that press conference, which has just ended at the Pentagon, where the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was speaking alongside the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, and they really laid out this entire campaign. They made it clear that this is not going to be a single overnight operation, reiterating what President Donald Trump has been saying over the course of the last 36 hours or so, that this campaign will go on for as long as it needs to. General Kane said that this is a major combat operation and laid out how Donald Trump gave that final approval for the Iran mission. He described it as starting or for them to get the note saying no aborts at 3:38 p.m. on Friday. And of course, the bombing campaign began on Saturday, the 28th of February. Let me bring in our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who was here with me listening. Adam, quite extraordinary, the detail that we got there of exactly how the president sent that note about no aborts, go ahead, this is to start in less than 24 hours, and how they began that campaign in daylight in Tehran.
Yeah, I think that bit very interesting. And also from my reckoning, that's 3:38 in DC, which is basically 10:30 here in Jerusalem. So the message to go for it happened at night, and then it waited till the following morning. So it happened quickly, but also we got an idea here, and we have done through Israeli sources. Months of preparation have gone into this, very close coordination. And Pete Hegseth, there was pretty clear that this was an uncompromising attack. In his typically strident terms, about being unapologetic, about saying that this was about war, it was about destroying the opponent. Also some digs in there, I think, for your allies who had not been, as to use his word, as capable as Israel. I think we can assume that is pointed at the UK. But this was all about America first, America might, effectively saying America will do what it wants to do, Trump will do what he wants to do, and he will set the deadline. What we didn't get from that, really, Elder, was any idea of what the future would be. This was, I thought, Pete Hegseth really talking about a war, seeing it in terms of victory, and talking in terms of military violence, rather than any great vision, frankly, of what's going to happen afterwards. We got the idea of why, what had driven them to do this, the fear of nuclear weapons and so on. Interesting, you'd have to say he was talking about, well, Iran, why would we negotiate with them? Well, you were negotiating with them right up until you attacked them. This was about bombast, wasn't it? This was about America first rhetoric. And as you said, fascinatingly, this idea that at 3:38, Donald Trump said, go for it. And by my reckoning, probably less than 12 hours later, they were.
Yeah, Adam, I'm just going to keep you there because we're just looking at these fresh images that have come in from the skies of Tehran. You can see that black plume of smoke. You know, in the first 24 hours, Adam, 1,200 munitions were dropped across the country. We understand after 36 hours, 2,000 munitions in total were dropped on hundreds of sites. And one of the things that Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane said there was that they are going to go after land, air and sea targets, including naval ships, which Donald Trump pointed to yesterday, as well as those military installations and missile launchers, for example, and the missiles, as well as the nuclear facilities as well, which they, again, reiterated they've been destroyed in June of last year during the 12-day war. We're just going to make sure that we finish the job this time round.
Yeah, this line actually that both Hegseth and Trump have come out with, that the nuclear facilities were obliterated, but effectively they're going to be obliterated again. These pictures of destruction in Tehran really do emphasise that these waves are continuing. While Pete Hegseth was talking, I got a message saying that the US and Israeli forces think they've hit 200 aerial defense installations across Iran. Israel has mobilized over 100,000 reservists as part of this operation. The scale of this is vast, and you can't help but think that on both sides, both the US and Israel, really think this is an opportunity for a knockout blow. And within that, Yelda, that is also why Israel is going very strongly into Lebanon now. They think it's the chance to destroy not just this Iranian regime, but also Hezbollah, and they believe it's their opportunity. And that, I think, also is why both sides are saying it's the opportunity for Iranians to rise up. They want regime change. However they phrase it, this is what this is about, is getting rid of the existing regime. But of course, without putting boots on the ground, just going for aerial bombardments, that is a very, very difficult thing to push through.
Indeed. Adam, thank you so much for all of your analysis there. Well, let's go to Sally Lockwood, who joins us live from Dubai. And Sally, you and I have been speaking over the course of the last 24 hours how this war has expanded to the Gulf states, and of course so many stranded people there where you are, where we watched in shock and horror on Saturday and Sunday, luxury hotels targeted with drones, other residential areas, densely populated areas where civilians were living, hit by the Iranian regime. You've got a bit of an update on those flights for British nationals home.
Yeah, that's right, Yalda. There hasn't been much in the way of good news to report in the last few days. It's been a really unnerving few days for people living in the UAE, on holiday in the UAE. But I am now hearing from two sources at Emirates Airlines that limited operations will be restarting this evening. They were due to not restart before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That was the latest official word that we received from Emirates, that deadline had been pushed to 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But I'm now hearing that staff have received word to return to work, that limited flights will be leaving from Dubai this evening, with potentially a resumption to normal operations as soon as Thursday. And I'm also hearing that Etihad Airways, based out of Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi carrier, is already flying limited operations. That is already underway. So that breaking news coming here out of the UAE, and very welcome news to many people here, that Emirates, it appears, will be resuming limited operations this evening out of Dubai International Airport. And Etihad have already resumed limited operations out of Abu Dhabi. Flight Radar have already identified 7 passenger aircraft that have left from Abu Dhabi in the last couple of hours, including one bound for Heathrow. So that will be really, really welcome news. We'll have to wait for official word from the airlines themselves, but certainly that is what I'm hearing here in Dubai. And more than 100,000 British nationals have registered their presence in the Middle East with the Foreign Office. The majority of them, the Foreign Office have said, are here in the UAE on holiday. And I've met some of them. Some are absolutely desperate to get home. They've been really rattled by events of the last few days. And this will be really welcome news. But of course, there is going to be a huge repatriation effort now to try and get all these people out, some of whom really want to get out on the earliest possible flight. Others who have been quite relaxed and been lying on sun lounges by hotel pools for the last couple of days. There is a real contrast in how people feel at the moment, not just among holidaymakers, but also among residents. But I also know citizens that are, well, not citizens, but residents of the UAE who are stuck outside and can't get home to their kids. And this will be really welcome news that flights could be resuming shortly. And it's a first glimmer that normality could be resuming after a really, really unsettling, stressful few days.
Sally, thank you so much for that update there from Dubai. And you're just looking at some images that are coming to us from Beirut. As we said, Israel has launched airstrikes across the country in the early hours of the morning after rocket fire from Hezbollah. Let's go to Mark Stone, who joins me live now from Washington. Mark, we're just looking at images coming from Beirut. Of course, this is now expanding across the region. Loud explosions being heard there in Beirut. But just tell us your thoughts following that press conference that we heard from Pete Hegseth, and extraordinary images right now that we're seeing from Beirut as well. Just the fact that Donald Trump, alluded to the fact that this might expand across the region. He accepted that there would be casualties. And of course, we've now seen this expand to Lebanon as well. We're listening there to Sally Lockwood talk about the fact that the Gulf states are impacted. Lebanon has been impacted as well as this conflict widens.
Yes, good morning, Yalda, from the White House, where it's just coming up to 9 in the morning. And over the river in Virginia at the Pentagon, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, have been giving that update that we showed you a moment ago. I'll pick out three things that I thought were really, really striking. I mean, there was a huge amount in that, but three things that were striking. One relates to the UK, and it was a really, really striking sentence by the Defence Secretary that was directed at the United Kingdom, and I think represents somewhat of a body blow for the so-called special relationship between the UK and the US. The Defence Secretary, the US Defence Secretary, said capable partners are good partners. He was referring there to Israel. He then went on to say, unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force, no stupid rules of engagement. I mean, in that one sentence, he has articulated the deep, deep frustration that the Americans have had with the UK and indeed France and Germany, but especially with the UK because of RAF bases in the UK and Diego Garcia that were not allowed to be used in the initial strike that we saw early on Saturday morning. I can tell you that at many, many levels, from the Prime Minister down, there have been very fraught conversations as the UK government determined that what America was doing in the initial strike was not legal in international law, and therefore they could not join. Now, for previous administrations, that might be the case that they think, OK, the Brits have got a problem with this now, but don't worry, they'll be on side eventually. Not this administration. They were very, very angry, and that was articulated by the Defence Secretary, continuing to look at these extraordinary pictures coming out of what I think is the southern suburb of Beirut, which will be the area where Hezbollah is strong, where the Israelis are continuing to strike at that southern suburb. The second point I'd make, Yalda, from the news conference very briefly is that I was really struck that Pete Hegseth refused to rule out ground troops, US ground troops in Iran. He was asked explicitly, will this turn into a ground operation? And he said, I'm not going to go into hypotheticals. I'm not going to tell the enemy what we might or might not do. I'm paraphrasing, but that's effectively what he said. He didn't use that opportunity to say, absolutely not, there will be no ground troops in Iran. That's really, really interesting, and that suggests that the possibilities of mission creep here are immense. That they really are. And then I think the third broader point was just, kind of as Adam was saying, and the thrust we got from Pete Hegseth was, and the message he was sending to the troops around the world who are involved in this is ignore the noise. And by noise, he means those legitimate questions about how this all unfolds. Ignore that. Just do your job, was Pete Hegseth's assessment there. So a really, really interesting news conference. But from a domestic standpoint, from the UK standpoint, a massively frayed special relationship, without question.
Mark, thank you so much. As you say, we're looking at those images coming from Beirut at the moment. And yes, it's taking place in the southern suburb of Dahia right now. We're getting reports that there are multiple strikes on Dahia. This is an area known to the IDF as being a Hezbollah stronghold. The IDF said that they are going to begin striking Hezbollah terror targets throughout Lebanon. This followed rocket fire on Israel's northern border. And so we are seeing that large plume of smoke across the skies of Beirut, in the southern suburbs of Beirut, in Dahia. We saw similar scenes in 2024 when the IDF launched airstrikes over Beirut and killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. And at the time, they had said, after almost an operation that lasted many weeks, that they had completely decapitated Hezbollah. They accused Hezbollah of rearming and regrouping over the course of the last year. And we saw some rocket fire from Hezbollah. We will continue our coverage. And to Jane Sacker now.
Yalda, thanks so much. It's 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. We're just bringing you these images of the southern suburbs of Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, where a little earlier the Israeli authorities warned residents' presence in the southern suburbs area, specifically in a couple of buildings, to evacuate. They said that you're located near facilities and interests affiliated with Hezbollah, where the Israeli Defense Forces will act against them forcefully in the near future time frame. For the safety and safety of your family members, you must evacuate this building and those adjacent to it immediately. And stay away from them by a distance of at least 300 metres. And in the last few minutes, we have seen these images, an explosion and a plume of smoke gently rising over the skyline of Beirut. You can see the Mediterranean Sea in the background there. So Israel once again launching attacks on Beirut. We believe that not necessarily this particular attack, but attacks over the last 24 hours have killed at least 31 people against Lebanon, according to the health ministry there. We've also seen Hezbollah attacking inside Israel as well, and retaliatory strikes. These are expanding this ongoing war, of course, which is gripping the Middle East after the US and Israel launched an airstrike campaign targeting Iran. In terms of these Israeli strikes on Lebanon in the last day or so, the health ministry there says that around 149 people have been wounded. Around 2/3 of those 31 people killed were in southern Lebanon. And we know that people inside Lebanon are seeking shelter from these attacks inside schools in the capital. This is the deadliest barrage of airstrikes on Lebanon in more than a year. Well, we can cross now to our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parson, who joins us now. Adam, there was a warning from the IDF, but still it is likely that it'll be very difficult for some civilians to have escaped this.
Yes, there was. I mean, this is a huge response from the Israel Defense Forces. And I think it's been pre-planned, and to an extent they were waiting for an attack from Hezbollah that they thought would come, and so it has. The attack from Hezbollah, to be honest, was not enormous. It was a series of rockets that came from southern Lebanon into northern Israel, and as far as we can tell, did very little damage, and certainly there were no casualties. But the response clearly has been enormous. The attack that you are seeing playing out in Beirut, other targets as well. Earlier this morning, the Israeli military warning people to evacuate more than 50 villages and saying that there would be further reprisals. Hezbollah is funded by Iran, so from the perspective of the Israelis, this is part of Iran's attack. The IDF saying earlier that Hezbollah was dragging the people of Lebanon into a war that is not theirs. What will happen next? Well, certainly Hezbollah has seen the reprisals, not just in terms of the military, but the Lebanese Prime Minister has now issued an edict saying Hezbollah is banned from having any military activities. A reminder that Hezbollah is not the governing party of Lebanon. It is a significant political presence, and now Prime Minister saying it is allowed only to conduct political activities, not military activities. It was party to a ceasefire after a prolonged battle with Israel that has cost many, many lives, particularly in South Lebanon. Israel says that Hezbollah has breached that ceasefire on many occasions. The Israelis themselves have pounded many of the towns that are in that southern Lebanon region. So it's been a tit-for-tat, low-level battle. Once again, a ceasefire in place, but actually quite a lot of military activity in that area until this morning at just after 1 o'clock in the morning local time, when Hezbollah launched that attack and has had this huge reprisal. And I think this is part of Israel's plan to use this as an opportunity to reset their part of the region. The fulcrum of that, the focus in many ways is on Iran, of course, about this joint military activity by Israel and the United States to remove the Iranian leadership. I think they were surprised about how successful that was on day one for regime change there. The Israelis will see that as an opportunity to stop Iran funding groups like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis. And as part of that, they will also look, and we are seeing it playing out in real time, to degrade Hezbollah as well, to take away its power, and effectively, from the Israeli perspective, to try to get rid of a group which it says consistently threatens Israeli citizens in the north of Israel.
Adam, thanks very much for now. Well, in the last hour, the American Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, has insisted that the US didn't start the war, but will finish it. Speaking at a briefing at the Pentagon, he claimed that the Iranian regime has been waging war against the US for 47 long years.
Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb.
Well, he was speaking at the Pentagon just after the Iranian capital was hit repeatedly with strikes. US Operation General Dan Kane said that Trump gave the final approval to attack Iran just after 8:38 p.m. UK time on Friday, with an initial wave of 100 aircraft.
On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses.
Well, we heard earlier that 4 US service members have now been killed in action since the start of hostilities in Iran. The latest soldier, who's not yet been named, was seriously wounded during the initial attacks on Iran and later died. Earlier, US Central Command also confirmed that 3 of its fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwait this morning. The planes flying in support of the US operation in the Middle East were shot down in an apparent friendly fire incident. All the pilots managed to eject safely and were transferred to hospital for medical care. In a statement, US Central Command said during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones, the US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. All 6 aircraft ejected safely and have been safely recovered and are in a stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defence Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. Well, our US correspondent Mark Stone joins me live now from Washington. So the US clearly very supportive of the actions of Kuwait, not quite so supportive, it seems, of the actions of the UK government, Mark.
Yes, and look, I mean, there's lots to pick out of that quite lengthy news conference, which was not just the Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth, but also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, who was down at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend in the makeshift Situation Room with President Trump and is now back up here at the Pentagon and giving that briefing. For me, one sentence stood out because it carried so much weight in terms of the special relationship with the UK, but more broadly, where America is right now. And I'll read it to you because you didn't have it there. Pete Hegseth said capable partners are good partners. He's referring to Israel. Then he says, unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force, no stupid rules of engagement. Well, in that one sentence, he does a few things. First of all, he puts himself side by side with Israel. No massive surprise there. Then he singles out countries' traditional allies, France, Germany, but most of all, the UK, who have not wanted to be involved in this conflict, and in the case of the UK, have not allowed British bases and the base at Diego Garcia to be used for that. And he describes them as wringing their hands and clutching their pearls. And then at the very end, a statement that I think is actually a stunning shift in US military practice. He says no more stupid rules of engagement. Well, that rules of engagement kind of underpins everything that Western democracies kind of like to stand by when they take part in military action like this, and they single out their enemies for not having rules of engagement. And yet at the podium in the Pentagon, the United States Defense Secretary said no more stupid rules of engagement. Absolutely stunning, I thought.
Indeed, Mark. Mark, thanks very much for that. Mark Stone there for us in Washington. Well, earlier the Greek government said it will send 2 frigates and 2 fighter jets to Cyprus. It comes after 2 unmanned drones heading towards the RAF base at Akrotiri were intercepted earlier today. The runway at the airbase was hit by a drone last night. A hospital in Tehran was struck overnight, where staff were forced to evacuate patients, including young babies still in incubators. The Gandhi Hospital is next to the Iranian state broadcaster, which was also hit in the strike. Well, as we've just been hearing, President Trump has criticised the UK for blocking the US from using the Diego Garcia airbase in the Indian Ocean to carry out the strikes on Iran. Talking to The Telegraph, the US president said that he was disappointed in Sir Keir Starmer, saying he took far too long to change his mind. Last night, the Prime Minister said he would now allow the US to use British bases for what he called defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. Oil prices have surged as the conflict continues to disrupt supply. As a precaution, Saudi Arabia shut its biggest domestic oil refinery after a drone strike. It produces 50,000 barrels a day and serves as a key export terminal for Saudi's crude oil. And an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman was also targeted off the coast of Muscat by a bomb-carrying drone boat, killing 1 mariner on board. Well, these are the images overnight from Lebanon, where the Israeli military says it struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut as it launched strikes at the Lebanese capital and in the south of the country, killing at least 31. An Israeli military spokesperson said Israel is keeping all options on the table for a ground offensive in Lebanon. The Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has released a statement saying the state rejects any military or security actions launched from Lebanese territory. The decision of war and peace lies exclusively in the hands of the state, which requires restructuring Hezbollah's activities and obliging it to hand over its weapons. We are calling on the army to immediately implement cabinet decisions to ensure that weapons are exclusively under state control north of the Litani River. What Hezbollah has done constitutes a violation of cabinet decisions. Banning Hezbollah's military activities and limiting its role to the political sphere, the government announces its full readiness to resume negotiations with civil participation and under international auspices. Well, as we've just heard, the ongoing uncertainty in the Middle East is beginning to push up the price of oil, with some economists warning it could reach $100 a barrel, and the war is having an even greater impact on the price of wholesale gas. Let's bring in our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, to talk us through some of these figures. Should we start with gas, Ed?
Yeah, I think we should, because, that is basically, oil is incredibly important. It's important, for mobility, for getting around. But when it comes to heating your home or indeed, powering the national grid, which are incredibly important things, we are here in the UK and many other countries around the world are very reliant on natural gas. And it's not just oil that the Gulf produces so much of, it's also natural gas. And as you can see, look, that is the price of natural gas in the UK. So that's pence per therm. And you can see it has shot up very sharply. It's kind of up over 50% or so, just over the course of the last 24 hours or so. So we have rarely seen quite such a big increase as that. Although worth just saying, if you look back to the Ukraine conflict, so that chart's the past year, look back further, so towards the period when obviously Russia was invading Ukraine, and it's nothing like that. So be assured that it isn't quite as dramatic as what we saw there. But even so, what we're seeing in terms of gas prices is very stark. And the reason this is happening is that just recently, enormous increase just in gas over the last 24 hours, or really just the last kind of 2-3 hours, because that was triggered by the announcement from Qatar that they were shutting down liquefied natural gas production in Ras Laffan. It's the big terminal at the heart of the Gulf, actually the single biggest liquefied natural gas terminal in the world. And actually, you could kind of even take a step back and just look at all of the different places that we get energy from, whether it's energy from nuclear power, whether it's energy from oil, whether it's energy from renewables, or indeed energy from gas. What Qatar provides is access to the single biggest store of energy anywhere in the world, and they have just announced that they're shutting down, at least temporarily, they're shutting down liquefied natural gas production there. And why does that matter for the UK? It matters because although the majority of our gas comes from the North Sea, whether from the UK's part of the North Sea or increasingly from Norway's part of the North Sea, as the years go on and as the North Sea starts to decline, as it's set to at the moment, we are going to become more and more reliant on liquefied natural gas, which is basically the kind of gas that you don't put through a pipeline, you put it into a ship and then send it over. We're going to be more reliant on that stuff coming across from the United States and, yes, from Qatar. And in fact, this year, we are expected, more or less, based on the current set of contracts, to be getting about 10% of our gas from Qatar. And so the fact that they are no longer actually producing that gas right now, and as I say, this is a temporary eventuality, and they said that it's primarily because they are under attack there. You've got Iranian drones trying to attack the Ras Laffan field, and at the same time you have Iranian drones that are trying to attack Saudi oil terminals and elsewhere in the Gulf as well. The fact that that's happening, even temporarily, is the main explanation for that shock increase in gas prices in the UK. But I guess what this underlines is this is obviously happening thousands of miles away, but the economic implications already from what we're seeing in the Gulf are stark. There you can see pictures of the drone attack. It's believed that the drone actually didn't hit the target, but parts of it came down on the field. That is in Saudi Arabia, so that's an oil terminal. But at the same time, just not far from that particular place, you also have Qatar and its gas terminal. And given that you have so much reliance around the world on the Gulf, given that what you're talking about here isn't just the gas that's going into our boilers, isn't just the gas that's going into our power stations, but it's also petrochemicals that we're using for pharmaceuticals. We're using them to make plastics. We're using them even to make fertilizers that are providing the food that we need to eat. It's worth just remembering that this has enormous consequences all around the world. And we're only just beginning to see those consequences because right now we're still in the midst of these attacks. And right now we're still trying to work out what the permutations are for the global economy. So it is very early days in this. But already, if you're seeing gas prices in Europe and indeed in the UK, that's that chart I showed you right at the start, if you're seeing those prices go up right now, that implies that we are potentially, those are wholesale prices, so it hasn't yet fed into our bills. But if they stay high, then that potentially means higher prices, utility bills in the future. But like I say, it's early days and no one knows how long this is going to go on for and how deep the impacts are going to be.
And, you know, that's mainly natural gas, but oil as well, of course, is the one energy source that many people will associate with the Gulf, and we're already seeing the oil price creep up as well.
Well, the oil price is up about 9%, and it rose quite sharply this morning. And what this comes back to, I mean, so you've got those attacks. There's the oil price up about kind of 9% or so, and it's kind of it hasn't spiked to the same extent as natural gas, but nonetheless, it is up. What you're tending to see there is concern about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz, which is essentially this kind of narrow part of the Arabian Gulf, if you want to go in by ship, you need to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and it has Iran on the northern side. If you can't get ships in and out of the Gulf, which is you have to go through that strait, then that is enormously consequential for all oil production around the world, or oil consumption rather, because this is the place where kind of getting on for kind of a quarter, a third even, of global oil actually passes through those straits. So I guess the point is that for a long time, economists and geopolitical policymakers have looked at the Gulf and they've looked at the fact that there are these choke points, and they've thought to themselves, this is scary and we just hope nothing erupts here, which means that for the rest of the world, which depends on this stuff, and it's not just us here in Europe, obviously, the US as well to some extent, China, Asia, the consequences would be very profound. That is potentially what we're staring off the edge of right now. And each time we've come close to the edge of one of these economic moments, it hasn't thus far lasted long enough to cause a profound impact on the economy, save for obviously what we saw in the 1970s and the 1980s. But whether we're now embarking on another period like that, where we all feel the consequences in our pockets quite soon, whether it's similar or analogous to the Ukraine conflict, where we all felt it, you know, in the energy price shock that followed, that is something we just don't know at the moment. But it is a real possibility, because what we're talking about here, and you know, in these parts of the world, whether it's Lebanon or more specifically, whether it's in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, those places we were talking about earlier, that is the heart of global energy production. And without energy, you just can't do anything. So, and if energy prices get a lot higher, then everything gets more expensive. So as I say, you know, we're nowhere near those heights that we saw in the Ukraine conflict at the moment, but the line is unfortunately going up, and if that line stays high and wholesale gas prices stay high, then in time it could well mean that our utility prices, well, I mean, it does follow if it stays high, that our utility prices go up as well, which I know, you know, for everyone who's still feeling the impact of the cost of living crisis that we've been living through for a long time, it's the last thing anyone wants to hear. But that is unfortunately the nature of what we're seeing here, because this is the heart of energy production that a war is happening in.
Ed, thanks very much for the time being. While we were talking to Ed, we were looking at those images on the screen, and this is Beirut, and we can see more smoke rising at what looks to be a residential area, possibly in the south of Beirut, which is the area that the IDF had warned people to evacuate from around a particular neighbourhood. Let's bring in freelance journalist Laura Della Cioccia, who's lived in Beirut for many years. Laura, just tell us what the last 24 hours have been like.
Well, it's been one catastrophe after another, I'm afraid to say. Of course, the tension had been mounting in Lebanon after the Israeli and US attacks on Iran. But nonetheless, there was really a sense of shock and surprise when the first bomb hit the southern suburbs during the night. Now it's a scenario that we are all too familiar with, that we are seeing with lots of displaced people coming from the Bekaa Valley and the south who are currently under fire, but also the southern suburbs who were hit during the night, but also this morning and again 15 minutes ago.
Where are people able to go for safety?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. The roads have been jammed with people trying to escape very dangerous situations because the Israeli army has asked 53 villages or inhabitants of the villages to evacuate. So that triggered the first wave of displacement. But now they've just issued, just right before the bombing that just happened in the southern suburbs, they've also issued a warning for some other localities to be evacuated. So that is surely triggering a new wave of displacement. People are trying to find accommodations in a situation that is moving very quickly. And the Lebanese government has also released a list of shelters, of schools that are being turned into shelters. But the amenities that are available in these shelters are very, very limited.
What do you know of the most recent bombing in the southern suburbs that we're seeing these images of now?
It was a very strong bombardment. It was heard all the way to Ashrafiyeh, which is like the eastern part of the city, the capital city, Beirut. So that bombardment was very, very violent. I don't know much really because I was on my way to cross over to the current part of the city where I am now, like Hamra, which saw lots of displaced people arriving during the last escalation in 2024. So it was as I was crossing over that the bombing happened. Everyone was very tense. They're very much like on their phones, checking on their relatives. And we could see displaced people who are homeless in the central square of Beirut, in Martyr Square.
We've seen a statement from the Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, who has criticised Hezbollah, restricting for the attacks overnight from Lebanon into northern Israel, and said he wants to see its military strategy restricted and it be entirely restricted to political operations and not military. Will that echo how many in Lebanon feel?
That's an excellent question. There is certainly a mounting anger after Hezbollah chose to launch rockets early overnight. It was, I think, around 1:30 a.m. And this choice of Hezbollah to risk dragging the country into yet another escalation is certainly triggering a lot of anger that you can hear in the cafes, that you can hear in your conversations with your friends, and also on the social media. So yes, this is a very thorny conversation in Lebanon. Has always been, sorry, but this is adding another layer to that conversation, that's for sure.
We know that Hezbollah is funded and supported by the Iranian regime. What's been the reaction inside Lebanon to what has happened to Iran overnight? There was some reacted with disbelief. So we were hearing very mixed and contradicting news, I would say, from the talks, but also from the Israeli issuing red lines that they would retaliate if Hezbollah would side with Iran, and Hezbollah saying that the assassination of Ali Khamenei would be one of their also red lines to launch an offensive. So this had been the context in which we had lived, but I would say that up until the strikes overnight on the southern suburbs, there was a feeling that maybe the worst could be averted. Laura Della Choce, very good to talk to you from Beirut. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, let's cross from there south to Israel itself, and this is Beit Shemesh. Now, this was the place where there was the attack on Sunday, where a number of Israelis died. The Israeli leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, is there. Let's just see if we can listen in.
Hey, מה נסגר?
Well, we can see Benjamin Netanyahu there inspecting the damage. This is a village where an Iranian missile managed to get through the Israeli defense system. It destroyed a synagogue, and it also killed people whilst they sought refuge in a bomb shelter. There was a real chaotic aftermath to this. Dozens of people had gone into that bomb shelter after receiving an alert on their phone and hearing an air raid siren. But the Iron Dome system that Israel uses to deflect incoming missiles somehow didn't manage to stop this one particular missile that came in, and what was meant to be a sanctuary, unfortunately, was the final resting place for so many people. Somehow the missile evaded Israel's formidable air defences. Going from those images to Wall Street, to the opening of the stock exchange. Seems rather incongruous, doesn't it? But it is going to be interesting to see the impact of the events of the weekend. So the countdown begins now to the opening of the stock exchange. I was just saying, interesting to see the impact that it's had. We've seen some Middle Eastern markets close. The United Arab Emirates shut its country's main stock exchanges for the start of the trading week as the war in the Middle East intensified. The Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange and Dubai Financial Market said that they're going to be closed yesterday and today. And, of course, we were just talking to Ed Conway a short while ago about the impact of the events of the last few days on both the oil prices and the price of liquefied natural gas. Well, staying with America, as we've been hearing, Donald Trump says he is very disappointed in Sir Keir Starmer for blocking him from using the Diego Garcia military base in the Chagos Islands to carry out strikes on Iran. In an interview with The Telegraph, the US president said that the move was unlike anything that had happened between our countries before. Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper spoke to Sky's Sophie Ridge about the decision to allow the US to strike Iran from UK bases.
There is a significant issue about ballistic missiles and launchers that are effectively pointed at the Gulf, pointed at our partner countries and countries where we have so many British citizens. So to not provide support, the support that the US have specifically asked for that defensive operation, I think would not be the right thing to do when we have so many British citizens there.
Well, joining us now is our political correspondent, Alexandra Rogers. Alex, it's quite a tricky political line for the Foreign Secretary to walk, isn't it? The difference between offensive and defensive use of British bases.
Yeah, that's the big debate going on now in the UK, and also how to respond to Donald Trump and his latest criticisms of Sir Keir Starmer, saying that he was very disappointed that the UK didn't give the US permission to use a Diego Garcia base. Now, Downing Street have come back on those claims. They've defended their initial decision and said
that they took that decision because they didn't want to be involved in offensive strikes, because they want to see settlement in the region. And they said that the UK responded accordingly when Iran did begin striking UK interests and endangering our citizens, and when the UK asked for help. So they've been trying to stress really that the UK doesn't want to get fully involved in this growing conflict that we're seeing. But obviously at the same time, the US is sending signals that it will go as far as it needs to. It wants to finish this war and not ruling out boots in the ground. So the special relationship, once again, under pressure. The Prime Minister is due to give a statement to MPs in the Commons, where I think we can expect him to come under fire from all sides. Those on the right, Kemi Badenoch, the Tory leader, and Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform, both suggesting that the Prime Minister's response hasn't been strong enough, but equally those on the left, his own backbenchers, those on the Lib Dems, will really be uneasy about any suggestion that we could be getting dragged further into this conflict. So let's wait and see what the Prime Minister has to say in just a few hours' time.
Alex, thanks very much. Tens of thousands of British tourists remain stranded in the region as a result of flights being grounded. Well, Yvette Cooper also told us more than 100,000 people have registered their presence with the UK government since Saturday, and that all options, including evacuation, are being looked at to help them. A little earlier, British holidaymaker Annabel Downs, who's stuck in Abu Dhabi, spoke to my colleague Leah.
I think we know we feel safe here. I mean, there's not too much activity, and kind of every few hours there is a bit, but then, you know, there's alarms that go off on our phone and we go inside, and then we're kind of out again after kind of half an hour. So I think, I mean, hopefully it doesn't go on for too long, but I think we know for now that we're being looked after, and we're in good hands.
What was the reaction like from others around you at the airport at the time?
Well, I think at the time we really didn't know what was going on. I mean, the alarm just went off on our phone, and kind of everyone just was kind of just looking at each other being like, yeah. And I think then it escalated pretty quickly. I mean, luckily I was out about 2 hours before it actually got, the airport kind of got hit. But I think, everyone kind of kept calm. Everyone kept calm, I think. But yeah, I think everyone was ushered out pretty quickly and dealt with, and so I think everyone kind of knew what to do.
Let's take you back to Israel, where Benjamin Netanyahu is at Beit Shemesh. This is the place where 9 people were killed after an Israeli missile strike got through Israel's missile defences at the weekend. We think he's speaking in Hebrew. Let's try and listen in.
כל כך עצובה בבית שמש, אירוע שלא היה בתולדותיה של בית שמש, 9 הרוגים, למעלה מ-50 פצועים, פינינו אתמול 800 תושבים לבתי המלון בירושלים. אנחנו מתמודדים עם הרס רב ברדיוס של למעלה מקילומטר, שעות רבות של נעדרים שהיו לנו כאן. אנחנו צריכים את עזרת הממשלה להשתקם פה בעיר, אנחנו עיר באשכול 2. העיר היום באבל, אנחנו נמצאים היום ב9 לוויות. זה אירוע שכבד על העיר, קשה לעיר.
Well, we know that at least 9 people were killed and 28 others were injured by the impact, including 2 in a serious condition. And this, of course, follows Israel and the US launching ongoing attacks on Iran, which led to the killing of the Supreme Leader Khamenei and other senior Iranian officials. So Benjamin Netanyahu down there to see for himself in person what happened there, and how at a bomb shelter which was meant to be a place of sanctuary for so many people, a bomb shelter at a synagogue, ended up leading to 9 dead and 28 others injured.
אנחנו נבנה מחדש ונבנה עוד יותר. זה אני אומר לך. זה חשוב, ותאמר את זה גם לאזרחים, בשמי ובשם ממשלת ישראל. אנחנו ביום השלישי של המערכה, מערכת שאגת הארי. אנחנו יצאנו למערכה הזאת כדי להרחיק מעלינו את הניסיון לחדש איומים.
Well, whilst this has been going on, whilst we've seen him down there on the scene of the attack from Iran, at the same time we're seeing Israel launching more attacks on Tehran today, and also launching attacks into Lebanon, to Israel's north, where they say they struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut overnight. And we've seen more attacks on airstrikes in Beirut's southern suburbs on Monday. Also in Israel, the Gaza crossings, we understand, are remaining closed. Much-needed humanitarian aid is, of course, needed there. They are going to remain closed while the war with Iran continues. We've heard from some of the aid agencies involved there saying that Gaza has sufficient stockpiles of food for an extended period, although some organisations, including the World Central Kitchen, which operates soup kitchens across Gaza, have warned that they are running out of supplies. Benjamin Netanyahu continuing to talk in Hebrew there. As well as this attack in Beit Shemesh, we've seen air raid sirens and missiles coming down in places around Tel Aviv. We've also heard sirens in Jerusalem and in West Jerusalem over the last 24 hours. This has been a difficult few days for people living inside Israel. We're just going to keep half an ear across this in case we do get any words in English from Benjamin Netanyahu. In the meantime, whilst we're listening across it, we will bring in our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, let's just talk about Israel first of all. This is a real failure of Israel's security services, isn't it, in terms of the Iron Dome and the fact that it has such a strong track record of being able to stop missiles coming through that and landing in residential areas and indeed especially in bomb shelters.
Yes, I mean the whole system, I mean Iron Dome is only one part of it, but the ground-based air defence system that Israel fields is regarded as the best in the world. And Israel is a relatively small country, so there's not so much territory to defend. But no ground-based system is so robust that it can't be overwhelmed. And in last year and the year before that, when it was tested by Iranian missiles, a few got through, just a small handful. And the Iranians must have known that they would get more through if they threw enough.
Michael, we're just going to listen to Benjamin Netanyahu. Sorry.
To thwart existential threats to Israel and great threats to America and the entire world. When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world. Thank you.
Each day, sir, this war is... Thank you. Prime Minister, you spoke to the Indian Prime Minister.
Just lingering on that to see if there were any answers at all from Benjamin Netanyahu, but reiterating his justification for the attacks on Iran over the weekend. He says if this regime gets nuclear weapons, they will threaten all of humanity. Also thanking Donald Trump for joining us. Let's just return and listen back.
They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And he's off again there, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, who's down there at Beit Shemesh, the site of a bomb attack, a missile that got through from Iran over the weekend, killing 9 and injuring 28 others. Let's return to our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. So, Michael, we talked a little bit about the failures of Israel in its defence systems in that missile getting through. But by and large, they have been quite successful over the weekend at bringing down a lot of these missiles before they actually get to the skies over Israel.
Yes, I mean, that's what you'd expect, that the Israeli system is very good. It's the most effective in the world, but every system can be overwhelmed. And the Iranians know, or must know, that in a way they've got to fire off everything they've got, or they will lose it. So I think that, you know, their reaction is a sort of a logical one, in a brutal way of speaking, that they know that if they've got at least 2,000 missiles, and some say they've got 4,000 missiles, they want to use them relatively quickly, partly to make an impact, to shock the United States and Israel into the enormity of what the Iranians think they've done, and also to make sure that they use them before they lose them. And I don't know how many they will have thrown at Israel, but obviously enough to get one or two through. And I'm sure they're not particularly accurate. When they've got through in the past, they've not hit anything really important. Most of them have fallen into open areas, actually, even when they went for the south, for the big air bases in the south. In this case, it's just time and chance that it's hit a residential area in which it did. But the Iranians will be, I would imagine, satisfied with that, because they're hurting Israel in a way that Israel really feels the hurt, and they will hope that they can get lucky and hurt America in the way that America feels it, with deaths or injuries to their service personnel. The Iranians know that if they can hurt the Americans, then it will get difficult for Trump, particularly after Wednesday, when Congress returns, and we'll have a lot of questions about this. And if they can still be there, if the Iranian regime is still there, however much Iran has suffered, in about a month's time, then Donald Trump's statement at the weekend that they are going to remove the government, that the government is going to be destroyed, will simply not be credible. And so, in a way, the Iranians want to survive for, let's say, 2, 3, 4 weeks. And then they'll say, look, we're still here.
Still here at the moment, and also, over the last 24, 48 hours, attacking many of their neighbours in the Gulf. That is not doing anything for relations in that area, is it?
No, I mean, they've done what they said they would do, which is to attack all American and allied bases, and they've certainly done that. But, of course, in attacking those bases, they're also hitting other things, because when drones and missiles are successfully intercepted, they've got to fall somewhere. Sometimes the warheads don't explode. Quite often the warheads don't go off, but sometimes they do. And falling debris from a missile, in any case, is pretty dangerous. So there is bound to be degrees of collateral damage, as they call it, as you think about it. And so when you look at a map of all of the bases in the region, all American bases and allied bases, there's quite a lot of places that the Iranians can aim for, and that's what they're doing. They say that their strikes are carefully graduated and all the rest of it, but they're not. They're fairly rough and ready. But if they can get strikes on, as it were, the main bases in all of the countries that the Americans operate from, then they're happy. The one exception seems to be Oman. The Iranians hit the Duqm in Oman, which is this big container port in the south, very important port, in which Britain has a small detachment there. We were going to have more at one time. And the Iranians said that, oh, that was a mistake. We didn't intend to hit Oman, because the Omanis have been very helpful in mediation between the United States and Iran. And al-Busidi, the foreign minister of Oman, has played a very constructive role. And so the Iranians said, oh, we didn't mean to do that. That was the system on autopilot, and we regret it. So they expressed regret for that. But as far as I know, they haven't expressed regret for anything else, including the attempt to attack Akrotiri in Cyprus, because that is now, in their view, an allied base, which is a potential target.
Yeah, so we saw minor damage, minor material damage, we think, to the runway, don't we, at Akrotiri, overnight, and then 2 more unmanned drones heading there, intercepted earlier today.
Again, Akrotiri's defences are not great. There's no appreciable air defence apart from in the aircraft, in the Typhoons. And putting a Typhoon up with its very expensive air-to-air missiles to shoot down a drone is not very economic. I mean, if you have to do it, you have to do it. But against that, Akrotiri is a very big base. I mean, it's known as Happy Valley by the service personnel who go there, because whole families are there for a couple of years, and there are beaches, and there's a lovely coastline, and I've been scuba diving there. It's like a nature reserve with an air base as part of it. So it's very big, Akrotiri, and it will take an awful lot of missiles and drones to put it out of action. Nevertheless, it actually creates the political message that nowhere is safe if the Iranians are determined to fire off most of what they've got. And I think that seems to be the case. We're only just over 48 hours into this war now, and already the Iranians have scored what they would regard as significant hits across the region. And what they're saying is, we can set this region on fire if you attack us. Now, that's not true. They can't set the region on fire, but they are attempting to do so. They are a paper tiger when it comes to military power. But even a paper tiger can get lucky, and a paper tiger can cause chaos, which is what they're beginning to do.
Thanks very much for that, Michael. Well, let's get a little bit more on the UK's defence capabilities in the Middle East. Our security and defence editor is Deborah Haynes.
The UK and its assets are very much now in target, within range of Iran's and Hezbollah's drones, and for Cyprus at least, the Iranians' ballistic missiles. They can't reach the UK, it's important to stress. But I think we had on Saturday news that 2 Iranian missiles had been fired in the direction of Cyprus, but the Ministry of Defence was saying that they didn't believe that Cyprus had been the target. And of course, when you look at what else is in the region, you have a giant American aircraft carrier strike group led by the USS Gerald R. Ford. That is south of Cyprus, and clearly that would be a valuable target for the Iranians to seek to strike. But this drone attack that happened last night shows that clearly as well, the UK is viewed as a target. Now, it's important that I understand that this actual strike happened, like you said, at around 10 o'clock UK time last night. And the thinking is that the actual drone itself was probably launched before the Prime Minister made that updated statement when he U-turned on allowing the Americans to use British bases to launch strikes against Iran. This was something that the Americans had been wanting. You'll remember Donald Trump gave that rather excoriating social media post a few days ago where he was criticising Keir Starmer over the whole Chagos Islands deal, including Diego Garcia, and making the point that the US needs to use Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford in the UK, both of which are home to large numbers of American bombers, to launch potentially operations against Iran. And this was something that the UK had until yesterday night prevented the Americans from doing under the deal that allows the Americans to operate effectively on British soil in the UK and at this sovereign base in Diego Garcia. The UK has to give permission to the Americans for whatever operation they are then going to go and conduct. And clearly the British did not want to allow its territory to be used to launch this offensive operation against Iran, which has already delivered the death of the supreme leader and huge strikes against the country, against military targets, regime targets, which has then triggered this Iranian response in the region with multiple Iranian drones and missiles then being launched against countries in the Gulf where there are also British citizens and British military assets. And so it is because of that retaliation that the decision switched on the British side to allow the Americans to use these bases. But it really is sort of dancing on the head of a pin in terms of the justifications. The Prime Minister saying that these bases are now going to be used by the Americans when it comes to taking action against sort of defensive action. So action into Iran that takes out Iran's capabilities to launch missiles at the rest of the region, as opposed to sort of quibbling what is offensive actions then. However, the British has taken that step, which does draw the UK more firmly into this conflict. And also, presumably, now that the UK has directly come under this attack in terms of our base in Cyprus, is there going to be a moment that British forces directly attack Iranian ballistic missile launchers? We're not there yet, but clearly that could be the next stage that you might end up at.
Deborah Haynes there. Now, as we know, over 100,000 Britons are stranded overseas as a result of this conflict. I'm joined now by The Sun's newspaper's travel editor, Lisa Minot. Lisa, really good to talk to you today. So we heard from the Foreign Secretary earlier, over 100,000 Britons in the Middle East had signed up to the government's notification system to say that they were trapped effectively and wanted to come back. How on earth will the government get them back?
Well, I mean, there was thoughts that we were going to be seeing some kind of repatriation flights. What we have already seen today is the limited restarting of operations at both Abu Dhabi and Dubai airports. So one A380 huge double-decker plane did leave from Abu Dhabi earlier on today, bound for London. And we have a limited number of Emirates flights that will be leaving from Dubai as well this afternoon and into the evening. But they have already made it very clear that this is limited operations and only people who have been directly told to go to the airport should actually make that journey to the airports themselves.
And as well as that, there will be quite a backlog to clear, won't there? And also there will be airline staff in the wrong places.
A huge backlog to clear. I think you have to bear in mind that, you know, these Middle Eastern hubs have become so vital to our aviation network. Across Dubai, Doha and Abu Dhabi, the UAE in general, those big airports there, 500,000 passengers are going through those every single day. So with nothing having gone in and out for 2 days now, there are millions of people stranded, not just in the Middle East, but across the world, unable to get home because they were due to be flying via those hubs.
And for those who are actually in the Middle East, for some of them, it's been quite a traumatic few days, hasn't it? It wasn't certainly the things they were expecting to do on their holiday, run down to some kind of bomb shelter.
Exactly that. We've had reports of people spending the last couple of nights in basements, in car parks. There are 6 cruise ships actually in the Middle East at the moment. One was very close to Dubai's port when that was hit by Iranian missiles. So I think it has been very concerning, but people seem to be they're quite sort of making sure that they're making the best of it. They're following the advice. They seem to be very calm out there at the moment. But I think what people need more than anything else is some reassurance that flights are going to start resuming soon. And that isn't yet the case.
Whose responsibility is it to keep you safe if you're on a holiday like that and things start going wrong?
Well, it very much depends. If you're there on a package holiday, yes, of course, your package holiday provider would be the one that you would be talking to seek that reassurance, to make sure they have the responsibility of getting you home. It does differ slightly if you've booked a flight, just a flight only, with a non-EU or UK airline. So say you're in Thailand and you've booked a flight back to London via Doha or Dubai, the passenger rights aren't quite the same there because your first flight is going to be from Thailand to the Middle East. And so there's less passenger rights there. Anyone who's flying on a UK airline or a non-EU airline or is flying directly in and out of the UK is covered by our passenger rights, which means there's a duty of care to make sure that they've got food and drink, overnight accommodation if necessary, and a means of communicating. But every situation is going to be different for these many thousands of people who are currently stranded abroad.
And Lisa, how long do you think it's going to take before things get back to any kind of normality?
It really is very difficult to tell. We have got these limited number of flights coming out of the Dubai and Doha airports. But I mean, that's to say there's, very tiny number of flights compared to the number that have been cancelled. Over 1,500 flights have been cancelled over the last couple of days. So it's going to take a huge amount of effort to get all of the people, planes and crews in the right place when airlines are eventually able to start flying again. We just don't know how long that's going to be. The last sort of similar situation you could say would be the start of the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and that had airspace closed for a week. We could see something similar, but this is, again, a very different situation.
Lisa Minot, thanks very much.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. This is the live image that we have of the Beirut skyline where we've seen explosions within the last hour. More on this and all the rest of the day's news. Stay with us. Hello, good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. The war in the Middle East appears to be escalating further today, with Israel exchanging strikes with Hezbollah in Lebanon. These are the latest images as the Israeli Defense Forces strike Beirut in what they say is targeting the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. Lebanon's health ministry says at least 31 people have been killed and 149 others injured so far. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been visiting the site of an Iranian missile strike in Beit Shemesh, where 9 people were killed, bringing the overall number of people killed in Israel to 11. He said it was important Israel and the US eliminated existential threats to themselves and the world.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
Earlier, the American Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, gave an update at the Pentagon, saying the US didn't start the war, but will finish it. He said the Iranian regime has been waging war against the US for 47 long years.
Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb.
Well, he was talking just after the Iranian capital was hit repeatedly with strikes. US General Dan Kane said Trump gave the final approval to attack Iran just after 8:30 UK time on Friday in the evening with an initial wave of 100 aircraft.
On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses.
We've also heard that 4 US service members have now been killed in action since the start of hostilities in Iran. The latest soldier, who's not yet been named, was seriously wounded during the initial attacks, but later died. US Central Command has also confirmed that 3 of its fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwait this morning. The planes flying in support of the US operation in the Middle East were shot down, apparently, in a friendly fire incident. All pilots managed to eject safely and were transferred to hospital for medical care. In a statement, US Central Command said that during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones, the US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. All 6 aircrew ejected safely and have been safely recovered and are in a stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defence Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. Well, let's cross to our international correspondent, Diana Magnay, who joins us now from Jerusalem. So, Diana, turning our focus back to what is happening in Israel, it's not just Iran that Israel is attacking, is it? They're using this opportunity to also try to create more trouble for Hezbollah over the border in Lebanon.
Yes, I think they anticipated that this operation would end up involving Hezbollah. They had been preparing for this in the run-up to war. They had been bombing southern Lebanon, taking out Hezbollah militants, especially in one night last Saturday, heads of its missile programme. And overnight, Hezbollah sent rockets into Israel, which then precipitated a very heavy response. And Israel says that Lebanon should prepare for a prolonged military action. They have sent heavy airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which are Hezbollah-controlled, and they've also called for the 53 villages in the south of Lebanon to be evacuated. And I think you're right. They do see this as an opportunity to crack down once and for all on Hezbollah, obviously an Iranian proxy, at the same time as they try and once and for all change the regime in Tehran and make Iran and its various militia groups no longer a threat to Israel. So I think that's very significant. One thing, Jane, that I want to bring to your attention, which has just come through on the wires, is from the French President, Emmanuel Macron, saying that he is prepared to allow the deployment of his nuclear-capable airplanes to support allies. And I suppose that is an indication, alongside other European nations, that they are ready to defend their interests in the region. Obviously, a lot of European bases here and a lot of European citizens. So that is a bit of information that's just dropped. As well as these heavy strikes in Beirut, we've also seen extremely heavy strikes in Tehran. Also, from what we understand from the Iranian Red Crescent, the death toll there is now 555 people. Interestingly, we also understand from state media that the Ayatollah's wife, who was apparently or reportedly involved in the initial airstrike, which took out the supreme leader and various of his top command. She's been in a coma ever since, and she has now also reportedly died, according to state media. Jane.
Diana, thanks very much for that. And in terms of inside Israel itself, we've seen Benjamin Netanyahu down at Beit Shemesh just a short while ago, the site of where 9 people died over the weekend. What is the feeling inside Jerusalem, inside Tel Aviv, as these sirens go off sort of randomly over the last couple of days?
Well, strangely, I was just commenting this to Adam. You know, we had 2 sirens very early this morning, all went to the shelters at 7 a.m. And since then, there's been a sort of slightly unnerving period of quiet. Given the fact that the Revolutionary Guard said you will hear unending sirens and the waves of attacks will continue, it does feel slightly ominous, as though we are waiting for something. I was wandering around earlier today in Jerusalem. Many of the shops are shut. But there still are people on the buses, waiting at bus stops, trying to do their daily business, and certainly a real sense of apprehension about what is coming. I remember speaking to a man in Tel Aviv last week about the likelihood of war, and he said, you know, war against Hamas was one thing. Their missiles are this big. The Iranian missiles are that big. I think there is some speculation that what Iran has been trying to do is to use up as many intercepts from Iron Dome as it can with smaller missiles and devices, and leave the bigger missiles for later. But I do feel that for now, given the fact that both the US and Israel are preparing their respective publics for a relatively long campaign, certainly weeks, both of them seem to be saying, they will certainly have the requisite munitions for that scenario. I think it's also interesting to reflect some of what Pete Hegseth said in that press conference a little earlier, what it appears to be is that the United States, really looks on this as a war operation to create the conditions which will then enable the Iranian people to take matters into their own hands. We've heard this over and over again, and what we heard in that press conference, and also I think the sense that we get from Benjamin Netanyahu, is that this is all about the military operation. But what they haven't specified is what exactly the conditions are, which they will then determine are sufficient for them to stop the campaign and allow the Iranian people at that stage to do whatever it is that they expect of them. There are still so many unanswered questions about how exactly this all ends, even though Pete Hegseth said, it will have an ending. This is not Iraq. This is not an endless war.
Yeah, we just don't know quite what that exit strategy is yet. Diana, thank you very much for that. In the last couple of minutes, we just saw Keir Starmer leaving Number 10. He's on his way to the House of Commons, where he's going to make a statement at about 3:30. We will bring you that statement live, possibly smarting from the words of Donald Trump, talking to the Telegraph newspaper, saying that he was very disappointed in Sir Keir Starmer for initially refusing to allow the use of the UK-US Diego Garcia base to target Iran. Disappointment from Donald Trump, a clear disappointment too from the US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth, who we heard from a short time ago. Let's bring in our US correspondent Mark Stone, who joins me now live from the White House. Mark, Pete Hegseth wasn't mincing his words, was he, when he spoke around about an hour ago? Just talk us through what he said.
Yeah, it really wasn't. We'll play you his words in just a moment. But you're right. I think the pressure on the so-called special relationship between the UK and the US is intense right now. I can tell you from conversations I've been having that for quite a few weeks now, at various different levels, defence levels with military people who are UK military people based here in the United States, diplomatic levels, Britain's new ambassador, but also right the way up to the Prime Minister, who spoke last week a couple of times to the American president. There has been intense discussion about the degree to which the UK would be aligned with America if and when it took military action in Iran. And the British government position, Keir Starmer's position, was very clear, laid out privately by his Attorney General, Lord Hermer. That position was that any initial American action, offensive action by the Americans, would not be legal in the minds of the UK, and therefore they could not allow British bases to be used as part of that. Now, any other American administration, had they been told that, might have come to the view, OK, the Brits have got a legal problem with this. We understand that, but we know they'll be involved afterwards, because the other point that the Brits made was that we can get involved, as we're now seeing, once it becomes a situation where we are defending our allies and defending our assets. We just can't get involved in the initial thing. Now, as I say, many administrations prior to Trump's would have said, yeah, we get that. We understand you're in a difficult position. We'll let it go, and you can get involved when you can. Not Trump's. Trump was very, very angry about this. He articulated it privately and in fact publicly on social media to Keir Starmer. And then we had this statement from the Defence Secretary speaking in the last hour, which I think actually is stunning in many ways. Have a listen.
Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives.
be in no doubt. He's referring to the UK, to France and to Germany, but mainly to the UK when he says that our traditional allies who are wringing their hands and clutching their pearls. Very, very direct language. But it's the last part of that, for me, that is really striking. No stupid rules of engagement, so says the US Defense Secretary at the podium from the Pentagon, the man in charge of the armed forces of the United States, effectively dismissing rules of engagement. That marks a fundamental shift in America's psyche, effectively. The boss, the defense secretary, can say that and just not really worry about it. And I do wonder whether, in a weird way, that helps the British Prime Minister, because he's under a lot of pressure, certainly from the right in the UK, saying, look, you should have got involved in this. We are America's #1 ally. You should have been side by side with the Americans from the very beginning. And he can now say, privately, if not publicly, look, they don't seem to care about rules of engagement. They don't seem to care about international law, quaint as that may seem. And therefore, that's why we didn't get involved. But now we can get involved because our assets, our people and our allies are under threat in the Middle East. But it's a hugely difficult situation for the British Prime Minister that he finds himself in. And for the special relationship right now, it's frayed.
Feel quite so special, does it, Mark? Thank you very much. Well, let's talk now to Jane Kinnamont, who is Chief Executive Officer at the United Nations Association in the UK. Jane, very interested to get your thoughts today. First of all, your assessment on the legality of what the US has done and its action in Iran.
Well, it's pretty clear that this is an illegal war violating the UN Charter, that there was not an imminent threat to the US or Israel that would justify this, and that they have embarked on a war which, at least some of the time, has declared objectives of regime change. And so, you know, the UK government has been right if it has concluded that this is an illegal war. It's also worth mentioning that there were diplomatic pathways to dealing with the questions over Iran's nuclear programme, and the Foreign Minister of Oman, who was the key mediator, has emphasised as much over the past few days.
Doesn't it also highlight the impotence of the UN? This may be on paper illegal, but you're not able to do anything at all about it.
So the UN's role in international peace and security has been marginalised over some years, and it's been marginalised partly thanks to the US and to Russia, both of whom have veto power on the Security Council and have been willing to wield that veto power to prevent the Council from acting in wars that concern them directly or concern their allies. So this has created a major problem. But that problem isn't going to be solved by turning to unilateralism. It's really an excess of unilateralism that is the problem here. But now, you know, the UN system is thinking hard about how it can try to reclaim its role. The International Atomic Energy Agency, which is part of the UN global multilateral system, has played a very important role in the talks over Iran's nuclear program and in setting out the options for how a nuclear program can be verified to be entirely peaceful and civilian. So that's been important. But the wider UN, it really needs to find ways to reboot its role. There will be a new Secretary General from January next year, and it's likely that this whole next few months, when the organisation is picking its new leader, the focus will be how can we find someone that will bring back that role in mediation. This war was actually predicted, you know, for the last few months. Many diplomats knew that something was coming, and yet there was a striking absence of international conflict prevention efforts, apart from those that came from the Gulf states. Obviously, they've been really worried about this war because they knew that it would create big risks to them, as we've seen over the past few days with Iran's illegal attacks on civilian infrastructure in the Gulf.
Do you think the UK was right to not allow Trump to use UK bases initially?
I mean, I do. Obviously, I'm representing an organisation that is in favour of international law and multilateralism. But I think that at the moment we're hearing some commentators in the UK speaking as though international law is a problem or a constraint. But we need to get back to, why do we have these laws anyway? These laws have been hammered out over the years out of bitter experience, because humans should have learned that starting wars is a lot easier than finishing them, and that when some countries start wars, it also creates other excuses for other countries to do the same, and we end up in a more insecure world. We have seen other examples of attempted or so-called successful regime changes in the Middle East that have not brought good results. So we have a lot of experience showing us that these endeavours are extremely risky and extremely dangerous, and that is what underlies the legal prohibitions. There are really good reasons to avoid this sort of thing. Clearly also, the UK is not really able to influence the US strategy or the US decision-making. So, if it is or was directly involved, it then has no control over the exit strategy from all of this.
OK, we have to leave it there. We're out of time. Jane Kinnamon, Chief Executive Officer at the United Nations Association. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, as we've been hearing, the situation in the Middle East is developing at pace, and there are still many unanswered questions about what the next days or weeks may hold as we see the sun gently setting over the sea just off Beirut there. Let's bring in our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark. The Prime Minister here, Michael, saying that the UK is not yet directly involved in the conflict, but the UK has now, of course, as we're hearing, given permission for the US to use some of its bases. Do you think that plan is likely to hold?
Yes, I mean, you can see what the Prime Minister is trying to say, that what was not right on Saturday is right on Sunday, and he has a narrow window to explain that, because on Saturday he didn't want British bases to be used for what would be an illegal attack, because there's no basis in international law. But once Iran started to hit back and retaliate with attacks on potentially British interests and allied interests, then you could change the view and say, OK, well, now this is defensive. The Prime Minister also published the legal advice that he had on changing that view, and it's the same view that France and Germany have taken. So Britain, France and Germany all take the same view. So there's a line that the Prime Minister can argue that what was not right on Saturday becomes right on Sunday because of the trend of events. On the other hand, most people politically will say, well, look, this is a U-turn. You're either in or you're out when it comes to war. And that's what the opposition are really saying, that you should have either been in it or stay out of it, not try and argue this very loyally line that what was wrong on one day was right on the next day. So it is a difficult one for the government in this case. And Britain is pursuing now its own interests. It's trying to look after Akrotiri in Cyprus. It's also the case, remember, that 12 Squadron, RAF 12 Squadron, is a joint British-Qatari squadron. It's RAF and the Qatari Air Force. And the 12 Squadron operates normally at Coningsby, but 12 Squadron aircraft, at the request of the Qataris, was sent to Al Udeid in Doha a couple of weeks ago. And I'm fairly sure that the incoming drones that were intercepted against Qatar, at least one of them that we know of, was taken down by a Typhoon. I'm pretty sure that must have been a 12 Squadron Typhoon. So we have two particular interests, one at Akrotiri, one in Qatar, with whom we have a very important joint defence agreement, and this joint squadron where half the pilots are Qataris, half the pilots are RAF, and they get on really very well. So there are things that Britain has got to try to preserve in this operation, quite apart from the position it takes on the regional insecurity that the whole thing is generating.
Michael, thanks very much. We shall leave it there for now. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says it's in constant contact with the Iranian leadership over what it called outright aggression against Tehran. Our Moscow correspondent Ivor Bennett has the details.
Moscow will be watching events in the Middle East with great concern, because Iran and Russia are very close allies. Last year they signed what's called a strategic partnership pact. And the killing of Iran's supreme leader over the weekend means that in the last 15 months, Russia has now lost 3 of its closest allies: Bashar al-Assad in Syria, then Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, and now Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So there has been a predictably strong verbal response coming from Moscow so far. We had Vladimir Putin over the weekend condemning the killing of Khamenei as a cynical murder. The Russian Foreign Ministry put out a very strong statement too, accusing the US and Israel of plunging the Middle East into an abyss of uncontrolled escalation. And the Kremlin today has also commented on the issue. He said it's in constant contact with the Iranian leadership about what it called the outright aggression against it. But I think the question is, will Moscow's response go beyond these strong words and the harsh rhetoric? And I think the answer is very unlikely, and there are a few reasons for that. First of all, despite this strategic partnership pact between Moscow and Tehran, that pact doesn't include what's called a mutual defence clause, so there's no obligation on Russia to spring to Iran's aid. Secondly, even if Russia did want to get involved or send weapons perhaps to Iran, I think it might struggle to, because all of its focus and resources are on Ukraine right now. And thirdly, I don't think Vladimir Putin wants to risk derailing his relationship with Donald Trump over this. At the beginning of the year, we saw how Russia essentially stood by and watched as Nicolas Maduro was captured by the US. It didn't do anything apart from issue some strong statements. And I think it's going to remain the same here, because I think Vladimir Putin calculates that the downsides of losing these close allies is still outweighed by the potential benefits Donald Trump can bring Russia when it comes to Ukraine, and Ukraine remains Vladimir Putin's top priority. So for now, he is trying to play the role of peacemaker. We know he's been speaking to Tehran, but also today he's had a phone conversation with the leader of the United Arab Emirates, also a close Russian ally, which has obviously been caught up in Iran's retaliatory strikes. The Kremlin says both sides on this call emphasise the need for a swift ceasefire, and that sounds like the message he's going to be trying to convey to other actors in the region and in this conflict as well, as Moscow tries to preserve its interests in the region.
Ivor Bennett there. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, is going to be talking in the House of Commons very shortly about the situation in Iran for the first time since the attacks by the US and Israel over the weekend. This is him leaving Number 10 a short while ago. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, joins me now. Sam, first time he's spoken in the Commons. We, of course, had a statement from him over the weekend, didn't we? And it's been a fascinating few days, not least the events in the last few hours in terms of our relationships with America.
That's right. It's a very important Commons appearance by the Prime Minister coming up in the next 3 or so minutes. We've seen Keir Starmer a couple of times in pre-recorded videos from Number 10 since the bombing of Iran began in the early hours of Saturday. But now Keir Starmer will take to the dispatch box, outline his position and then take questions from a pretty divided House of Commons on Britain's response, it has to be said. Look, let's deal in turn with some of the things that the Prime Minister's got to deal with. First of all, Britain's position in relation to the conflict. Downing Street deny that there's been any kind of U-turn over the weekend, but it just remains a fact that when America initially wanted to engage along with Israel to undertake offensive operations in Tehran in the early hours of Saturday, the UK refused to allow Diego Garcia, the joint base, to be used as part of that. But then last night, in a second video address, Keir Starmer revealed that the US had requested again, this time as part of defensive operations, to help destroy some of the stockpiles of weapons that Iran has. And by casting it as defensive, Keir Starmer said he was able to agree to the US request and accede to that demand. It would be lawful under international law in the UK's view. A summary of that legality, judgment on the legality was released overnight, and now UK bases in Diego Garcia and in Gloucestershire can be used as part of that. But, as you were just referencing, Jane, there seemed to have been real material damage in Britain's initial refusal to allow the UK to host some of the US bombing. There has been the attack from Donald Trump via a Telegraph interview where he makes clear his disappointment in Keir Starmer. He makes clear that he feels that Keir Starmer was too rules-bound in the way that he responded and has basically conveyed his displeasure at the way Keir Starmer has responded. We did have the slightly odd spectacle 24 hours ago of the Defence Secretary John Healey not really being able to say whether Britain approved or disapproved of that military action. Now, it's slightly more comfortable position for Keir Starmer, but it appears political damage has been done. We'll see what Keir Starmer says about that. Then there is a question about what UK nationals, what help effectively UK nationals are going to get in the region. Up to 300,000 people there, some living there, some on holiday there, some simply transiting through UAE airports and other airports in Dubai. Obviously fallout from that, quite literally some fallout from the conflict there. And then finally, and I think this is one of the biggest things to rumble along, we've seen just such a big the outline of what could turn into a really big energy price shock coming. Qatar, which accounts for about 20% of global liquid natural gas supply, has suspended production. And I think that what we're going to see, along with some of the targeting of boats in the Straits of Hormuz, that stretch of water between Iran and the UAE, is basically a restriction in supply, pushing up prices. Oil prices have been bobbing about, but definitely higher this morning. Some analysts are worrying that they could move from just over $70 a barrel to over $100 a barrel. Well, I can tell you, Jane, the impact on the public finances, the impact on consumers because of higher inflation, the fact that petrol price increases feed through into every part of the economy because it increased transportation and manufacturing costs. Well, that's just going to be really ugly for a government that has put the cost of living as its number one priority. So the overall diplomatic situation, Britain's position in relation to the European Union, Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor, suggesting that being too tied to international law maybe not the right approach there, so maybe even some rift with Germany, the situation helping Brits on the ground, and then the prospect of economic damage. All are likely to be on the agenda. Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives said they would have been for the military action from the start. You've got the Liberal Democrats questioning whether or not Donald Trump should have been given even the amount of assistance he was given last night by the Prime Minister and calling for a vote. Zach Polanski says that the Prime Minister gives in to whatever Donald Trump wants, and Nigel Farage said that the decision to allow the US to use our bases is the right one, but Keir Starmer has been too slow. So the House of Commons really dividing on the issue of whether or not what Keir Starmer is doing is the right one. But as with so much else at this febrile political moment, what really matters is whether or not people on the Labour backbenchers, who ultimately hold the Prime Minister's future in their hands, agree or disagree. Do we get voices from within the Labour ranks criticising the approach of the Prime Minister? Of course, we had that by-election Thursday in South Manchester, in Gorton and Denton. There, the issue of Gaza came up on the doorsteps, as we understand it, and the approach of the UK there. So foreign affairs very much having a domestic ramifications here. What do Labour MPs think about the relationship with Donald Trump? So you can see we're just winding up with education questions. Bridget Phillipson, Georgia Gould was just on our feet. You could see a question there from Suella Braverman, but it's an absolutely packed house, as you might expect, because this is one of the most serious moments for Keir Starmer, his handling over the weekend and what he's going to do both about Brits trapped overseas and basically the impact that all of this is going to have will be the matter probably for the next hour, 90 minutes or so, when it comes to what Britain is going to do. It's our first taste of a more robust exchange, as aside from those pre-recorded videos that you get. So I think we're just a few minutes away. I can't see whether Keir Starmer is in the chamber yet. So Keir Starmer there. I understand we are now just in the final exchange. So very shortly we will get a small statement referencing the change of subject from Lindsay Hoyle, and then we'll be into an hour, maybe 90 minutes of back and forth. I think a lot of questions from the opposition parties. No opposition leader happy with Keir Starmer's position, but let's hear from the man himself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will update the House on the situation in Iran and the wider region, and our response. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom was not involved in the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. That decision was deliberate. We believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon and ceases its destabilising activity across the region. That has been the long-standing position of successive British governments. President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies, and it cannot be ignored. Iran has lashed out across the region. They've launched hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones at countries which did not attack them, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain, and Oman. And overnight, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, launched attacks on Israel, seeking to escalate the war. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 300,000 British citizens in the region, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. Iran has hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. It is deeply concerning for the whole House and the whole country. And, Mr. Speaker, our armed forces are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. On Saturday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain with missiles and drones. There were 300 British personnel on the base, some within a few hundred yards of the strike. Last night, a drone hit RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. There were no casualties in this strike. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to say that our bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. The security of our friends and partners in Cyprus is of critical importance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The strike on RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus was not in response to any decision that we have taken. In our assessment, the drone was launched prior to our announcement. Iran's aggression towards Britain and our interests is long-standing, and that's why we've always ensured that protections for British bases and personnel are at their highest level. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the death of the Supreme Leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. In fact, their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. They are working ruthlessly and deliberately through a plan to strike not only military targets, but also economic targets in the region, with no regard for civilian casualties. That is the situation we face today, and to which we must respond. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to our Gulf partners over the weekend. They're outraged by Iran's acts, particularly as they played no part in any strikes, and they've asked us to do more to defend them. Moreover, it is my duty, the highest duty of my office, to protect British lives. That is why we put British jets in the air, Typhoons and F-35s, as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes, including, Mr. Speaker, taking out one drone that was heading towards a coalition base in Iraq, housing UK service personnel. I want to pay tribute to our brilliant servicemen and women, putting themselves in harm's way to keep others safe. And I know the whole House will join me in expressing our gratitude and our respect. But, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not possible to shoot down every Iranian missile and every drone after they've been launched. The only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots or at the launchers. The US requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose because they have the capabilities to do so. Yesterday evening, we took the decision to accept that new request in order to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. To be clear, the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes. The basis for our decision is the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. It is in accordance with international law, and we've produced a summary of our legal advice, which clearly sets this out. We will keep the decision under review. Mr. Speaker, we are not joining the strikes, but we will continue our defensive actions in the region. France and Germany are also prepared to enable US action to destroy Iran's capability to fire missiles and drones from source. I've been in close contact with President Macron and Chancellor Merz in recent days, as well as President Trump and leaders across the region to that end. Mr. Speaker, be in no doubt, the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. In January, they murdered thousands of their own people, the full horror of which is still hidden from the world. For decades, they have sought to destabilise the region and export terror around the world. Their proxies in Yemen have targeted British ships in the Red Sea. They facilitated Russia's attacks in Ukraine. The regime's tentacles have even reached these shores, posing a direct threat to Iranian dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, Iran has backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil, each of which, Mr. Speaker, we have foiled. So it's clear the Iranian regime must never be allowed to get their hands on nuclear weapons. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. And ultimately, this will have to be achieved at the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, in this dangerous moment, our first thoughts are with our citizens in the region, friends, family members, and constituents. I recognise the deep concern that the situation is causing for those involved and for communities across the country. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support, and to monitor the Home Office travel advice, which is being regularly updated. Across much of the region, airspace remains closed, and local authorities are advising individuals to shelter in place. The situation on the ground may remain challenging for some time, so we're sending rapid deployment teams to the region to support our British nationals on the ground. And we're in close contact with the travel industry and governments in the region, including with our friends in the UAE, given the concentration of British nationals in that country. And we're looking at all options to support our people. We want to ensure that they can return home as swiftly and safely as possible. The FCDO phone lines are open to provide consular support, and ministers are available to meet MPs to discuss any individual cases. Mr. Speaker, we're also reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, including Muslim and Jewish community organisations, and we're making sure that sites across the country including places of worship, have appropriate protective security in place. Mr. Speaker, the situation in the region is developing rapidly, so we will continue to update the House in coming days. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken recently about the toll that global events are taking here at home. They come crashing into our lives with ever greater frequency, hitting our economy, driving up prices on the supermarket shelves or at the pump, dividing communities, bringing anxiety and fear. That's why how we operate on the world stage matters so much. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. Any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. I say again, we were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But in the face of Iran's barrage of missiles and drones, we will protect our people in the region and support the collective self-defence of our allies, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat, to prevent the situation spiralling further, and support a return to diplomacy. It is the best way to protect British interests and British lives. That is what this government is doing, and I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bednall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement and for the security briefing I received earlier. This is a defining moment for the people of Iran, the wider Middle East and the world order. I know that hundreds of thousands of British people still in the region, many sheltering from drone attacks, are fearful about making it home. I agree with the Prime Minister that everyone in the region should follow FCDO advice and register their presence with the British Embassy. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether he is making contingency plans for a potential evacuation of UK citizens and what stage the operational planning is at? Let me also, Mr. Speaker, pay tribute to our brave service personnel stationed in British bases in the region. I know that this will be an anxious time for them and their families. They all have our support. Mr. Speaker, we stand in solidarity with our allies, including Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who, along with others, have been on the receiving end of unprovoked aggression. On Saturday, our allies, the United States and Israel, took targeted action against the Iranian regime, a regime which for decades has been brutally repressing its own citizens, whose leader had the blood of hundreds of thousands of Iranians on his hands and of countless others around the world killed by Iranian proxies. This regime is the world's foremost sponsor of international terrorism. It seeks to annihilate the world's only Jewish state. It has said so repeatedly, and we should take despots at their word. It is a regime whose apparatchiks chant death to Britain. It has attacked British nationals and conducted multiple plots on British soil, as the head of MI5 has warned. It is manufacturing drones en masse for Russia, drones which are raining down on innocent Ukrainians. And it continues to try to develop nuclear weapons in flagrant violation of international agreement, nuclear weapons which, if obtained, would be an existential threat for this country. The outcome of Ayatollah Khamenei's death will, we hope, be a safer Middle East and a safer world, with the future of Iran back in the hands of the Iranian people. But that outcome is not yet guaranteed. On Saturday, our allies in Canada and Australia immediately backed the action taken by America against this despotic regime in Tehran. And I have made it very clear that the Conservative Party also stands behind America taking this necessary action against state-sponsored terror. But over the weekend, statements from the government and the Prime Minister provided no such clarity. It was only last night that the Prime Minister finally told us that the government would allow our allies the use of our own air bases, despite it being obvious that UK interests were under imminent threat. It took Iranian missiles hitting allies in the Gulf before he finally made a decision. And even after that, the Foreign Secretary said this morning that the government has put limits on the actions of our allies operating from our bases. Unbelievably, in his statement today, the Prime Minister still cannot say whether he backs the strikes or not. Today, the President of the United States has taken the extraordinary step of rebuking the Prime Minister publicly, saying he took far too long to grant access. We are told that this dither and delay is because of concerns over international law, but I am afraid that explanation simply does not hold. International law didn't prevent our allies from clearly and unequivocally stating whose side they were on. You don't need international law to say whose side you're on. It has not prevented British governments in the past from supporting strikes which we knew to be right. As the Shadow Attorney General has said, if the doctrines of international law are unable to restrain Iranian terrorism and mass murder, if they tie the hands of democracies while forcing us to stand and watch Iranian atrocities, international law will have failed. It will have become a fundamentally immoral system of law. Why is it that under this Prime Minister, international law always seems to be at odds with our national interest? Why is it that we are giving away? Why is it that we are giving away the Chagos Islands and paying £35 billion for the privilege rather than standing up for our national interest and protecting the crucial military base, which even now our allies are using? We in this House are elected to stand up for Britain's national interest, and where the government is doing the right thing, we will always back them. So let me reiterate our offer that if the government brings forward legislation to fast-track banning the IRGC, we will support them. But let me ask the Prime Minister, what national interest was served by refusing to help our allies for so long, particularly when we so need American support to protect Ukraine's and Europe's security? Are we going to see new UK military capabilities deployed to protect our security partners, our bases, including in Cyprus, and British nationals in the region? And will the Prime Minister ensure the Chancellor uses the Spring Statement tomorrow to set Britain on a clear path to 3% of GDP on defence spending? There is no point wanting action to make the world a safer place, but being too scared to do anything except stand by and watch others. Mr. Speaker, our national interest and national security must be front and centre. The Conservative Party will always work with our allies to make the world a safer place.
Mr. Speaker, she asked about contingency plans for UK nationals, and I can assure her and the House we're working at speed with our partners in the region to take whatever measures we can to make sure that our people can return as safely and as swiftly as possible, and we'll continue to do so. And I'm happy to update her and the House as we roll out those plans. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. There were two distinct and separate decisions over the weekend. The first decision was whether or not the United Kingdom should join the US-Israel offensive against Iran. We took the decision that we should not. We should not.
Absolutely right.
The second decision was a separate decision and actually a separate request from the US, which was whether we should permit the use of bases for the distinct, specific, defensive purpose of collective self-defence of our allies and to protect British lives, which were put at risk by the actions of Iran on Saturday and Sunday. We took the decision that we should do so. I am clear in my mind that any UK action must always have a lawful basis. It must also always have a viable and thought-through plan.
Yes.
And it must be in our national interest.
Yes.
The Leader of the Opposition, I think, is saying she would have joined the initial strikes whether they were lawful or not. I noticed she didn't say the Shadow Attorney General said they would have been lawful, just that the law should be changed.
Yes.
And I think she said they would have joined the initial strikes without regard to whether they had a plan. She was very critical of us not joining sooner. Therefore, it's impossible to have that position without arguing that we should and we could have joined. I fundamentally disagree. Mr. Speaker, I will tell the House why. Where our military personnel take action, putting their lives at risk, it is our duty, my duty, to ensure they have a lawful basis. Yeah. On Saturday, we deployed UK pilots into the sky in the region, and they've been working there ever since. They deserve to know that their actions are lawful and there is a viable, thought-through plan. And I will not countenance committing our military personnel to action which doesn't have a lawful basis. That is not a fair thing to do to our serving personnel. And no UK Prime Minister has ever committed our personnel to action unless it's got a proper lawful basis.
With the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Away from that for a couple of moments, just to bring you this news that we're getting from the Qataris. Now, you may recall that over the course of the day, Iran struck a major gas plant in Qatar, which has led to the closure of Qatar's biggest liquefied natural gas terminal, in fact, the biggest natural gas terminal in the world. We've just had in the last few moments from the Qatari Ministry of Defence that their Air Force has successfully shot down 2 aircraft coming from Iran. They are Islamic Republic of Iran aircraft, and the Qataris are also saying that they successfully intercepted 7 ballistic missiles through air defences and intercepted 5 drones by the Air Force and also by the Navy forces, which have targeted several areas in the state today. So it does seem to be escalating further in the Middle East. We know that since the American strikes on Iran on Saturday morning, that Iran has in turn struck a number of countries around the Middle East. Qatar now announcing that it has shot down 2 Iranian aircraft, 7 ballistic missiles and intercepted 5 drones, and that's following Iranian strikes that were reported on a major gas plant in Qatar. Let's return to the Commons. Ed Davies asking a question.
I think of all the innocent Iranian civilians who have lost their lives. I think of the US service personnel killed in action, our allies and partners in the region who are being outrageously targeted by Iran, and our British bases which have already faced attack. They did not choose this war. Donald Trump did, and he will bear responsibility for it. We have seen before what happens when an American president launches an illegal war with no idea how or when it is going to end, and we fear for what comes next. So in discussions with the White House, has the Prime Minister demanded to find out what Trump's plan is for what comes next? Does the Prime Minister understand that when he fails to stand up to Trump, especially when he breaks international law, it makes our country less safe? And how will the Prime Minister be sure that defensive operations from UK bases will not become offensive? And in rightly protecting our allies in the region, can we be assured by the Prime Minister that he won't follow Trump's lead down a slippery slope into a protracted conflict? And finally, Mr. Speaker, we rightly expect our brave armed forces to protect British citizens around the world in crises like this. But that includes tax exiles like Isabel Oakeshott and washed-up old footballers who mock ordinary people who stay in the UK and pay our taxes here. So as we protect them, does the Prime Minister agree it is only right for tax exiles to start paying taxes to fund our armed forces, just like the rest of us do?
Well, can I thank you for his question and agree that the response of Iran has been outrageous, particularly hitting countries which played no part in the strikes on them. We have had extensive discussions with the United States at all levels, including the military-to-military level, continually over the course of the weekend. We deliberately took the decision not to join the offensive strikes that were carried out by the US and Israel. We did take the decision to take defensive action, firstly ourselves on Saturday with putting pilots in the sky, and secondly by allowing the bases to be used for purely defensive reasons. And we clearly set out the legal basis upon which we took the second of those decisions. And in relation to the limits, they are limited to defence, and that is the base upon which we've agreed the basing. In relation to his last point, I want to be clear that it is my duty, our duty, to protect all UK nationals in the region, and we will endeavour to do everything we can in order to do so.
Chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tamanji Singh Desai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Iranian regime, including its late leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, are of course no friends of our country, but I thank the Prime Minister for clarifying that the UK had no involvement in the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. And indeed, my heartfelt condolences to all those who have sadly lost loved ones in the region thus far. And I'm extremely concerned about the safety of the millions of people in the region, including the thousands of Brits who are living there and currently stranded there. So can the Prime Minister please confirm what steps are being taken to ensure their safety, especially from the one-way attack drones? What steps are being taken to help evacuate those Brits who are stranded and want to come back to the UK? And what steps are being taken with our allies to help de-escalate the situation?
In relation to the protection of our citizens, obviously we're still operating and we will continue operating defensively in the air in the region, taking out the missiles and the drones and the strikes, and we have permitted the US basing specifically for the purpose of taking out Iran's ability to launch the strikes in the first place, and the US has the capability to do that in particular. On the question of our citizens and their desire, understandably, to return home as swiftly and safely as possible, we're doing all that we can, working very closely with our partners in the region, and I would ask all those in the region to register their presence so we can give them the best advice as quickly as possible as to how we can keep them safe and bring them home as quickly as possible.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Whilst many of us believe that we should be guided by the law of national self-interest, not so-called international law, does the Prime Minister agree that we are right to be cautious in this matter, that the British public will warmly support him in defending British people and bases, but they're very sceptical about being dragged into the cesspit of Middle East politics? They remember Iraq, which some of us voted against. They remember all the arguments about weapons of mass destruction. What evidence, actually, is there that Iran was on the cusp of acquiring nuclear weapons? And since when has regime change from the skies ever changed the regime?
Let me thank him for his question. This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan with an objective that can be achieved or has a viable prospect of being achieved. That is the principles that I applied to the decisions that I made over the weekend. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel. They're also the principles I applied separately to the separate decision and a separate request from the US to be able to take defensive action in order to hit the launchers for the missiles that are currently going into allies, countries in the region, and currently threatening our citizens and our service personnel. And I stand by both of those decisions. I repeat, I am not prepared to commit our military service people to action unless I am sure that what they're doing is lawful and has a viable basis. We can discuss what the law is on another occasion, but the law is what it is, and they deserve to know that their Prime Minister cares and pays attention to whether what I'm asking them to do is lawful, and I will always do that.
Well, the Prime Minister continuing to set out his thought process, why the UK government took the decisions it's made over the last couple of days, just saying in the last few moments there that this government does not believe in regime change from the skies. We're just going to step away from what is being discussed in the Commons to reflect again further on the news that we brought you a short while ago that Qatar says it has successfully shot down 2 Iranian aircraft. Let's bring in our lead international presenter, Yalda Hakim, who is in Jerusalem for us. Yalda, how do you judge the significance of this news coming out of Qatar?
Jane, thank you so much and welcome back to our live and continuous coverage of the developments here in the Middle East. And Jane, as you've just said, the Qataris say that they've shot down 2 Russian-made jets coming into their airspace from Iran. This is a major development. Now, I spoke to the Iranian ambassador to the UK yesterday, and he described relations with these Gulf states, especially a state like Qatar, as cordial, important. They see them as partners and allies. Even before this conflict began, Qatari authorities were always communicating and talking with the Iranians. But this is a major escalation now. We knew that Iran would be launching missiles and projectiles towards Qatar and into the Qatari airspace because their target really is the American base Al Udeid, which is based in Qatar. And of course, US Central Command is based there as well. But this is a major development. I'm just going to read you the statement that's just come in from the Qatari Ministry of Defense. It claims, as we've said, that its forces have shot down 2 Russian-made Su-24 aircraft from Iran. They say they also successfully intercepted 7 ballistic missiles through air defences and intercepted 5 drones by Qatar Emiri Air Force and Qatar Emiri Navy forces, which targeted several areas in the state today. The ministry says the threat was addressed immediately as all missiles were shot down before reaching their targets. It also urges citizens, residents and visitors to remain calm. So this is a major development. During the 12-day war, we saw the Qataris coordinate in many ways behind the scenes, working with the Americans, working with the Iranians, especially when the Iranians retaliated against the airbase in Qatar. It was much more coordinated. But of course, we've seen in the last 36 hours or so, we've reached the 57th hour, as the US Defense Secretary said, of this conflict. And it does feel like this is now getting much deeper, much more complicated in terms of what the Iranian regime is targeting and who they're targeting. And certainly for the Gulf states, they are doing what they can now, coordinating to defend their airspace, their sites. And this is truly a major development, with the Qatari Defense Ministry now saying that they have shot down 2 Russian-made jets coming into their airspace from Iran. They've intercepted 7 ballistic missiles through air defences and intercepted 5 drones using their Air Force and Navy as well.
Yalda, we have an image of one of the aircraft similar to this, apparently. We can just bring this to our viewers now. These are the Su-24 aircraft, which are apparently very similar or indeed the same kind of aircraft that Qatar says that it has shot down, 2 of these from Iran. And we may break away, Yalda, any moment because we're expecting to see Donald Trump in the next few moments. But I just wondered, it's very difficult, isn't it, as you say, the escalation, to get a sense of where this conflict is going. What is your instinct?
Absolutely. I mean, it would be foolish at the time when this war began not to think that this was not going to escalate into a wider conflict across this region. And we've seen that since the start of this conflict on Saturday, when it started, when Israel and the United States dropped those bombs on Tehran. And we know that in the first 24 hours, they dropped 1,200 munitions on Iran. We understand that went up to about 2,000 in the first 36 hours. They say, the Israelis, when I've spoken to them, say they have thousands of targets, thousands of areas that they need to hit, especially the missiles and the missile launches of Iran. They want to hit the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, hard. They want to hit the facilities of the Basij hard. And so they want to do as much damage from the air as possible. And the regime is fighting for its survival. And that's why we're seeing this escalate out onto the Gulf states. Every day now, for the last couple of days, we've seen Iranian missiles raining over the skies here. Just in the last hour, there was an alert here in Jerusalem as well as in Tel Aviv. That was predicted. But I guess the Gulf states, there was a level of uncertainty about how far this regime would go to target energy infrastructure, for example, civilian sites, airports, luxury hotels in places like Dubai through missiles and drones. So as you say, Jane, this truly has escalated. And this is a major development with the Qataris saying they've shot down 2 of those Iranian Su-24 fighter jets and intercepting 7 ballistic missiles, as well as shooting down 5 drones. It's the Qataris basically sending a message to the Iranians that they are going to continue to do that to defend their airspace. And it's certainly options that the Emiratis will be looking at, as well as the Saudis, as this conflict widens and escalates. Earlier today, we were looking at images over Beirut because, of course, Hezbollah overnight in the early hours of this morning launched an attack on the northern front of Israel. And Israel now says that they are going to continue to target and hit Hezbollah leaders and Hezbollah sites. And so this, no doubt, will continue to escalate if it is heading in the direction that we are seeing it escalate. And Donald Trump has said that this is just the beginning. He gave a interview to CNN in the last half an hour or so, a 9-minute phone interview, where he said we haven't even started the real campaign. So he's saying this could go on for at least 4 weeks. The concern really is how deeply uncertain everything is in this region right now, both in Iran and in the wider region, and whether there is an actual plan here of what the day after would look like, and whether this aerial campaign will continue for the duration of the 4 weeks. Jane?
Yalda, thank you very much. Let's cross from Yalda to Dominic Waghorn and bring him in to get his thoughts. And Dominic, I wondered what you think the reaction of this will be inside Iran to the fact that 2 of their planes have been shot down by the Qataris.
Well, I think there'll be a mixture of disappointment and defiance, I guess. Publicly, we'll obviously hear defiance from the Iranians. But it's a blow to the Iranians. But I guess what it underlines is that the Iranians have taken the gloves off, which is certainly the impression that they have been giving and want to give, and that there are no holds barred, because their strategy has been to not just attack American bases and installations in the region, but to go after America's allies. And we assume that the logic behind that is that you do damage to the Gulf states, both their infrastructure, their energy infrastructure in particular, but also you attack areas of population density with the strategy of trying to get those governments to put pressure on Donald Trump to say, you need to stop this as soon as you can. This is really bad for our economies, our reputation, but also for our infrastructure, our energy infrastructure. It looks as though these Sukhoi planes may have been going after Qatar's energy infrastructure, as we understand, reportedly at least, Iranian jets have been doing over the last couple of days. Now, the Sukhoi fighter bomber is a plane that was state-of-the-art. It's a Soviet-made, it was a Soviet-made plane, was state-of-the-art in 1974 when it was introduced. Little less so now, half a century later. It's been modified a little bit since then. But, you know, you'd be a brave Iranian pilot to fly one of those into the airspace over Qatar, because obviously Qatar has both its own air defences but also the air defences of the Al Udeid air base, a sprawling military American base that was, we understand, evacuated to some extent ahead of this operation, but will remain a formidable place in terms of protecting both its own military installations, but also Qatar as well. So these fighter bombers seem to have flown into the airspace and have been, I guess, rather predictably shot down. But I think it underlines the sense of gravity and that this war is already going in directions that will obviously be of great concern, particularly to those governments in those Gulf states, wondering what's going to get targeted next and by what.
Indeed, Dominic, thanks very much. Let's cross from Dominic to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who joins us live now from the White House. And Mark, over the course of the day, we've heard from Pete Hegseth, who's been pretty severe in his words about the UK, we understand. And then also, as Yalda was just referencing, in the last hour, we've heard from President Trump about how the war is going and how long he thinks it could potentially last.
East room of the White House, where an event is about to get underway. And this will be the first time that we have heard live from the president since this operation began. We've had two statements from first in the moments after the operation began. That was a pre-recorded statement on Truth Social that was posted there. And then subsequently, another statement came over the course of the weekend. But this is the first opportunity that there has been for Donald Trump in the White House, not in Mar-a-Lago, to be able to articulate precisely what has happened and what his aims are for this, or how long he thinks it may last. Now, we heard clearly from the Defence Secretary and from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs earlier on this morning, giving their assessment that this is President Trump's war. This is his war of choice. And he has yet, I think, fully to articulate to the American people what the plan is, in simple terms. And he may do that a little bit at this event, although it is not it was an event that was it was prearranged, it was designed, we knew it was happening before the events of the weekend. So it's not a news conference. We don't know whether he will take any questions. But when it comes out, which should be in the next few moments, we'll hear what he has to say.
And Mark, I don't know if you, as you're in there, scrabbling around, I don't know if you were able to hear what President Trump said in his CNN interview a short while ago, talking about that fundamentally Iran doesn't know what's hit it yet, that the worst is still to come.
Yeah, I saw a bit of that. And it's, you know, I think we're getting kind of slightly mixed statements from different elements of the administration. And certainly if you compare the American war aims here with the Israeli war aims, they do seem to be somewhat different. The Israelis are talking about regime change, about moving to something new within Iran, and seem to be suggesting that they would somehow be able to help with that. Donald Trump's view, very much articulated in his statements over the weekend, is that it's up to the Iranian people now. So I guess the question is this is not regime change of the type we've seen before. Pete Hegseth made that very clear. It could be regime collapse, which is clearly much more dangerous if it creates a vacuum. Or is it something in between, something where, you know, kind of like the Venezuela model, where we saw President Maduro being removed, but then the vice president, who had been the enemy up until that point, suddenly then raised and became a kind of an American ally. So will there be someone in the Iranian administration or the outgoing regime who emerges as a leadership figure that the American administration, that Trump is willing to do business with? These are all questions that are entirely unanswered at the moment. And in his interview with CNN, the president appears to be talking simply about the military operation. They haven't seen anything yet. The hardest is in terms of American military might is yet to come. But no clear sense from the president of what the game plan is, the longer-term game plan.
And Mark, we've also heard in the last few minutes Keir Starmer casting doubt on changing Iran's leadership from the skies. I mean, do you think this is a bit of a tit for tat, sort of pushing back a little bit against President Trump?
Well, look, what President Trump is trying to do is regime change from a distance, over the horizon regime change. Although I was struck by, when Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, was asked whether or not this could mean American boots on the ground. That was an obvious moment for him to say, no, it does not ever involve American boots on the ground. If he thought that, he chose not to take that opportunity and left it an open question. I'm not going to reveal, so he said, our plans to our enemies. So, perhaps there is some sense of regime change there. But Keir Starmer is only articulating what his military planners would have told him, is that it's very, very difficult to change a regime and to prevent a vacuum, a dangerous vacuum, and to do that over the horizon, to do that from a distance, which is what the president is trying to do. Look, there is definitely a gulf or a fraying of the so-called special relationship between the UK and the US right now. It has become very clear in what Pete Hegseth said this morning, that effectively there are unreliable allies. He was talking about the UK, France, Germany, all of whom have been unwilling to get involved in the initial American action against Iran, but all of whom are trying now to say, look, we're happy to be involved in defensive action to defend our assets, our allies in the region. We just didn't feel, so they argue, that it was a war that was in their eyes legal. In the first instance, which is why they didn't want to get involved. I do think that previous administrations, US administrations, might have understood that nuance. We can't be involved now because we've got legal issues, but we can be involved potentially later if it becomes a war of self-defense. And I think that nuance is not something that the Trump administration sees at all. He's angry. I don't think there's any question about that. So real strains in a relationship between the UK and the US at the moment.
Mark, thanks so much for that. We will return to Mark when we see President Trump. Joining us in the meantime, our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, what do you make of the shooting down of these two Iranian aircraft by Qatar?
Yes, I mean, a couple of Su-24s. Interesting that, as Dominic was saying, brave pilots to get into Su-24s up against Western air defences. Again, it's old Russian stuff. They stopped manufacturing them in the 1990s, but there's still plenty of them around. I mean, they're being used on both sides in the Ukrainian war. The Ukrainians have them, and the Russians use them. But it just shows that if you fly an Su-24 over a well-defended area like the Al Udeid base in Qatar, then there's probably only one outcome. What's more interesting, in a way, is the fact that the Qatar government took a lot of heat over the years for being close to Iran, for being sympathetic to Iran, by trying to, be the sort of the middle country, the mediator between Iran and some of its most vocal critics. And so there are the Iranians now targeting Qatar, who is their best potential friend in the Gulf, which shows that they're going all out to create as much chaos as they can in response to this attack. So the military side of it is predictable. The political side of the shooting down, I think, is probably deeper, and I think the Qataris will be, very angry that they've had to do this and that they have been targeted, and that these two bombers were presumably aiming to drop bombs or at least release, very destructive missiles against their own Qatari facilities.
Of a country being bombed by both Israel and then Iran in the space of less than a year.
Yes, they've been bombed 3 times. The Qataris are, they try to be the world's mediators. They try to be the world's peacemakers. And they've been attacked 3 times, once by Israel, twice by Iran, now 3 times by Iran. So, there is the peacemakers have their reward in heaven. They don't get much of it on this world.
How do you see this playing out? This escalation that we are now seeing in terms of Iran's response with the rest of the Middle East, some of those countries that previously, as you say, were countries that Iran was willing to talk to and is now happy to bomb?
Well, we can't tell what's going to happen militarily from day to day. It's very dynamic at the moment, but escalation is built into this crisis at the moment, and I think we can see a range of escalatory issues here. So it's escalating in geographical terms. So people were killed and injured. I mean, I think 20 people killed and over 100 injured in demonstrations in Karachi in Pakistan. There are 5 or 6 million Pakistanis in the Gulf, and sheer demonstrations out of anger resulted in deaths and injuries next door in Pakistan. Pakistan. There probably will be a refugee crisis. There are Azeri minorities in Iran, there's Kurdish minorities, there are Arab minorities, and it may well create a refugee flow towards Azerbaijan and Turkey. There will be a cyber war element of this. A lot of cyber attacks against Iran, and the Iranians are pretty good at cyber themselves, so they will be using cyber attacks. There is transport disruption, which will go on for some time. This isn't just the Gulf itself, it's air transport in the whole region is going to be disrupted for some time to come. And then there's the question of energy and the effect it will have on the world economy. Not too dramatic at the moment, and it may not be too dramatic for another few weeks. But if this goes on for another few weeks, as President Trump indicates that it will, then the effect on the world economy might be really quite severe. So there are any number of ways in which already the sheer scale of this operation, this war, which has now become a regional war of Iran versus pretty well everybody else, that war itself is already having knock-on effects in other areas. So as Middle East crises go, this is less contained than most. If you remember when the Gaza crisis began in 2023, the initial reaction of the Western world was to try to contain it, try to actually get some good out of this awful atrocity of the 7th of October and contain the effects. In this case, the effects are already beyond being easily contained. So it's a difficult one, and this is certainly the most significant war in the Middle East, I guess, since certainly 1991, the Gulf War of 91, not necessarily of 2003, but the 1991 Gulf War was very significant in other ways.
Well, yes, that 1991 Gulf War between Iraq and Kuwait and the fallout of that as well. Michael, let's turn our attention to what happens inside Iran now. President Trump has basically said to the Iranian people, rise up now, now is your chance. But realistically, what hope of that inside the country?
Yeah, I mean, what does he expect to happen? He said to the people in the IRGC, the Republican Guard, the Revolutionary Guard, he said, lay down your weapons. Well, lay them down to whom? He said, you will be given complete immunity. Who will give you complete immunity? You, Mr. President? You're going to give them immunity? You're going to do something about it? Of course not. It's just ridiculous. And so, I mean, what we've got here is, as people have been saying, this is an attempt at destroying the government of Iran, which may be an aim that a lot of people would agree with, but destroying the government of Iran from the air, remotely. Now, the point is, any government that is destroyed ultimately needs, famously, boots on the ground. Sometime or other, somebody, some boots on the ground, some real people have got to walk into government buildings. They've got to take over the policing. They've got to actually create some sort of alternative structure. And that's the infantry. Usually in a war, there is preparations, battles are fought, and then at some point, when one side is defeated, the infantry walk in, boots on the ground, and they do the job. In this case, President Trump seems to expect that the infantry are going to be the people of Iran, that somehow they're going to turn out against about 500,000 of the IRGC and the Bajis, the militia, who have guns, and they're going to turn out and either take the guns off them or not be shot by them, and that they, the people of Iran, will walk into the government buildings. Well, you know, that's not possible at the moment, and we'll see how far they get with that. But it's completely unrealistic. I mean, President Trump's war aims, in one sense, in his video on Saturday, in one sense, he was making it very clear that we are now going for broke. We're going to take down the Iranian revolution. In that respect, that was clear. But as the speech got towards the end, it became all very muddled. So how are you going to do it? Only from the air. The only near comparison of this is Libya in 2011. And so the Western powers acted to prevent massacres in Benghazi in particular. And then they were drawn into, well, we've prevented some massacres. Now what are we going to do? Well, we're going to try and put enough pressure on Gaddafi to remove him. And it took 10 months, and they did. But remember, even that was done because there was a fighting force, an opposition with guns and weapons, who were prepared to move against the government. And it became, we took sides effectively in a civil war. And that then civil war turned into complete chaos in Libya. So even Libya had some people, some boots on the ground, who were prepared to walk into government buildings when Gaddafi fell. In this case, if the Iranian revolution collapses, we don't have an alternative force with any organisation or any structure or any obvious leadership to take over.
Michael, thanks very much for now. We're just going to break away from this for a moment. Just bring you a bit of breaking news, which is important to you if you're up there in Scotland. We brought the news earlier that something was going on in the Calder area and that a man was seen armed with knives. Well, we can now tell you that a man has been arrested in connection with a disturbance in the Calder Gardens area of Edinburgh. It happened this morning, just after 8:30, and police, including firearms officers, attended. It's not being treated as terror-related. 2 people were injured and taken to the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. Non-life-threatening injuries. A man with injuries consistent with being stabbed and a woman with a laceration to the head. The police are saying they'd like to thank the public for their assistance and patience. He wants to reassure the public there is no ongoing wider risk. A man arrested in connection with a disturbance in the Calder Gardens area of Edinburgh this morning. Well, the ongoing uncertainty in the Middle East is beginning to push up the price of oil, with some economists warning it could reach $100 a barrel, and the war's having even greater impact on the price of wholesale gas. Saudi Arabia has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery after a drone strike. That produces 50,000 barrels a day and serves as a key export terminal for Saudi's crude oil. Our economics and data editor Ed Conway has the latest.
Oil is incredibly important. It's important, you know, for mobility, for getting around. But when it comes to heating your home or indeed, you know, powering the national grid, which are incredibly important things, we are here in the UK and many other countries around the world are very reliant on natural gas. And it's not just oil that the Gulf produces so much of, it's also natural gas. And as you can see, that is the price of natural gas in the UK. So that's pence per therm. And you can see it has shot up very sharply. I mean, it's kind of up over 50% or so, just over the course of the last 24 hours or so. So we have rarely seen quite such a big increase as that, although worth just saying, you know, if you look back to the Ukraine conflict, so that chart is the past year, look back further, so towards the period when obviously Russia was invading Ukraine, and it's nothing like that. So I mean, be assured that it isn't quite as dramatic as what we saw there. But even so, what we're seeing in terms of gas prices is very stark. And the reason this is happening is that just recently, so that you know, enormous increase just in gas over the last 24 hours, or really just the last kind of 2-3 hours, because that was triggered by the announcement from Qatar that they were shutting down liquefied natural gas production in Ras Laffan. It's the big terminal at the heart of the Gulf, actually the single biggest liquefied natural gas terminal in the world. And actually, you could kind of even take a step back and just look at all of the different places that we get energy from, whether it's energy from nuclear power, whether it's energy from oil, whether it's energy from renewables, or indeed energy from gas. What Qatar provides is access to the single biggest store of energy anywhere in the world, and they have just announced that they're shutting down, at least temporarily, they're shutting down liquefied natural gas production there. And why does that matter for the UK? It matters because although the majority of our gas comes from the North Sea, whether from the UK's part of the North Sea or increasingly from Norway's part of the North Sea, as the years go on and as the North Sea starts to decline, as it's set to at the moment, we are going to become more and more reliant on liquefied natural gas, which is basically the kind of gas that you don't put through a pipeline, you put it into a ship and then send it over. We're going to be more reliant on that stuff coming across from the United States and, yes, from Qatar. And in fact, this year, we are expected, more or less, based on the current set of contracts, to be getting about 10% of our gas from Qatar. And so the fact that they are no longer actually producing that gas right now, and as I say, this is a temporary eventuality, and they said that it's primarily because they are under attack there. You've got Iranian drones trying to attack the Ras Laffan field, and at the same time you have Iranian drones that are trying to attack Saudi oil terminals and elsewhere in the Gulf as well. The fact that that's happening, even temporarily, is the main explanation for that shock increase in gas prices in the UK. But I guess what this underlines is this is obviously happening thousands of miles away, but the economic implications already from what we're seeing in the Gulf are stark. There you can see pictures of the drone attack. It's believed that the drone actually didn't hit the target, but parts of it came down on the field. That is in Saudi Arabia, so that's an oil terminal. But at the same time, just not far from that particular place, you also have Qatar and its gas terminal. And given that you have so much reliance around the world on the Gulf, given that what you're talking about here isn't just the gas that's going into our boilers, isn't just the gas that's going into our power stations, but it's also petrochemicals that we're using for pharmaceuticals. We're using them to make plastics. We're using them even to make fertilizers that are providing the food that we need to eat. It's worth just remembering that this has enormous consequences all around the world. And we're only just beginning to see those consequences because right now we're still in the midst of these attacks, and right now we're still trying to work out what the permutations are for the global economy. So it is very early days in this, but already, if you're seeing gas prices in Europe and indeed in the UK, that's that chart I showed you right at the start, if you're seeing those prices go up right now, that implies that we are potentially, those are wholesale prices, so it hasn't yet fed into our bills, but if they stay high, then that potentially means higher prices, utility bills in the future. But like I say, it's early days and no one knows how long this is going to go on for and how deep the impacts are going to be.
Ed Conway there, just showing you these images. This is the night sky over Tel Aviv in Israel. Showing you this because in the last few moments, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says another wave of attacks have been launched. Iranian media are saying that new missiles are being used. We've seen a number of missiles that have got through into Israel. We're also hearing in the last few minutes that Israeli military says it has struck another senior Hezbollah militant in Beirut. They did say that they had struck one overnight as well. We saw an enormous explosion in the southern suburbs of Beirut in Lebanon. Just a little bit earlier on this afternoon, Israel's military is now saying it has struck another senior Hezbollah militant in Beirut. Well, let's return to our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, we're thinking about what's happening in Israel, in Beirut, with Hezbollah. What are the implications for what's happened over the weekend for Iran's proxies, those organisations that it supports, the thorn in the side of so many different organisations, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis as well?
Yes, I mean, the Israelis last week made it very clear that they said, they said to the government of Lebanon, you know, if Hezbollah launches attacks on us as a result of anything that happens, we will come after you. We're not just Hezbollah, we'll come after you, and we'll come after Beirut, is what they said. And it was a sort of clear threat that they would, react very strongly, and maybe hoping that Hezbollah would be somehow deterred from that. But I'm sure they knew it wouldn't actually work that way. And I think there's an element that the Israelis may even welcome this because they undoubtedly are taking this opportunity again to hit out at all of their enemies at once. So they welcome the opportunity to hit at Hezbollah again because they say that the agreement that they came to over a year ago now has not been honoured. Hezbollah did not stay out of the territory up south of the Litani River. They've filtered back in as they always do. And we will deal with them, and we'll deal with the Lebanese government if necessary as well. They haven't started attacks against Yemen yet, against the Houthis, but I suspect that they will. I mean, in general, Israel has a different agenda than the United States in this case. The Israeli agenda is to get back at its enemies and get on with the project of a greater Israel, which is something that's been developing in Israeli thinking since the atrocities of the 7th of October 2023. So, Israel absorbed the dreadful hurt of that atrocity. They absorbed it. They came back with strong policies. Netanyahu is still there. Many of us thought that he wouldn't last the first 2 or 3 weeks after the 7th of October because he was responsible for all the security lapses that Israel had suffered from, and every previous leader who'd been in that position didn't last very long. But there he is. He's still there, and he's converted that failure into very assertive Israeli policy. And of course, his most lucky break as with President Putin, is getting President Trump in the White House. So, from last year, from the beginning of 2025, he's had a president who supported the idea of greater Israel, supported the idea of a much more assertive policy. And the Israelis don't care really what happens in Iran. They'd like to see Iran collapse in whatever way it's going to collapse. The Americans have, I think, a different policy. They don't want to be held responsible for complete collapse and chaos, but they do somehow want the Islamic Republic to be undermined and defeated. So, the difference in strategy between the two of them is actually quite interesting at the moment. It's rather academic, but I think it'll become relevant as this campaign goes on.
OK. Michael, thanks very much for now. We're still waiting. We're looking at these images. We're still waiting for President Trump to appear at the White House for this ceremony. But let's just cross in the meantime to talk a little bit more about some of the 300,000 British citizens in countries targeted by Iran since Saturday. I'm joined now by Lee Atherton. He's a Briton who's stranded in Dubai. Lee, just tell us a little bit about what the last couple of days have been like for you. When did you first realise that things weren't going as perhaps you'd planned on your holiday?
Yeah, hi, Jane. So we were all set to leave on Sunday. Saturday, we were due to take a helicopter trip around Dubai for an anniversary. We got to the helicopter terminal, we gave our passports over, sat down and waited, and then we were told, sorry, due to Iran strikes by USA, that helicopter flight wouldn't be taking off. And then came the following news from Emirates that we were no longer able to fly back to Heathrow on the Sunday.
Was it quite scary being in the midst of all of this?
Yeah, so we were in our hotel. We could see missiles going off overhead and being intercepted. We could hear the explosions, but they seemed further away down the Palm. We're at the crescent of the Palm, so lots of loud bangs. Hotel staff were great at just keeping us calm, keeping things as business as usual. And for us, just glued to Sky News, etc., to find out what's going on. But nothing was really, really close, although we did see missiles coming from Dubai towards Iran, and they were at low level. So we knew, something was going on quite a lot. So, quite scary, but nothing near. And certainly we were about 2 miles away from the Fairmont, which we knew had been hit on the Palm.
So what about getting back to the UK? You obviously due to come back on Sunday. What's happening? Are you just staying in your hotel that you were previously in?
Yeah, so getting hold of travel companies, etc., has been very difficult. I spent 4 hours on the phone and then got cut off. So I've taken the decision to just rebook another flight for Thursday in the hope that we'll be able to travel back by then. And hopefully when we're back in the UK, we can talk to insurance companies and these travel companies to try and get some sort of refund or recompense. But at the moment, along with lots of people that I've been speaking to in the hotels, all of those costs are being shouldered by us at the moment on our credit cards and stuff, which I think there's been some misinformation talking to colleagues in the UK that Dubai are paying for guests to stay in hotels and stuff. That's not the case. We're having to pay it on our credit card. So Thursday, hopefully, we'll get back. But obviously, we just had notification around us that Wednesday's flights out of Dubai are currently cancelled.
And you're paying for it on your credit card. What about your travel insurance? Do you think that's going to help?
So we've spoken, and a lot of people have spoken to our travel insurance people, and they've said, as an act of war, none of those expenses would be covered. I've got a call after this with our insurance company to talk about some other costs that we might be able to claim back. But as it's an extenuating circumstance, we've been told that all those costs won't be covered by travel insurance, and it's almost null and void because it's an act of war and outside of their terms.
Have you been given much help by the UK authorities?
No, we, like others, the 70,000 others, we've registered with the Foreign Office, and we've had the odd text to sort of say, thanks for registering. We know you're in the country. We're trying to do what we can. But no direct help from the Foreign Office and things like even calling home to let worried relatives, etc., know that we're safe. It is just costing us lots and lots of money. So one of my pleas today would be, can companies like O2, Vodafone EE, please temporarily waive those roaming charges for the people stuck in the war zone, so at least we can keep families and friends updated on our status.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Do you regret going out to Dubai?
No, not a bit. It was a special trip, as I say, a special anniversary for us. And we've had the time of our life. We'll certainly be back. The people here have been unbelievable, and the staff in the hotel, who must have family and friends and must be worried themselves, haven't shown it. And we certainly will be back as soon as the Foreign Office allow us to. It's a beautiful country, beautiful people. And yeah, we don't have any regrets about travelling.
What if you were saying that the flights on Wednesday look like they're being cancelled? We know that there are 1 or 2 flights that are starting now to get up and going again. What if you can't get out on Thursday? How long, realistically, could you stay out there for?
Without talking to my credit card company, extending our limit, probably till Sunday, Monday. But we're hoping that this Foreign Office plan to get UK nationals repatriated may kick in before then. But yeah, look, we're gonna have to find a way and then worry about it a bit later. Look, our safety. We've got a hotel. We'll just rebook the flight. It's the same money. It will just keep rebooking down the road. But yeah, we're hoping Thursday we'll get out. But we haven't had confirmation that those flights are running yet. And Jane, you mentioned the flights leaving. None of them are coming back towards London, from what I can see on the flight trackers and the departures board on Dubai Airport. They all seem to be going away from the combat zone, but away from the UK.
Yeah, well, we're all keeping an eye on those flight boards. Lee Atherton, really good to talk to you today. Thanks so much for explaining exactly what's going on. Best of luck getting back on Thursday for you, to you and your wife. And I'm glad you've had a good holiday anyway.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. Give us the time.
Let's just take you back to the White House. This is where we are expecting to see President Donald Trump in the next few minutes. This was a pre-organised event. This wasn't something that was scheduled to take place because of Iran, but obviously enormous interest in what he may say here, because this will be the first time that we will have seen him live since the action of the United States over Iran over the weekend. A little earlier this afternoon, we did hear from the US Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, and General Dan Kane at a Pentagon briefing. Pete Hegseth telling those assembled that we didn't start this war with Iran, but we will finish it. He said the justification for going in was Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuit. It was a risk that was no longer tolerable. He said they've tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb, and again reiterated what President Trump had said to the Iranian people, that now is your time. He was also pretty scathing, it has to be said, of those partners who have not supported him. He said capable partners are good. Talked about Israel, and then he talked about others wringing their hands and clutching their pearls, humming and hawing about the rules of force, which can clearly be seen as an indication of his thoughts about the UK. As we can hear the band there striking up, we think President Trump's arrival is imminent. They have announced him. Let's just listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this ceremony. Almighty God, your steady hand has guided this republic for nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam, and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Allis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You've got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But, and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be $400 million or less. Most people say $400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand, because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please. So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. And we're pleased to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy, very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Kane also. And they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job, Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It's turned out it's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Malliotakis. And we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least mention Tom Homan. I would be a stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in. We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now that, I mean, I'm not even sure I can believe this number is zero, but it is given out by Democrats. Democrats from the left, and they're rated for the last 9 months. We had 0 people come illegally through our border. Right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much. And I also want to salute 6 former Medal of Honor recipients: William Swenson, Jim McLuhan, Walter Marm, Thomas Paine, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byers. Stand up, please. You all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. All great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir. Bad protocol. Very bad. I would say the worst. But I'm only kidding. You don't have to say I'm only kidding. Otherwise, the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people. And I want to thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army and soon rose to one of the youngest master sergeants in the military. In 1944, he sailed to Europe to fight in World War II, and he was so enthusiastic and young and full of vim and vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one. Massively outnumbered by enemy forces, his 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books, through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number 1, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning. He added, all who disobey this order will be shot immediately. There were more than 200 Jewish American soldiers in the camp, and Roddy knew their separation from the group would mean certain death. So that night he summoned his team and devised a plan. The next morning, all 1,200 American men fell in line together, shoulder to shoulder. Enraged, the Nazi commandant rushed forward, drew his Luger pistol, and pressed the barrel between Sergeant Edmonds' eyes. He barked at Roddy. "They cannot all be Jews," he screamed loud and again, and staring straight back into the raging face of evil. Sergeant Edmonds replied fearlessly, "We are all Jews here." The Nazi officer lowered his weapon and the soldiers erupted in cheers. With total disregard for his own life, Roddy had saved over 200 of his fellow service members. Their camp was liberated 2 months later. We're honored to be joined today by Roddy's son, Chris. Please stand up as Thank you, Chris. Today, your father gets the honor he so courageously earned. And really amazing, right? It's an amazing story. Congratulations to the family of Master Sergeant Roddy Edmonds. The next two we recognize today served in the 1st Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division, better known as Big Red 1. Do you know about that, Pete, right? Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, we are honored to have you with us. On September 12, 1968, 102 brave men of Terry's Alpha Company were asked with securing Hill 222 deep behind the enemy's line in Vietnam. They didn't know it at the time, had no idea, but the area was totally infested with nearly 300 enemy bunkers and many, many enemy soldiers, far outnumbering them by at least 4, 5, even 6 to 1. As Terry led Lima platoon up Hill 222, the enemy launched an ambitious and violent attack, unleashing a withering fire of machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. Just didn't stop, just kept coming. Pinned down in hell on earth, Terry summoned unimaginable courage. 3 times he exposed himself to enemy fire to rescue severely wounded comrades, and 3 times he dragged them back to the group. Terry soon realized that the 82 remaining men had one chance of survival. That was air support. Acting without regard of his own life, he grabbed a radio and charged up Hill 222 alone. He needed to be there. It was the only place you'd get reception. He withstood a storm of enemy bullets, eventually reaching the top, where he spent the next 8 hours calling in tactical strikes, completely exposed. An hour in, an enemy sniper shot rang out and the bullet tore through his right leg violently. He was in bad shape, but Terry disregarded that and pushed through. And after 7 more hours of calling in American fire from above, the enemy retreated. Later that day, his team found him with both eardrums totally ruptured and a mangled right leg and foot, but still barely living, but living nevertheless. Due to Terry's actions above and beyond the call of duty, 82 men, Alpha Company, survived this battle, including 2 in this room, Norm Meyer and Dave Himmer. Where are you? Can you want to stand up, Norm and Dave? Where's Norm and Dave? That's pretty cool. Pretty good. And that story is 100% correct, isn't it? Huh? See, pretty. It's how much have you paid him over the years? Have you said take everything we have? We wouldn't be here, right? That's great. That's a great story, Terry. Today you enter the ranks of the bravest warriors ever to stride the face of the earth. Please stand up, please. Thank you. That's great, Tara. That's a great, brave man. I met him back there. He said, he's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great. You feel like fighting? I think we could take him today. What do you think, Pete? We'll make a little deal with him, as you are a brave man. Finally, we honor one more American soldier, a fallen warrior of wars, and really a terror. Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up
You're listening there to President Donald Trump speaking live at the White House at the Medal of Honor ceremony. And at the beginning of the ceremony, he addressed the ongoing war in Iran. He said that the United States is substantially ahead, but this campaign could go on for 4 to 5 weeks, although he said he's prepared to go much longer. He said that people say that he might get bored, but he doesn't get bored, and he will continue to pursue this campaign, even if it takes longer than 4 to 5 weeks. He's due to address reporters, and as soon as that happens, we will be bringing that to you. But I'm Yalda Hakim, live here in Jerusalem for our continued coverage. It's just gone past 5 o'clock in the UK, 7 o'clock here local time, and this region is coming to terms with yet another 24 hours of missile strikes, drone attacks, and complete uncertainty over when or if the violence will come to an end. Throughout the day, Iran has continued to target states across the Gulf. Meanwhile, the US has struck Tehran and Israel has hit Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Donald Trump insists America's operations will continue with full force until all objectives are achieved. Likewise, Iran's top official has confirmed it will continue to strike and will not negotiate with the United States. And in the last hour, Qatar has confirmed it shot down 2 Russian-made Iranian warplanes. Let's just take you through the events of the day. The Israeli military said it struck a senior Hezbollah figure in Beirut as it launched strikes at the Lebanese capital and in the south of the country, killing at least 31 people. An Israeli military spokesperson said Israel is keeping all options on the table for a ground offensive in Lebanon. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been visiting the site of an Iranian missile strike in Beit Shemesh, where 9 people were killed, bringing the overall number of people killed in Israel to 11. He said it was important Israel and the US eliminated existential threats to themselves and the world. Meanwhile, the Greek government has confirmed it has sent 4 fighter jets over to Cyprus. It comes after 2 unmanned drones were intercepted close to the RAF base at Akrotiri. The runway at the airbase was hit by a drone last night. The British government says families who live at the base are being moved to alternative accommodation in Cyprus. Energy prices have surged as the conflict continues to disrupt supply. Saudi Arabia says there's been a fire at a major oil refinery caused by falling debris from 2 Iranian drones. Meanwhile, Iran also targeted a gas plant in Qatar, halting production there. Inside Iran, the capital Tehran has been hit repeatedly with US and Israeli strikes, and tonight Iran announced that it has launched another wave of attacks using new missiles. Meanwhile, 3 American fighter jets have been shot down accidentally by Kuwait in what's been described as a friendly fire incident. All pilots managed to eject safely and were transferred to hospital for medical assessment. Well, American officials say 4 US service members have now been killed in action since the start of the hostilities. The US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said today the United States didn't start the war, but will finish it, accusing the Iranian regime of waging war against America for 47 long years. Just have a listen.
Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb.
Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth there. Well, I'm joined now by the former Israeli Defence Minister Benny Gantz. Mr. Gantz, thank you so much for joining us. We heard there from Donald Trump saying this campaign could go on for 4 to 5 weeks, and frankly, he could extend this longer. Is Israel prepared for it to take that long as well?
Yes, it's very important that I think the overall strategic goal of creating the condition for regime change in Iran, which will eventually make our life much more easier in the entire area, is very important. And it may take some time, but I think we should be aware that we are not talking about, the next quarter oil price or the next elections. We need to look at the next generations to come and how this area will evolve. And Iran, it showed itself as a global challenge. It's operated in Ukraine with its UAV. It hit Cyprus. It hit other places. Obviously, it's regional challenge, and it's also a threat for the state of Israel. So I really appreciate the leadership of both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for deciding to move forward with this offensive. And I hope it won't be long, but it might take some time.
Prime Minister Netanyahu made it clear that he wants to see regime change. Donald Trump hinted at that, but Pete Hegseth today said we didn't go in this for regime change. Do you think launching an aerial campaign alone can bring about regime change in a place that has built its entire infrastructure on multiple layers?
Yes, definitely. I think the regime change in Iran will happen from the Iranian society who seek normal life, and it's a great culture that deserves to have better life than it had prior to this fundamentalistic regime that actually acted in different places around the world, but also very much brutally against its own people, 30 or 40,000 people just a month ago. So it's for them to decide, but we need to create the condition for them to operate, and I think that by attacking Iran, attacking its government, attacking its military site, attacking the nuclear aspects, the missiles, of course, we are setting the base for them to decide what they want to do with themselves, and we'll see where it goes.
We have 180,000 Revolutionary Guard, almost 1 million Basij, 2 million reservists who are Basij. They are the ones with the guns. Even if this campaign goes on for 4 to 5 weeks, is it fair to expect unarmed civilians to come out and take over their government?
Well, it's a very complicated situation over there, but I suggest we'll take it one step at a time. Currently, we are neutralizing Iran's command and control system and Iran's capacity to influence the region, and we'll see what comes next. I think we have to be very decisive on this. We must maintain operational offensive continuity to assess where are we all the time and then to take the decisions.
Do you think eventually there will be a need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it for those reasons or other, but we'll have to see how it goes forward.
And will that include Israeli boots on the ground, do you think?
I exclude nothing. We've been waiting for 47 years, and we came to a point where every necessary means should be taken in order to achieve our goals.
What we're seeing from the Iranian regime is energy infrastructure being hit, civilian targets across the Gulf, missiles over Israel, where 11 people have now died in total here in Israel. If this is going to be a campaign that lasts 4 to 5 weeks, has Israel factored in that civilian deaths will increase here?
Yes.
And that we will continue to see across the Gulf as well?
There are no free lunch, and there's no free lunch. And we need to understand, the more you want to achieve, the more you have to pay. We understand it. But once again, we are not looking for what's going to happen tomorrow or next week or next quarter. We need to look at our next generation. What about my kids? What about my grandkids? Where are they going to grow up? What will be the conditions around us? I think that people in this region deserve not to live under this tyranny umbrella of Iran, the way they have used it, the way they have destabilized the entire region. And I think it's about time to take care of it. And I'm glad that we are doing it. I know it's not going to be easy. We may suffer some hits. We'll have ups and downs. That's the way it is. But I think we should do it.
Diplomats I'm speaking to in the region who have made contact with Iranian officials say they are being very calm and firm in this moment, especially because the IRGC has a plan after the killing of the supreme leader. They set out a plan, and we're seeing those plans unfold on their part as well. So do you think that ultimately, if regime change doesn't come, what is the plan B for Israel and the United States?
Well, definitely, you know, we started pretty much with lots of achievement in our hands, because if you decapitalize the leadership, if you take care of the nuclear aspect, if you take care of the missiles that influence actually the entire area, that's a lot to achieve. Now, there is one threshold that went across. The United States, the State of Israel, and others decided to operate, not to talk, to do. And this is something very new for the Iranians themselves. And I think they will recalculate everything that they are doing. So I hope the regime won't be there to do those calculus. But if he gets to stay there this way or another by other leader or whatever it is, he needs to know that we can come again.
Israel has never hit the head of state of a foreign country. What changed now?
Well, I think that Khamenei was the one who was directing all those terror activities all around the globe, definitely the region, and I think he deserved what he got.
Does this mean other foreign leaders are fair game in the future for Israel?
I don't see other foreign leaders doing it.
But say if another leader in Iran emerged.
If somebody chooses to walk in this direction, he needs to know what will be the end of it.
And for the Israeli people, do you think that they will continue to tolerate going into bunkers every night for 3 to 4, 5 weeks?
Elda, you know, unfortunately, we are very experienced on those issues. And as far as Iran is, as far as security, there's no right or left, right or wrong. There is right or wrong, and I think we are right. And we are united in standing against this aggression. We know what he did for us with Hezbollah, what he did for us with Hamas, what he did for us with the Houthis, what he did to us directly. I think we understand we need to take care of ourselves.
And what do you say to those who say that Iran didn't start this war, that Israel and the United States struck Iran on Saturday, and therefore what they're doing is a retaliation?
No, I think we did it with a preliminary act, but we are following their aggression. The October 7, it's a war initiated by the Iranians. What we have seen from Lebanon, it was initiated by the Iranians. What the UAE suffered was initiated by the Iranians. What the Saudis in Aramco suffered was initiated by the Iranians. So the war started by the Iranians many, many years ago. And it's good that we are now coming back with offensive operation to try to change it.
Mr. Gantz, in 2003, the United States went to war to change the regime in Iraq. After they went to the Security Council, after they got congressional approval, with a coalition of about 49 countries. This time, it's the United States and Israel. Europeans are reluctant to get involved. The British Prime Minister has indicated that he's reluctant to get involved. Do you think this operation can be successful, given what we've seen in the past with Iraq, for example?
I hope that other countries will join us, because it's really, once again, people need to understand. Iran influences all over the world. I mean, look at the drug issues in Venezuela. It's from Iran. Look at the UAVs who are being exploded in Kiev. It's from Iran. Look what's happening. Let us not close our eyes. And I think it's not time for appeasement. It's time to be decisive, to work together, to change it, and then to enable the Iranian people, which come from a great culture, to revive their own country. And we can live together beside them. You know, my father-in-law did not participate in his own father's funeral many, many decades ago, because he was with Iranian doing things together. So it's possible. It's just this regime between a bright future for the people of Iran and the reality. And I hope that it will go away and they can live their own life.
If the energy infrastructure continues to be hit and civilian targets across the Gulf, if the Gulf states come to Israel and the United States and pressures you to stop because of how they're being targeted, is that something that you think Israel will consider?
We considered always what's happening to our allies, what's happening to our friends, but they also understand the need. to operate against the Iranians because they don't blink. They understand that it's about time to do something with it.
Benny Gantz, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, in the last hour, Qatar has confirmed it shot down 2 Russian-made Iranian warplanes. It comes after 3 American fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwait. Joining us now is military analyst Sean Bell. Sean, just bring us up to date, because, of course, I broke that news in the last half an hour or so. What do we know about Qatari capabilities, and what do we know about these fighter jets, which were Russian-made fighter jets?
Yeah, good evening, Yaldi. Yes, as a former fighter pilot, I've obviously been tracking this very, very closely myself. The 2 Iranian Su-24s, they're Fencer aircraft. They're of the 1960s vintage. So my sort of age, not yours. So they've been around a long time. They're not incredibly capable. But the Iranian Air Force does have quite a lot of fighter jets. But again, they're nearly all of this elderly vintage. I've been wondering why the Iranian Air Force has not been more involved. It does appear that they've taken a go, and very successfully. Qatar, as a lot of the Middle East countries, are blistering with modern technology. We don't know the details of how they were taken down, but the air defence systems have certainly kicked in, and the Qataris have also claimed to have shot down 7 ballistic missiles and about 50 drones as well. So there is clearly a lot of activity going on, and I don't think we've heard the last of it yet.
Yeah, and, you know, as you say, are we likely to see more of these Gulf states now taking action, stepping up and confronting Iranian fighter jets and missiles themselves, rather than waiting for the United States to assist them?
Yeah, I mean, you also reported on the fact that Kuwait accidentally shot down 3 F-15 Strike Eagles in the early hours of the morning. I mean, as a former fighter pilot, I mean, there'll be several of your viewers will be going, how the hell did that happen? But I have to say, we're seeing on our picture now one of those jets just like a falling leaf coming out of the sky. If you look more closely, the back end is on fire. And then you see the pilots ejecting out of those aircraft, landing safely. As somebody who's ejected out of a military aeroplane, I can tell you it's all very dynamic. But of course, they'll be very glad to be alive, and at least they had an exit. But it is worth remembering, each of these Gulf states has their own airspace. Most of it, apart from Saudi, is relatively small. Therefore, it's quite difficult to deconflict who shoots down what. And particularly with Iran firing cruise missiles and ballistic missiles, you can imagine most of these Gulf states have got their finger on the trigger to try and shoot stuff down. And if it's not been well coordinated, as it appears as happens here, then they shoot first and ask questions later. I have to say that it's not just the Middle East do this. When the Gulf War, when we were going backwards and forwards, we were more worried about heading towards American defense systems in Kuwait than we were about Iraqi systems. Unless you train together and deconflict airspace, you're traveling around in a military jet well over Mach 1, and therefore it's really critical that these things, sort of eventualities, are practiced. And unfortunately, as we're seeing, this last-minute operation has unintended consequences. Fortunately, it's only military hardware that was damaged, not pilots. Otherwise, that would have been another tragic loss of American aircrew.
Sean, thank you so much for bringing us up to date there. Well, this latest flare-up of fighting across the region has had an impact on the global markets and the price of oil. Our economics and data editor Ed Conway can tell us more.
There are potentially big economic consequences to what's happening in Iran. I want to start, first of all, with the geography of this and oil prices, but we'll come on to gas in a second. Gas is a really big deal for the UK. A lot of it comes down to the fact that getting anything in and out of the Gulf means having to go through this channel, the Strait of Hormuz. You've got Iran there, you've got the UAE there. It is basically quite treacherous, and there's a lot of ships that are very nervous about going through there. And as a result of that, you're starting to see impacts on things like oil prices. So look, this is the oil price, up by 9%. So, you know, a big rise, but not perhaps as big as some people had expected. But if that is closed, so that Strait of Hormuz is closed, you know, to 50% of traffic, that pushes the oil price potentially even higher. This is projection. If it's closed completely, then you see that line going even higher. So there's that traffic issue, and it's not just oil, it's things like fertilizers as well. But there's also something else, because at the heart of this area here is something that's known as the North Field. That is the single biggest gas field, so natural gas, anywhere in the world. And although this is thousands of miles away from the UK, we're likely to become quite dependent on it. At least those are the current plans. This is showing you UK gas consumption 2024, this year that we're kind of due to be in at the moment, and then out into the future. And if you break down where that gas is supposed to be coming from, well, some of it comes from the North Sea, but you can see the dark blue bits, they get smaller and smaller because we've got less gas coming out of the North Sea. But look at the red. That's Qatari gas. And right now, so in 2024, it was only 2% of our supply came from Qatar. But just this year, it's expected to provide 10 billion cubic metres. And by 2035, you're talking about 20% of UK gas coming from Qatar, from that North Field, even more than comes from the North Sea itself. And that is why, when you look at UK gas prices, look at this. Just today, up by 50%, because people are looking at that and getting quite concerned. And this is only the highest since February 2025, and it's nowhere near as high as it got around the time of the Ukraine invasion. But just that increase alone, in percentage terms, it's the single biggest one-day increase that we've seen in UK gas prices going all the way back to 2022. In other words, when you look at what's happening in Iran, this could have serious consequences for the UK economy.
Ed Conway reporting there. Now, I'll just get that to come back down so that I can read what is next. Despite now the UK allowing American forces to use its bases for defensive operations, President Trump has said he is disappointed in the Prime Minister for not going a step further. So Keir Starmer said when it came to involvement, he would always stick by international law. Let's have a listen.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. There were two distinct and separate decisions over the weekend. The first decision was whether or not the United Kingdom should join the US-Israel offensive against Iran. We took the decision that we should not. We should not.
Absolutely right.
The second decision was a separate decision and actually a separate request from the US, which was whether we should permit the use of bases for the distinct, specific, defensive purpose of collective self-defence of our allies and to protect British lives, which were put at risk by the actions of Iran on Saturday and Sunday. We took the decision that we should do so. I am clear in my mind that any UK action must always have a lawful basis. It must also always have a viable and thought-through plan.
Yes.
And it must be in our national interests.
Yes.
The Leader of the Opposition, I think, is saying she would have joined the initial strikes whether they were lawful or not. I noticed she didn't say the Shadow Attorney General said they would have been lawful, just that the law should be changed.
Yes.
And I think she said they would have joined the initial strikes without regard to whether they had a plan. She was very critical of us not joining sooner. Therefore, it's impossible to have that position without arguing that we should and we could have joined. I fundamentally disagree. Mr. Speaker, I will tell the House why. Where our military personnel take action, putting their lives at risk, it is our duty, my duty, to ensure they have a lawful basis. Yeah. On Saturday, we deployed UK pilots into the sky in the region, and they've been working there ever since. They deserve to know that their actions are lawful and there is a viable, thought-through plan. And I will not countenance committing our military personnel to action which doesn't have a lawful basis. That is not a fair thing to do to our serving personnel. And no UK Prime Minister has ever committed our personnel to action unless it's got a proper lawful basis.
Well, the Prime Minister is still answering questions about Iran. Let's just have a listen in to the House of Commons.
cannot register. Will the Prime Minister assure me that he will work to make sure that my constituents in Lagan Valley and across Northern Ireland will not be left behind?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for raising that, and I'll get to the bottom of it and make sure that the concern she's raised is properly, fully and swiftly addressed.
Stephen Sander.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for raising the spectre of Iraq. We remember on this side in this House how a bloody invasion can lead to brutal civil wars. We know the aftershocks of now will last years and not days. And we're also seeing, of course, energy prices spike, oil up by 10%, gas up by 50%. So can the Prime Minister assure me that he will act to restore peace in the region, as well as make life and keep life affordable for our citizens?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I can give him that assurance. It's very importantly raised it. I thank him for doing so.
Dr. Luke Evans.
The Prime Minister has been explicit on two decisions. One to say no bases were used, now some bases can be used. Could he set out specifically how this interacts with the Diego Garcia bill and the exchange of notes from 1966 between the UK and the US?
Minister.
It doesn't. It's the simple use of bases operationally, which has been agreed as of last night.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to our brave...
Well, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's been listening in. And John, the Prime Minister has been speaking and taking questions now for almost 2 hours.
That's right, yes. The House was absolutely packed. It's not so full now. Some MPs have left. Yes, you heard the slab we heard just now was Sir Keir Starmer's response to Kemi Badenoch when he was responding to her questions and her support for UK military involvement. But you heard in that very last bit that we were just listening to, the word Iraq. My goodness, how many times have we heard that word Iraq mentioned by MPs on both sides of the House in the last couple of hours? Now, the Prime Minister said in his statement just now in the House, as he did in his TV broadcast last night, let's not forget Iraq, we've learned the lessons of Iraq. Now, there are plenty of MPs who are suggesting to the Prime Minister, well, actually, no, you haven't learned the lessons of Iraq. And there were quite a few MPs who talked about how the folly of operations, not just in Iraq, but also Syria and Libya. But the Prime Minister is, as you've heard, he's determined to say this is not offensive action, it's defensive action. But of course some MPs say, well, hold on, when does defensive become offensive? Now, the other issue, of course, that's been raised by quite a few MPs, the first to raise it was Sir Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, a question of a vote in the Commons on this action. It was also raised by John McDonnell and quite a few others. Interestingly, actually, going back to Iraq, I mean, I well remember that vote. There was a massive Labour rebellion, and it was Ian Duncan Smith as Conservative leader who led Conservative MPs into the lobbies with Tony Blair and Labour to get that through. Now, of the Labour rebels who were against the war, who are still in the House, you can probably guess, Diane Abbott, Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell. All three have spoken out in the Commons this afternoon. Other notable contributions came from Sir Jeremy Hunt, the former Foreign Secretary and Chancellor. Yet again, as many Conservatives have done, said we need to spend more money on defence. And the Prime Minister is unmoved. He has rejected calls from the Tories' legal spokesperson, that's Lord Wolfson, eminent KC. That was raised by Andrew Mitchell, former Minister. But he's got the votes this time. There will be a Labour rebellion if it comes to a vote, but the number of rebels is nothing like it was back in 2003. But the Prime Minister has had a pretty tough time defending his position, backing the use of bases for defensive action. He's due to go and speak to Labour MPs upstairs at 6 o'clock. I'm not sure he'll be out of the Commons chamber by then. We shall see. But the Prime Minister is facing a marathon session here, justifying his position, which some MPs have called a U-turn, because, of course, early last week he was saying no to the Americans using Fairford in Gloucestershire and the controversial Diego Garcia air base. Well, now he has changed his position. His answer is different question asked by the Americans from the one previously asked. But as we've heard, President Trump has not been happy with the Prime Minister's handling of this.
John, appreciate your analysis there. Thanks so much. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who joins us at the White House. And Mark, President Trump looks like he's just wrapped up that event that he was speaking at where he mentioned Iran. But I want to just pick up what John was saying there, where he was talking about the fact that the Prime Minister has made this U-turn. Donald Trump has made no secret about the fact that he's quite annoyed and frustrated with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister slightly shifting his position, but facing questions there where many are asking him about, Britain's position and involvement in the war in Iraq and concerned that Britain is going to get dragged into this conflict as well.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing play out now, whether it be from the podium at the Pentagon, where the Defence Secretary here was scathing of allies like Britain, describing them as wringing their hands and clutching their pearls, hemming and hawing at the use of force, scathing language, whether it's that, whether it's the debates you're seeing unfold in Westminster as well. I think all this was so predictable because for quite a few weeks now, behind the scenes, the British and the Americans have been engaged in a fraught disagreement about what would happen if and when the Americans took action in Iran, because it has been the British position for some time. In fact, it was the same position they held against Israel last year, that offensive action in Iran of the type that we have seen play out over the weekend and that which we saw play out in summer last year is not, in the view of British government lawyers, legal. It is illegal. And that's the judgment. I mean, international law, of course, has many different interpretations, but the view of the British Attorney General speaking to Keir Starmer was that what America was preparing to do and then did do at the weekend was not, under British law, British interpretation of international law, legal, and so therefore he couldn't take part. Now, there's a nuance, though, because I think what's clear and what I'm told is that the British diplomats, British diplomacy to the Americans over the past few weeks has been, look, we can't take part in the initial action, but if this all spirals and it becomes there becomes a need to defend our allies in the region and our assets in the region, then that is legal. We can support that and we will get involved. I think potentially there's a danger now, Yalda, that Britain will overcompensate and will try and get very heavily involved now in a defensive stance and will then potentially get dragged in. And as John was saying, when does defensive then become offensive once again? So the risk of mission creep and the risk of kind of muddying the legal waters is immense. And Keir Starmer is in a real bind. The special relationship, so-called, is under great strain right now.
Mark, thank you so much for that update. Well, I'm joined now by the former senior diplomat, Sir John Sawes, who has served as the head of MI6 as well as the UK's ambassador to the UN. Thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. I just want to get your reaction to the events of the last, the Secretary of Defence is saying we're now in about hour 57 of this war. Just your reaction to all the unfolding events.
Well, I think stepping back, Yelda, from the hot news of missile strikes and so on and Iran's reaction, I think we have to conclude that this is a war of choice entered into by the United States and Israel. It's provoked a reaction from Iran that is probably greater than many had expected against our friends and partners in the Persian Gulf, as well as against Israel and US bases. So it is expanding into a wider conflict. It's always dangerous to use a military force when you're not clear exactly what it is you're trying to achieve. But the decision by President Trump has taken us into new territory. We're now in a great deal of uncertainty about what will happen. I don't myself expect there to be a change of regime and some bunch of liberals come to power in Tehran. I think that's far-fetched and fanciful. I think there are a number of possible outcomes here, political outcomes in Tehran, but I certainly don't think there's any reluctance by the Tehran authorities to use force against their own people. We saw that in the last month or so. I think the idea of regime change is pretty unlikely in Iran.
Yeah, and the idea that some kind of liberal democracy will emerge from the ashes of this regime also feels quite naive. You said that there are a number of scenarios that could emerge. The Israelis and the Americans are justifying this by saying their objectives are clear. It's to degrade the Iranian missiles and their missile launches and their nuclear program, as well as take out thousands of their military sites, including going after the Revolutionary Guard and the Basij. But just talk us through the fact that you don't think there is going to be regime change and why you think that.
Well, the balance of forces on the ground in Iran, as a Marxist would put it, it leans very heavily in favor of the regime and the regime security forces. They have around 1 million people, I think, in total under arms in the Revolutionary Guards, in the regular army, and in the Basij militia and the armed police. That's a huge body of armed men, mainly men, able to put down dissent should it emerge. There is no organized opposition. There is no political leadership of that opposition. There is no militia of that opposition. So the chances of the regime just giving up and handing over to some popular group, I think, is pretty unlikely. There are outcomes which are possible. One is that a new leadership emerges in the wake of these attacks and the killing of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. A new leadership emerges which is more pragmatic. This is what the Americans are hoping, what they're calling the Venezuela scenario, where the worst excesses of the regime are curbed and a new authoritarian regime takes power. That is possible, and in some ways, where we are now, that is the most desirable outcome. But it's also possible that a new hardline regime, adopting not just the terrorism that it has done in recent years, but more widely against Western targets, American, Israeli, and others. So that's a possibility. And the other possibility, which few people are paying much attention to, is that you might have a collapse of the regime and nothing to take its place. You have a failed state in Iran. Now that would give rise to fragmentation of the country and to civil conflict between the various ethnic groups in Iran. So I think that we're at a dangerous moment. There is some benefit coming out of this, even though I think the conflict is a big risk and unnecessary. It may well curb the behavior of the Iranians in the region. It may well make the threat that they pose across the region much less than it has been over the last 20 years. But it is a big risk.
Yes, some of the names that are emerging to take over from the Supreme Leader do sound like hardliners, and many of these clerics will potentially be that. Do you think that they will do what they're doing in Lebanon, and every time one of these hardliners emerge, they'll continue to decapitate them, given that it now feels like after the 12-day war last year, all red lines have been crossed, and Israel and the United States obviously have complete control over Iranian skies?
Yes, I think Israel has a different perspective on Iran than the United States. They're acting together, but I think they are looking at different outcomes. And Yelda, I think you're in Jerusalem now, and you'll have good access to Israeli thinking. But my sense is that the Israelis don't mind if there's a complete collapse of authority and the regime in Iran. They will do what they can to decapitate the leadership and to deny it access to military strength. I think the Americans do want some source of authority in the region, in the country, and some possibility of dealing with a future government in Tehran and to change its behavior. So I think there's a different outcome there. And it has to be said that President Trump and his defense secretary have been his war secretary, perhaps I should call him, have been very unclear about exactly what American aims are here and when this barrage might stop. I don't expect it to stop in the near future. I think it will carry on for at least several days yet. And that does give the risk of some Iranian retaliation getting through to its targets, whether that's an Israeli city or a US warship or a US base, and causing further escalation, which of course is what the Iranians are trying to do at the moment. Having got to this position, they now want to escalate.
Yes, and we haven't yet seen the Americans bring out the B-2s or the B-52s. Do you think that at some point, if that happens, this entire thing will escalate further, that they'll want to take out the nuclear facilities more than they did in June? And I guess the second question, part of the question is, just to pick up on what you just said, that for the regime, this is now existential. It's all about their survival. So they will do whatever it takes now, and they don't have any red lines.
Yeah, I think there'll be a debate going on within Iran about what their right strategy is. It's quite hard to have a proper political discussion when you're under bombardment. And I think it's a recipe for hardline people to come through. Exactly who will be chosen as the new supreme leader is not yet clear, and how that will impact on the behavior of Iran, whether there will be a sort of collective leadership for the coming months and so on, is not clear. So I think there is a great deal of uncertainty here. Sorry, I didn't pick up your last question.
No, I just wondered, Donald Trump, as you say, there isn't clarity from the American side exactly what their objectives are or how this actually ends, but we haven't seen sort of B-2s, B-52s at this stage. Do you think eventually they will just bring out everything?
Yeah, I think that's it's quite possible we'll see the heavy bombers. There is still some Iranian-held enriched uranium on their nuclear program. I think the Americans will be keen to destroy that. There is one site called Pickaxe Mountain, which hasn't been touched in the strikes last June. They may try and destroy that as well. But the B-2 and B-52 bombers can cause an awful lot of damage with the massive ordnance projectiles, the 30,000-pound bombs. But you're not going to do much precision targeting with that. They're a very destructive and powerful weapon to bring into play. But certainly the Americans have got a great deal of firepower, and they've also got the capacity to monitor and map what is going on inside Iran. I think what we're seeing unfold at the moment is probably the first war of this era, which has been largely designed by artificial intelligence. And I think that gives a very thorough but rather automatic nature of this military plan. And it's not clear when a human being will intervene to say enough is enough.
Sir John Swords, really fascinating talking to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Yalda.
Sky News Daily podcast is delving into the UK's involvement in the crisis here, and the pod has a new look. Well, my colleague Neil Patterson is here and joins me now to talk about the first episode of This Is Why. Neil, exciting. You've got a new face for your podcast and no shortage of things to talk about.
Yeah, and I suppose that's a good place to start, Yalda. I mean, this weekend, of course, much like many people watching right now, and probably most of the British population, instead of sitting watching the news all day, I buried my head in the sand and instead played games with my son because, sometimes there is just almost too much news. It's coming at us from so many sources. It's coming at us unrelentingly. So sometimes what we really need to do is just slow down, take a breath, and work out exactly what is going on. But more important than that, over the kind of 20 plus years I've been doing this job, the question that people really want answered ultimately these days is why, the explanation, the context. So that is what we are going to attempt to do. And with me as the listener's friendly hand-holding guide through it, I have done any number of jobs here at Sky News. About 20 odd years ago, I was just down the road at Heston Services talking about Alistair Darling, the then Transport Secretary, planning to charge people by the mile. Since then, I've been a political correspondent, technology correspondent, media correspondent, defence correspondent, presenter covering elections, referenda and the like. So I'm approaching this hopefully with a little bit of a track record and a pedigree. But ultimately, my job is to ask questions, to dig down into to it and just make it that bit more understandable, I suppose you'd say.
Neil, thank you so much. Looking forward to listening. Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Diana Magnay, who joins me here now. And Diana, before I come to you, I'm just going to read out some news that's come in from Reuters. Reuters news agency is saying that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Quds force says that enemies who killed Khamenei will not be safe even at home. So they've said that to state media, obviously using quite defiant language here because they want to show that they are in control. They want to show that they still have the ability to hit their enemies where it might hurt.
And I think that also is a message to their proxies all across the region to do what they can to those who Iran considers their enemies, which is what Hezbollah did overnight, although in a very limited way. It was just 6 rockets coming into Israel. But it's also, I think, what is feared further abroad, that we might in Europe see attacks as a result of what is going on here, done by proxies or the long arm of the Iranian state. So I think that is a major concern, yeah.
Yeah, and just give us an assessment, because, you know, we're now day 3 in this conflict. So much has happened. In the last couple of hours, we've heard that the Qatari Air Force has taken out Iranian fighter jets. The UAE is mobilizing and taking out drones and ballistic missiles. And, of course, missiles flying overhead here. All the while, we're seeing thousands of munitions being dropped on Tehran.
Attacks on oil infrastructure in the Gulf too, attacks on tankers. You know, this is all only just beginning. I think that sort of tanker warfare, the shipping warfare, is really going to get going quite soon. But as you say, a huge amount of munitions dropped, especially on Tehran. As far as we know from the Red Crescent there, that it's 555, the death toll. You know, the Americans are saying, and it sounds so like the Israelis, the way they say this is the most precise military operation of all time. But, you know, even the pictures that we see, there is immense devastation. And it is devastation that is taking out the top leadership. But that top leadership seems to be being replaced at a rapid rate because they have all the sort of structures in place already, the contingency plans as to who to elevate next. It's interesting that we've heard from the one of the interim council members that they are going to be appointing a new supreme leader in the next few days. We shall have to wait to see who that is. But it is very much still a hard line leadership that is at the top of the Iranian regime.
Yeah, and we are monitoring all the developments here. Diana, thank you so much. We will, of course, be speaking to you again in the next hour of the programme. I just want to show you some images over the skies of Jerusalem. We saw a barrage of missiles here last night and throughout the day today. Most people moving into their bunkers. And as Diana was saying there has been heavy bombardment in Tehran, where the death toll, according to the UN, is over 500 now. And we saw heavy bombardment throughout the day in Beirut as well, the war spreading over there. But we'll leave you with these images of Jerusalem, and I'll be back with our live and continuous coverage in the next few minutes.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Richard and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
It's 6 o'clock in the UK, 8 o'clock here in Jerusalem. I'm Yalda Hakim, you're watching Sky News. Tonight, this region is coming to terms with yet another 24 hours of missile strikes, drone attacks and complete uncertainty over when or if the violence will come to an end. Throughout the day, Iran has continued to target states across the Gulf. Meanwhile, the US has struck Tehran and Israel has hit Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Donald Trump insists America's operations will continue with full force until all objectives are achieved, and he suggested the war could last 4 or 5 weeks. Iran's top official has confirmed it will continue to strike and will not negotiate with the US. In a moment, we'll look ahead to what we can expect in the coming days. But first, our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, has this report.
Tehran is being pounded. Iran's capital has been attacked for a third day. The military might of the United States focused upon degrading the country that it portrays as the nexus of evil in the Middle East. On the ground, there is widespread destruction. The Iranian authorities say hundreds have been killed. But America's leaders are wholly unapologetic. They are bullish, and they show no appetite for stopping.
We continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail.
Iran insists that it is the innocent party here, that the war against it is unjust and illegal.
The ongoing unlawful military aggression against Iran exemplifies the dominance of raw power over the principles of human rights. Human rights violations can never be celebrated as the demonstration of strength, nor should they ever be a source of pride.
Iran has responded with attacks of its own, this a strike on the town of Beersheva. Israel's air defences have coped with almost all the missiles that have come their way, but not all can be stopped. The country is still shaken by the attack that killed 9 when it hit a bunker in Beit Shemesh. To date, the Prime Minister visited that site.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians.
Well, that smoke trail up there is what's left of the Israeli air defense system intercepting an Iranian missile, part of a wave that is coming into Israel as we speak. But it isn't just this country that is being attacked. Iran's tactic is to try to embroil this whole region into a conflict. And the Middle East is in a febrile state. Israel has launched a huge assault on Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, a group funded by Iran, which attacked northern Israel this morning. In Cyprus, the UK's Akrotiri airbase was hit by a drone attack. In Kuwait, 3 American fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwaiti air defences. The crew all ejected safely. The conflict has touched Saudi Arabia for the first time, debris sparking a fire next to a giant oil refinery. The price of oil is already going up, and now Qatar has said it will halt production of natural gas. The country has also said it shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets, Russian-made Su-24s. Iran has launched attacks in Bahrain, in Dubai, and in Abu Dhabi. There are interceptions of missiles in the sky over Jordan. This is a conflict that is widening and which may escalate. Donald Trump says it will last at least 4 weeks, but the effects of this war may ripple for generations to come. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Jerusalem. Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Diana Magnay, who joins me here live. And Diana, it would
probably be very, very naive for anyone to think that this wasn't going to spread across the region. And we still don't know how far and wide. There is still so much uncertainty about where this could end.
There is. And I think the biggest evolution of the last 24 hours is the fact that Hezbollah is now very much in the firing line from Israel as well, prompted by rocket attacks overnight by Hezbollah into northern Israel. But these were really minimal. They did absolutely no damage. And you get the sense that Israel was waiting for an opportunity to hit Hezbollah, seeing as Hezbollah is, you know, if you reverse the tables of Iran calling the United States the Great Satan and Israel the Little Satan, or the UK the Little Satan, then in the same way for Israel, Iran is the Great Satan and Hezbollah is the Little Satan. And I feel that this was the moment that they felt that Hezbollah would get involved, and they took the opportunity. They say now that there will be many days of prolonged conflict. And I think the Lebanese government is trying very hard to keep a lid on all of it. But we already saw today they've taken out the Hezbollah's chief of intelligence, another important, the head of Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Lebanon. You've seen massive evacuations from the south and huge strikes in southern Hezbollah-controlled Beirut.
And Donald Trump says this could go on for 4 to 5 weeks, but he's prepared for it to go longer.
Well, this is the thing, and the Americans are trying to say, you know, there will be no chance of mission creep. This will not be an endless war. It is not Iraq. And yet, at the same time, you've got Donald Trump saying 4 or 5 weeks could go on longer. And when he's asked, could there be boots on the ground, he won't rule it out. You know, it is an impossible thing, really, to determine what is going to happen. Each day we're seeing a completely new set of circumstances. Imagine what it's going to look like in 4 or 5 weeks. We don't know how much the besieged, the Revolutionary Guard, can fight back, what the leadership will do in the way it constantly evolves. You know, he wants it to finish and be able to hand over to the people. But in what conditions that can happen, I mean, it is all very much unknown.
Yeah, Diana, thank you so much for all of your analysis there. Well, let's get more on Donald Trump's comments this evening and where it all leaves the special relationship between the US and the UK. Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. And Dom, I think we were just looking at some pictures, maybe live pictures of Beirut, where people were trying to leave the city. I mean, this conflict has already started to spread and bring in other countries. Unsure where it will all end, which is the conversation I was just having with Diana, including Donald Trump and his defense secretary saying today they're not going to rule out boots on the ground. I spoke to Benny Gantz, who said the same thing. Everything is on the table at the moment.
Very hard to determine exactly what is going on. It's hard to work out how much of this is bluster, how much it is delusional, how much it is actually the intention of the American president to try and make this go on for a month. But there is a clock running on this, and, you know, the Israelis know that, and that's why they are capitalising on the opportunity to do what they can to not just the Iranians but also their other enemy in southern Lebanon. As you were saying, those pictures showing the kind of turmoil that their renewal of attacks in southern Lebanon, despite a ceasefire there, is causing amongst the Lebanese. But when it comes to Iran, the clock is going to be determined by the amount of ammunition that the Americans have, because we heard in the week before this began that there were concerns in the Pentagon. You know, it's very unusual for Pentagon commanders to leak concerns they have, but they were leaking their concerns that ahead of this campaign that there were not enough munitions to last more than, at the most, 2 weeks. And the big concern is the interceptors. These are very expensive weapons that can bring down drones or rockets or missiles. And the concern is that not just that weren't enough of those, and we also heard from the Institute of International Strategic Studies, which produces every year its military balance. And at the announcement of that this year, they said there is a lot of concern that America doesn't have enough, particularly interceptors, but also munitions, to engage in this war if it wants to prepare for the chances, the possibility of confrontation with a peer-level adversary. Now, that would be China, if China chose to invade Taiwan, for instance. So, you know, the Americans have a limit in what they can use in the Middle East because they have to always be ready for the possibility of something else happening that's unexpected elsewhere in the world. So Donald Trump would have been told that he has 2 weeks' worth of munitions at the very most. He's talking about 4 weeks. He's talking about boots on the ground. But I think we can assume that at the moment it is bluster. And the question for the Iranians is, can they last for that long? And what we're seeing from them is a clever strategy of trying to draw out those interceptors, try to degrade America's munition stockpile by attacking pretty much everything they can and using that to sort of level the playing field. I think the other problem for the Americans here, Yalda, is that for the Americans and the Israelis to declare success, they've got to bring down the regime. They've said that is their declared objective. The Iranians, therefore, have just got to survive. They've got to keep their regime intact. It's very resilient. It has been preparing for this kind of regime-changing war for decades, and it may well last 2 weeks. And then what happens next? And that's, that's the problem. And the impression I think allies are, well, at least wondering about is, do the Americans have a strategy for that? And do they have a strategy for the day after? So very uncertain times, I think. And I think the concern for Britain, therefore, having kind of hitched its wagon to this campaign, at least allowing the Americans to use British bases and now using British military assets as part of this offensive, if only in a defensive way, is if it is going in an uncertain direction, what does that mean for Britain as well?
Indeed. Dom, thanks so much. Well, Qatar has confirmed it shot down 2 Russian-made Iranian warplanes. It comes after 3 American fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwait. Earlier, I spoke to our military analyst, Sean Bell, who said the patchwork of airspace in the region and lack of joint training meant it was possible more aircraft would be shot down, including in friendly fire incidents. Have a listen.
The 2 Iranian Su-24s, they're Fencer aircraft. They're of the 1960s vintage. So my sort of age, not yours. So they've been around a long time. They're not incredibly capable. But the Iranian Air Force does have quite a lot of fighter jets. But again, they're nearly all of this elderly vintage. I've been wondering why the Iranian Air Force has not been more involved. It does appear that they've taken a go, and very successfully, Qatar, as a lot of the Middle East countries, are blistering with modern technology. We don't know the details of how they were taken down, but the air defence systems have certainly kicked in, and the Qataris have also claimed to have shot down 7 ballistic missiles and about 50 drones as well. So there is clearly a lot of activity going on, and I don't think we've heard the last of it yet.
Yeah, and, as you say, are we likely to see more of these Gulf states now taking action, stepping up and confronting Iranian fighter jets and missiles themselves rather than waiting for the United States to assist them?
Yeah, I mean, you also reported on the fact that Kuwait accidentally shot down 3 F-15 Strike Eagles in the early hours of the morning. I mean, as a former fighter pilot, I mean, there'll be several of your viewers will be going, how the hell did that happen? But I have to say, we're seeing on our picture now one of those jets just like a falling leaf coming out of the sky. If you look more closely, the back end is on fire. And then you see the pilots ejecting out of those aircraft landing safely. As somebody who's ejected out of a military aeroplane, I can tell you it's all very dynamic. But of course, they'll be very glad to be alive, and at least they had an exit. But it is worth remembering, each of these Gulf states has their own airspace. Most of it, apart from Saudi, is relatively small. Therefore, it's quite difficult to deconflict who shoots down what. And particularly with Iran firing cruise missiles and ballistic missiles, you can imagine most of these Gulf states have got their finger on the trigger to try and shoot stuff down. And if it's not been well coordinated, as it appears as happens here, then they shoot first and ask questions later. I have to say that it's not just the Middle East do this. When the Gulf War, when we were going backwards and forwards, we were more worried about heading towards American defense systems in Kuwait than we were about Iraqi systems. Unless you train together and deconflict airspace, you're traveling around in a military jet well over Mach 1, and therefore it's really critical that these things, sort of eventualities, are practiced. And unfortunately, as we're seeing, this last-minute operation has unintended consequences. Fortunately, it's only military hardware that was damaged, not pilots. Otherwise, that would have been another tragic loss of American aircrew.
Sean Bell speaking to me there a little earlier. In the last few minutes, Caroline Levitt, who is the White House spokesperson, has put out a tweet, quite a lengthy statement. I'm going to get that up on our screen in a moment. She says, on Saturday, President Trump released a statement laying out clear objectives to the American people for Operation Epic Fury. Let me reiterate them. She goes on, destroy the Iranian regime's missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground, annihilate the Iranian regime's navy, ensure the regime's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, stop them from making and using IEDs or roadside bombs, which have gravely wounded and killed thousands of Americans, including Americans, guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Preventing this radical regime and its terrorist leaders from threatening America and our core national security interests is a clear-eyed and necessary objective. So that's a tweet that Caroline Levitt, the White House spokesperson, has put out, a very lengthy statement there. A lot of questions being asked, especially at that press conference with Pete Hegseth, the war secretary, as well as to Donald Trump about the objectives of this war and whether they're clear enough and how long this war is likely to go on. So Caroline Levitt putting out that statement. Well, this latest flare-up of fighting across the region has had an impact on the global markets and the price of energy. Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, can tell us more.
There are potentially big economic consequences to what's happening in Iran. I want to start, first of all, with the geography of this and oil prices, but we'll come on to gas in a second. Gas is a really big deal for the UK. A lot of it comes down to the fact that getting anything in and out of the Gulf means having to go through this channel, the Strait of Hormuz. You've got Iran there, you've got the UAE there. It is basically quite treacherous, and there's a lot of ships that are very nervous about going through there. And as a result of that, you're starting to see impacts on things like oil prices. So look, this is the oil price, up by 9%. So, a big rise, but not perhaps as big as some people had expected. But if that is closed, so that Strait of Hormuz is closed, to 50% of traffic, that pushes the oil price potentially even higher. This is projection. If it's closed completely, then you see that line going even higher. So there's that traffic issue, and it's not just oil, it's things like fertilizers as well. But there's also something else, because at the heart of this area here is something that's known as the North Field. That is the single biggest gas field, so natural gas, anywhere in the world. And although this is thousands of miles away from the UK, we're likely to become quite dependent on it. At least those are the current plans. This is showing you UK gas consumption 2024, this year that we're kind of due to be in at the moment, and then out into the future. And if you break down where that gas is supposed to be coming from, well, some of it comes from the North Sea, but you can see the dark blue bits, they get smaller and smaller because we've got less gas coming out of the North Sea. But look at the red. That's Qatari gas. And right now, so in 2024, it was only 2% of our supply came from Qatar. But just this year, it's expected to provide 10 billion cubic metres. And by 2035, you're talking about 20% of UK gas coming from Qatar, from that North Field, even more than comes from the North Sea itself. And that is why, when you look at UK gas prices, look at this. Just today, up by 50%, because people are looking at that and getting quite concerned. And this is only the highest since February 2025, and it's nowhere near as high as it got around the time of the Ukraine invasion. But just that increase alone, in percentage terms, it's the single biggest one-day increase that we've seen in UK gas prices going all the way back to 2022. In other words, when you look at what's happening in Iran, this could have serious consequences for the UK economy.
Ed Conway with that report. Now, despite the UK allowing American forces to use its bases for defensive operations, President Trump has said he is disappointed in the Prime Minister for not going a step further. Sir Keir Starmer said when it came to involvement, he would always stick by international law.
But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests and our allies, and it cannot be ignored. Iran has lashed out across the region. They've launched hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones, at countries which did not attack them, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain and Oman. And overnight, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, launched attacks on Israel, seeking to escalate the war. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 300,000 British citizens in the regions, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. Iran has hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. It is deeply concerning for the whole House and the whole country. And, Mr. Speaker, our armed forces are also being put at risk by Iran's actions.
Prime Minister there. Well, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who joins me live now. And John, we heard the Prime Minister make that marathon statement and taking on questions after that U-turn, coming under quite a bit of flack for the U-turn. A lot of people invoking the war in Iraq.
Yes, the war in Iraq was mentioned several times by MPs on both sides of the House. It wasn't so much the statement that was a marathon, it was the questions afterwards. He started just after 3:30 and it went on until got around about 5:30. Now, the Prime Minister is due to be speaking to his backbenchers in what? 10 minutes or so. That was supposed to start at 6 o'clock. That's been postponed by half an hour. But in the Commons chamber, faced with criticism from Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, Richard Tice of Reform UK and countless Labour backbenchers, the Prime Minister, I wouldn't say he struggled to defend his position, but he battled bravely to defend his position, his argument being that what he's agreed to is defensive action, not offensive action. Now, several MPs raised the question of a Commons vote on this military involvement, and his answer didn't really please them, and that's something I reckon will come up at the PLP meeting in the next 10 minutes or so, the question of MPs being given a vote on this. Now, his answer was, if we were going into war, offensive action, yes, there'd be a vote, but not for something that's purely defending the interests of British citizens in places like Dubai and so on, when it's purely defensive action. Now, the President and the Vice President have criticised the Prime Minister's action today. He was accused by MPs in the chamber on the opposition side of being indecisive by switching his position from last week to last night when he made a TV broadcast. Labour backbenchers, of course, some of them, you might say the usual suspects, talked about an illegal war. And when Iraq was raised, of course, the Prime Minister said we've learned the lessons of Iraq. Well, that would be disputed by many MPs. Amongst the Labour rebels who spoke this afternoon were the three Labour left-wingers who are still in the House who voted against the Iraq war in 2003. Diane Abbott, Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell, first two no longer Labour MPs, of course. There are plenty who said to the Prime Minister, you're making the same mistake as we did over Iraq, Syria and Libya those years ago. There was also a call from Sir Jeremy Hunt for more defence spending, and he's got a fairly sympathetic answer from the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister has battled to defend his position in the face of a lot of criticism from MPs, including many on his own side. In the next few minutes, he's going to be speaking to Labour MPs and peers about, no doubt, the very same thing. Also, an inquest, no doubt, into that humiliating by-election defeat last Thursday in Gorton and Denton. But he kept stressing in the chamber about international law and doing the right thing under the law. And up in the gallery, we're looking down on him, was the dapper figure, I think we can call him, of Lord Hermer, the controversial Attorney General who many MPs blame for some of the Prime Minister's indecision and some of his policies being far too legalistic and lacking what they would see as sound common sense. So, typical lawyerly performance from the Prime Minister. didn't get a great reception, it has to be said, from many critics in the chamber. Although, to be fair, the chamber was packed and there were plenty of loyal backbenchers as well. Let's see what the next hour brings as he faces the Parliamentary Labour Party peers and his own MPs.
Indeed, John, thank you so much. So what's been the reaction here in Israel? Earlier I spoke to former Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz, who told me what Israel and the US are looking to achieve. Have a listen.
It's very important that I think the overall strategic goal of creating the condition for regime change in Iran, which will eventually make our life much more easier in the entire area, is very important. And it may take some time, but I think we should be aware that we are not talking about, the next quarter oil price or the next elections. We need to look at the next generations to come and how this area will evolve. And Iran, it showed itself as a global challenge. It's operated in Ukraine with its UAV. It hit Cyprus. It hit other places. Obviously, it's regional challenge, and it's also a threat for the state of Israel. So I really appreciate the leadership of both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for deciding to move forward with this offensive. And I hope it won't be long, but it might take some time.
Prime Minister Netanyahu made it clear that he wants to see regime change. Donald Trump hinted at that, but Pete Hegseth today said we didn't go in this for regime change. Do you think launching an aerial campaign alone can bring about regime change in a place that has built its entire infrastructure on multiple layers?
Yes, definitely. I think the regime change in Iran will happen from the Iranian society who seek normal life, and it's a great culture that deserves to have better life than it had prior to this fundamentalistic regime that actually acted in different places around the world, but also very much brutally against its own people, 30 or 40,000 people just a month ago. So it's for them to decide, but we need to create the condition for them to operate, and I think that by attacking Iran, attacking its government, attacking its military site, attacking the nuclear aspects, the missiles, of course, we are setting the base for them to decide what they want to do with themselves, and we'll see where it goes.
We have 180,000 Revolutionary Guard, almost 1 million besieged, 2 million reservists who are besieged. They are the ones with the guns. Even if this campaign goes on for 4 to 5 weeks, is it fair to expect unarmed civilians to come out and take over their government?
Well, it's a very complicated situation over there, but I suggest we'll take it one step at a time. Currently, we are neutralizing Iran's command and control system and Iran's capacity to influence the region, and we'll see what comes next. I think we have to be very decisive on this. We must maintain operational offensive continuity to assess where are we all the time and then to take the decisions.
Do you think eventually there will be a need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it for those reasons or other, but we'll have to see how it goes forward.
And will that include Israeli boots on the ground, do you think?
I exclude nothing. We've been waiting for 47 years, and we came to a point where every necessary means should be taken in order to achieve our goals.
What we're seeing from the Iranian regime is energy infrastructure being hit, civilian targets across the Gulf, missiles over Israel, where 11 people have now died in total here in Israel. If this is going to be a campaign that lasts 4 to 5 weeks, has Israel factored in that civilian deaths will increase here?
Yes.
And that we will continue to see across the Gulf as well?
There are no free lunch, and there's no free lunch, and we need to understand, the more you want to achieve, the more you have to pay. We understand it. But once again, we are not looking for what's going to happen tomorrow or next week or next quarter. We need to look at our next generation. What about my kids? What about my grandkids? Where are they going to grow up? What will be the conditions around us? I think that people in this region deserve not to live under this tyranny umbrella of Iran, the way they have used it, the way they have destabilized the entire region. And I think it's about time to take care of it. And I'm glad that we are doing it. I know it's not going to be easy. We may suffer some hits. We'll have ups and downs. That's the way it is. But I think we should do it.
Diplomats I'm speaking to in the region who have made contact with Iranian officials say they are being very calm and firm in this moment, especially because the IRGC has a plan after the killing of the supreme leader. They set out a plan, and we're seeing those plans unfold on their part as well. So do you think that ultimately, if regime change doesn't come, what is the plan B for Israel and the United States?
Well, definitely, we started pretty much with lots of achievement in our hands, because if you decapitalize the leadership, if you take care of the nuclear aspect, if you take care of the missiles that influence actually the entire area, that's a lot to achieve. Now, there is one threshold that went across. The United States, the State of Israel, and others decided to operate, not to talk, to do. And this is something very new for the Iranians themselves. And I think they will recalculate everything that they are doing. So I hope the regime won't be there to do those calculus. But if he gets to stay there this way or another by other leader or whatever it is, he needs to know that we can come again.
Israel has never hit the head of state of a foreign country. What changed now?
Well, I think that Khamenei was the one who was directing all those terror activities all around the globe, definitely the region, and I think he deserved what he got.
Does this mean other foreign leaders are fair game in the future for Israel?
I don't see other foreign leaders doing it.
But say if another leader in Iran emerged?
If somebody chooses to walk in this direction, he needs to know what will be the end of it.
And for the Israeli people, do you think that they will continue to tolerate going into bunkers every night for 3 to 4, 5 weeks?
Elda, unfortunately, we are very experienced on those issues. And as far as Iran is, as far as security, there's no right or left, right or wrong. There is right or wrong, and I think we are right. And we are united in standing against this aggression. We know what it did for us with Hezbollah, what it did for us with Hamas, what it did for us with the Houthis, what it did to us directly. I think we understand we need to take care of ourselves.
And what do you say to those who say that Iran didn't start this war, that Israel and the United States struck Iran on Saturday, and therefore what they're doing is a retaliation?
No, I think we did it with a preliminary act, but we are following their aggression. The October 7, it's a war initiated by the Iranians. What we have seen from Lebanon, it was initiated by the Iranians. What the UAE suffered was initiated by the Iranians. What the Saudis in Aramco suffered was initiated by the Iranians. So the war started by the Iranians many, many years ago. And it's good that we are now coming back with offensive operation to try to change it.
Mr. Gantz, in 2003, the United States went to war to change the regime in Iraq. After they went to the Security Council, after they got congressional approval, with a coalition of about 49 countries. This time, it's the United States and Israel. Europeans are reluctant to get involved. The British Prime Minister has indicated that he's reluctant to get involved. Do you think this operation can be successful, given what we've seen in the past with Iraq, for example?
I hope that other countries will join us, because it's really, once again, people need to understand. Iran influences all over the world. I mean, look at the drug issues in Venezuela. It's from Iran. Look at the UAVs who are being exploded in Kiev. It's from Iran. Look what's happening. Let us not close our eyes. And I think it's not time for appeasement. It's time to be decisive, to work together, to change it, and then to enable the Iranian people, which come from a great culture, to revive their own country, and we can live together beside them. My father-in-law did not participate in his own father's funeral many, many decades ago, because he was with Iranian doing things together. So it's possible. It's just this regime between a bright future for the people of Iran and the reality. And I hope that it will go away and they can live their own life.
If the energy infrastructure continues to be hit and civilian targets across the Gulf, if the Gulf states come to Israel and the United States and pressures you to stop because of how they're being targeted, is that something that you think Israel will consider?
We considered always what's happening to our allies, what's happening to our friends, but they also understand the need to operate against the Iranians because they don't blink. They understand that it's about time to do something with it.
Former Defence Minister of Israel, Benny Gantz there. We've just got some breaking news that's just come into us from the Reuters news agency. They say Iran's Revolutionary Guard said a fuel tanker was burning in the Strait of Hormuz after being hit by 2 drones. They had told Iran's news agencies that had reported this today. The Strait is the world's most vital oil export route, connecting the biggest Gulf oil producers such as Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq and the United Arab Emirates. So that news just coming in that Iran's Revolutionary Guard say a fuel tanker was burning in the Strait of Hormuz after being hit by 2 drones. Now, Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, has been speaking in the last few minutes. Let's just have a listen.
Their navy and crush the regime's proxy network. We are hitting decisively, surgically, without apology. As we dismantle the regime, the Iranian leadership is lashing out in desperation. Over the past few days, missiles have been fired at Israel, most of them, but also the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and even on European soil in Cyprus. This is not strategy. It is panic. It is desperate. While we strike military facilities and the machinery of terror with precision, the Iranian regime strikes civilians, families, airports, hotels, shopping centers, people's homes. In Beit Shemesh, a city near Jerusalem, 4 apartment buildings were destroyed. 9 innocent people were murdered, including these 3 young siblings, Sarah, Abigail, and Yaakov Bitton. Same family, together.